Rao Garu, Registrar, School of Planning and Architecture, Vijayawada. And it's indeed my honor to welcome our chief guest, Sri Lanka Dinakar, Chairman of the 20 Points Program, Viksit Bharat and Swarna Andhra 2047. As tradition guides us, let's invoke the light of wisdom and knowledge. I kindly request our dignitaries to come forward for the lighting of the inaugural lamp. Accompanying this, we have a soulful invocation song presented by Ms. Prachi, a student of second year BR, which beautifully reflects the theme of how we should lead our lives with values, discipline, and compassion.
स्मर कृष्णं भज हरिं नम विष्णुं श्रयाच्युतं त्यज कामं जहि क्रोधं जहि मोहं भवालयं शृणु शौरिकथा पुण्याः पश्य श्रीपतिविग्रहं जिघ्रश्रीपादतुलसीः स्पृश वैकुण्ठवल्लभम् भुङ्क्ष्व केशवनैवेद्यं तिष्ठ माधवमन्दिरे जपनारायणमनुं पठतन्नाम मङ्गलम्.
Thank you, respected dignitaries, and thank you, Prachi, for that heartfelt invocation reminding us of life's guiding principles. Before we begin, it is only fitting that we hear from the guiding force of this institution, Professor Dr. Ramesh Srikonda. I now request Sir to deliver the inaugural address.
Good morning to one and all. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome you all to the National Conference on Cpted&Ai in Urban Areas, organized by School of Planning and Architecture Vijayawada in collaboration with Urban Planning and Design Development Research Foundation. This gathering is a platform to exchange ideas, share research, and deliberate on integration of crime prevention through environmental design and artificial intelligence in shaping safer, smarter, and more resilient urban environment. This is one of its kind. Earlier, similar kind of a conference been developed and then conducted by the SPA Delhi. Now here we are adding another feather to it, that is artificial intelligence. The theme of this conference, ranging from smart surveillance, digital communication to architectural interventions, and AI-driven planning, highlights both urgency and the promise of interdisciplinary research. They emphasize the vital role of innovative design, technology, and collaborative knowledge can play in addressing especially these challenges in the urban safety and sustainability. SPA Vijayawada, as an institute of national importance under the Ministry of Education, Government of India, has always been committed to fostering academic excellence and advancing professional practice. This conference is another significant step towards encouraging dialogue and knowledge exchange among researchers, professionals, and students, aimed at generating practical solutions with long-term social impact. This conference brings together policymakers, academicians, practitioners, researchers, research scholars, students on a single platform to explore new frontiers in urban safety and design. At an outset, I feel privileged to welcome our distinguished chief guest, Sri Lanka Dinakar, Honorable Chairman of the 20 Points Program, Viksit Bharat, Swarna Andhra 2047. Sir, your presence here adds immense value to the proceedings of this conference. Your leadership and vision is driving development programs at both state and national level resonate deeply with the theme of this particular gathering. We are also honored by gracing presence of our chief guest, Sri. Of course, our collector supposed to join. He is going to join after some time. But now that we have got another madam, Srimati KGV Sarita IPS, Deputy Commissioner of Police, known for disciplined approach and effective law enforcement. With a strong track record, she ensures public safety and order. Her leadership reflects integrity, professionalism, and dedication. She continues to inspire through her service in the police force. Now we have here Dr. Professor Virendra Kumar Paul, Director, School of Planning and Architecture, Delhi, a respected academician and researcher who contributes to the architectural education and planning practices are widely recognized. One of the eminent figure of international repute, he carries many feathers to his cap from architectural education to the building engineering management, makes his presence here especially meaningful. Equally, it gives a great joy to acknowledge our keynote speaker, Sri Ravikumar Reddy, Chief Scientist, Life Incredible Hyderabad. His pioneering work in digital applications and AI driven solutions for the safety and security represents the very frontier of ideas we seek to explore today. I also wish to place on record our sincere thanks to Sri DP Srinivas, President UDRF. His foundation has worked tirelessly to bring together research, practice, and policy in urban safety, and his insights will guide us deliberations of this conference in a meaningful way. The conference schedule has been designed to foster comprehensive discussions through the sessions of integration of smart technical surveillance and enhancing safety and security in urban market spaces in India, smart surveillances, architectural interventions, digital communication strategies, 3D solutions, GIS based studies, and the integration of AI in urban planning. Each session brings together fresh perspective, and each case study, whatever we are going to discuss today, from rethinking visibility of urban spaces and integrating with the CPTED into the architectural curricula, and from GIS based safety mappings in participatory design approach framework for community driven safety. Together, these discussions embody the spirit of collaboration and innovation which lies in the heart of this conference. In this connection, I would like to emphasize that the challenges of crime prevention and urban safety cannot be solved by one discipline or professional alone. They demand collaborative across architecture, planning, technology, governance, law and order, and community participation. It is only through the interdisciplinary approach that we can build safer and safe and sustainable cities. I once again extend my warm welcome to all the dignitaries, participants, and contributors. May this conference ignite new ideas, strengthen networks, and create pathway towards securing resilient urban future. With this particular note, I congratulate the team who have really curated the entire program and good number of technical papers we have received from different experts. All other items we are going to enjoy with the 4 sessions which are going to be followed after this inaugural session. Congratulations to all of them who have participated for this particular program and also given a very comprehensive and tough visibility also brought to that particular paper for this particular topic. I wish you all the best. Thanks again. Dhanyavad. Jai Hind. Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir. Carrying forward the vision of urban planning and innovative design, we are privileged to be joined by Sri DP Srinivas, a visionary technologist, entrepreneur, and strategic leader with over 3 decades of experience in global IT services, enterprise software, and intelligent infrastructure. He currently serves as the co founder and CEO of Durank, a Nashville based company pioneering video surveillance as a service through secure cloud based analytics platforms. Under his leadership, Durank has expanded into legal affairs, infrastructure, and workforce safety solutions, helping organizations unlock the full potential of smart surveillance. Sri Srinivas is also the president of the Urban Planning and Design Development and Research Foundation, where he champions inclusive, scalable frameworks for sustainable urban growth and design innovation. His earlier roles include executive director at Goldstone Technologies, a publicly listed IT firm in India, director at State of Systems, a Silicon Valley based enterprise solutions provider. A proud alumnus of Sri Venkateswara University, Sri Srinivas continues to shape the future of intelligent infrastructure and urban transformation with a commitment to innovation, accessibility, and impact. May I now invite him to share the introductory remarks?
Good morning, everyone. Um, it's a privilege to be here in this August institution, School of Planning and Architecture. Dr. Ramesh, thank you very much for organizing this seminar and inviting all the papers that are relevant to the subject, which is never more important than today. With the security has to be integral part of the architecture. And um, thank you, everyone. I invite Chief Guest Sri Lanka Dinakar and other members who are on the stage. Um, the subject of interest today is urban development has always been a growing field, and it is never important than today. The expansion of urban centers in the country are too vast, too immediate, and too expensive. The built environments within the urban centers are mostly designed to be comfort driven than security driven. So, like Mr. Ramesh has said, it has to have a fusion in terms of the modern technology that has to be brought into the design itself, and design cannot be, without the security being part of it. So, our foundation, which is very much into design planning and research for the urban development. We are a think tank that been working for quite some time to bring all these fusions into one platform. Each one of them have their own importance in terms of urban development, but bringing them as a fusion and then bringing all the minds together is what we would like to collaborate in terms of educational institutions, administrative officers who are part of it, and law enforcement. We can never go without them being part of the overall planning and design for the future. So um, with all the issues that we look into in terms of security being integral part, all these problems are local. They are not international. So the solutions, the technology that we build has to be part of the local problem, not borrowed from outside. So it's our rule, it's our responsibility to bring that concept of internal designs local for local problems. See, local problems cannot be solved with international standards or international issues. We have to build our own standards with the involvement of the law enforcement, administration, and academia. So having said that, I'll hand over back.
Thank you, sir. When it comes to law, order, and community safety, few names inspire confidence like Srimati KGV Sarita, IPS, Deputy Commissioner of Police Administration, NTR Police Commissionerate, Vijayawada. A distinguished officer of the Indian Police Service, KGV Sarita Garu, currently serves as the Deputy Commissioner of Police for the NTR Commissionerate in Vijayawada, a role she assumed in January 2025. With a career marked by integrity and public service, she previously led the Women Protection Cell in the Crime Investigation Department as Superintendent of Police. Her commitment to women's safety and empowerment earned her the title of Best Woman Police Officer by the Government of Andhra Pradesh in 2016. Renowned for her motivational outreach, she continues to inspire students and citizens alike through her public engagements and university talks. May I invite her to address the gathering?
A very warm good morning wishes to the chief guest of the day, Shri Lanka Dinakar Garu, Honorable Chairman, 20 Points Program. My good morning wishes to all the dignitaries on the dais, whether it is Shri Srinivas Garu, Shri Virendra Paul Garu, Shri Ramesh Garu, and other dignitaries of School of Planning and Architecture, Vijayawada. My good morning wishes to all the teaching faculty of SPA Vijayawada, and my best wishes to all the young, energetic architectures of free, safe, secured Andhra Pradesh as well as India and maybe the entire world. So, when I stand before the young, bright tech savvies of School of Planning and Architecture, I don't I don't venture into going into the technical part of the national conference on this prevention of crime and use of environmental designing. So, crime prevention through environmental designing is a different novel concept, and you definitely provide all technological and AI based solutions to it. But I only would like to speak before all of you the glimpses of my 16 years of experience in police department, wherein I have seen several technological innovations which went a long way in not only crime prevention but also in crime detection and crime reduction with lot of data based results. So heading the commissionerate here as deputy commissioner of police, I have seen several innovations here in our entire police commissionerate itself, but I want to go back to my early days of police department, wherein technology has provided several innovations, several solutions to problems like traffic management, prevention of crime against women and children, prevention of crime against youth, and to ensure safety and security to the public in general. To name a few, there were days in the years 2010, 2011 when I went into police department. Crime against women, which, confined to eve teasing both in colleges as well as during the course of going into the colleges. So there were days where children were molested, girls were molested, even in RTC buses also. So we used to receive several complaints. Gradually, the complaints have reduced because of technological innovations like CC camera surveillance and even other real-time monitoring, which we have ensured. Similarly, there were several offenses which have been reported even today, wherein the owners of the house goes to some pilgrimage or to other places or for holidays, and they come back broken with broken hearts to the police, telling that their house was broken and lot of gold and other articles were stolen away. I've seen the technological innovation which prevented such crimes through locked house monitoring system, wherein the public can report prior to their departure from their houses to the police, and police, they set up some a technical innovation there along with CC camera, which gives continuous real-time monitoring of their houses during their absence, wherein we could not only prevent the crime of house breaking, but also we could detect if at all the house was already broken, and we could repay back the lost property to the victims. In similar manner, several solutions I have witnessed. It might seem very simple to all of you because you are already tech savvies. You have passed your JEE and you are here and you are with bubbling spirit and enthusiasm to give novel technological solutions which are AI based or other latest innovations to several problems to ensure safety and security. But there were days when traffic was becoming a big problem. As DSP Elur, as Subdivisional Police Officer Elur, I have seen several road accidents, and the solution which we have taken up during those days, which seems very simple to you, but the zigzag speed breakers with radium stickering. That small technical innovation has led to detection of those accidents, road accidents, by 30% during my tenure as SDPO Elur. When I was DYSP SDPO Bodhan in Nizamabad district, I feel surprised. Many a times, myself and my inspector, we stayed the whole night on the road only to safeguard the dead body of the victim who has lost his or her life when sand lorries were traveling on road because of no constraints, no proper traffic management to see that the traffic freely flows without taking away the lives of several people. We used to stay the whole night on roads because it used to take some communal color also at that time. One religion driving the bus or lorry, and the person of other religion who becomes a victim, that used to create lot of communal problems along with losing the lives of innocent people. So the small innovation at that time, use of zigzag speed breakers with radium stickering, had gone a long way for me in person to reduce so many road accidents there. Similarly, the CC camera surveillance as well as drone technology. I am proud to tell before all of you, I am inheriting the legacy of our Commissioner of Police, Sri S.V. Rajshekhar Babu IPS, who has been an innovator in police department from technology side and who is pioneer in building up one concept of actionable intervention for sustainable traffic management, Astram, which is giving AI based and drone intervention based solution to clear the traffic congestion. I can proudly tell the congestion of traffic in Andhra Pradesh, especially in Vijayawada, has reduced to almost 30%. How? It is only by this AI based and drone induced technology, wherein we can not only measure the length of congestion, but we can also take the real time data of time of congestion, give the alerts to people so that their traffic can be properly planned accordingly over social media like FM radio or whatever. And we use the drone technology to monitor the length of that congestion. And we see that the same information reaches the traffic police immediately so that they can rush there, they can plan accordingly, clear the traffic congestion, and also ensure the smooth traffic flow, which not only saves times of the public, but it also prevent the lives of the innocent people who are on road. So these are few of the things which I could share as a police officer, wherein crime can be prevented through environmental designing. Go back to our childhood days. Many movies when we watched, the thief who enters into the house by breaking the lock, the place where he hides himself when the owner comes down or switches on his light is the storeroom. Why? The storeroom is the only place which has a lot of clutter, lot of obstacles. So it gives him the hideout to hide himself. But that doesn't happen in the hall because it is well planned, smooth, transparent, where the surveillance is very, very clear. So the more the clutter, the more the obstacles, the more we are giving the hideout for the criminal. So, the designing plays a vital role not only in proactive policing but also in reactive policing. It not only prevents the crime but also gives the solution to reduce the crime, to detect the crime, thereby reduce the crime. So I'm really, really happy to be here. I'm honored. Without venturing into the technical aspects of your program, the national conference, I shared my views the entire course of 16 years, where small solution, which is technology based, has gone a long way in prevention of crime, especially crime against children. Crime against children part wherein the online sexual offenses, there is a portal, CPRGR portal, that is child pornography, rape and gang rape portal, wherein the social media is used, the AI based technology is used to find out the pedophiles across India. The pedophiles, to such an extent that even if your cell phone or your laptop or any electronic gadget, if it possesses such image of the child which is nude or semi nude, that itself is enough to ensure that the surveillance is proper and we can identify the pedophile, wherein we could prevent many of the crimes against children on online portal. That was really a nightmare for me when I was the additional SP in crime investigation department, where I used to feel, how can we detect the pedophiles who are having this porn content on their phones? But there is a solution which is innovated by the government of India through CPRGR portal, wherein we are successful in not only identifying the pedophiles, but also in enforcing law against them, because it is an offense under not only Information and Technology Act, but also an offense under Prevention of Sexual Offenses Against Children. So, as a police officer, I have the authority to tell that in course of time, the crime has not only reduced traditional crime, but the crime has also increased because of this technological innovation. So, it is your responsibility as young students, young tech savvies in this School of Planning and Architecture. I appeal to all of you to give such solutions, technological solutions for problems wherein we can prevent the crime, especially against the vulnerable sections, that is women and children, and also reduce the problems on traffic, because it goes a long way in creating the safety to the public, and also the crime on online platform, whether it is dark web or deep web or whatever the terminology we call. So I thank the School of Planning and Architecture for making my presence felt, for giving me the opportunity to share my feelings, and also for giving me an opportunity to appeal to the young boys and girls to make their contribution to make this society safe and free from crime. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your valuable experiences with us and motivating all of us. Bringing him with decades of academic excellence and visionary thought in architecture and planning, Professor Dr. Virendra Kumar Paul is a distinguished academic and researcher in the field of building engineering and management. A graduate of Chandigarh College of Architecture, he earned his master's and PhD from the School of Planning and Architecture, SPA, Delhi, where he has served as faculty since 1990. His research on value analysis in quality management of building design processes has positioned him among the top 3% of global researchers in architectural engineering, as per ResearchGate. His core interests include building science, fire safety, and construction project management. Beyond academia, Professor Paul has served on Board of Governors, National Code Committees, and as a technical advisor to projects under the Ministry of Education and AIMS. So we look forward to your words.
सभी को नमस्कार. Dinakaran ji, Professor Ramesh, Madam Sarita, Srinivas ji, Ravi Kumar ji, हमारे registrar साहब, the students, my SPA family, the guests. It's always a pleasure to be amongst the student community and speaking on academic platforms and speaking at platforms of SPA family is always uh, a delight. From SPA Delhi, we've grown to SPA Vijayawada, Bhopal, and in future we look forward to many more. And many congratulations for organizing discussion on something as important as this. So let me just give you kind of my understanding on this particular topic. Uh, it's a I just happen to kind of get into this area of uh, CPTD or essentially the risk associated with the in the built environment about I think late mid early 2010s. Uh, and when we looked at the India risk reports that used to come, and we found that the crime and the crime related activities were quite substantial, and I got involved with a lot of people who were in the risk uh, consulting, and then that's how we got into the um, crime prevention and environmental design. um, did a few things here and there and built our own narrative and had some kind of an understanding. So let's look at uh, what I understand, and I'll try to simplify. So it actually started in 1970s. Some of you would know, and it's never too late to start talking about this particular subject, even after 55 years. And uh, having gone through for last 15 years in this area with some other people, um, I find that we as architects and planners, we contribute very significantly to the kind of problems Madam Sarita was talking about. You can put a number of cameras, but you can reduce a number of cameras only by planning and design in the way it should be. If I give more problem in my planning and design, the job of surveillance becomes more complicated, and you create more number of opportunities where the leak can happen. And that's where there's a difference in the way we look at uh, this crime related issues. Many of you would have gone to SPA Delhi, and we are in a place called ITO. And many may would know that this is a place to be little careful, and instances like mobile snatching and that kind of a thing is not very unheard of, including you know blah blah blah. And my security guards tell me in the evening, it's very common actually, that, sir, in the evening we have to be very scared. I say, what for? Because there's a police station right across, and is it some people, these they come with the blades and they attack us. Now just look at the way the whole configuration of the space is. We have one road, we have ring road, we have flyovers, and the busy streets. Just go across the road, and you are on the other side of Delhi, which is called Yamuna Par, and you are on a high-speed ring road. And in a jiffy, in a moment, you are from one zone to the other, where the other person knows how to jump across and hide in as many as places as he wants, and you have no idea where rest of his people are. So what is it? It's the planning paradigm, the way the flyover, my building, road, the entire setup works. And there's only that much we can do. And and even if we put n number of cameras, you still have have an opportunity to get away. So see from that perspective, uh, uh, how difficult it can be. So how I look at it, and uh, the crime is actually a negative action. In my understanding, it's perpetuated by the negative environment. It does not get perpetuated in the positive environment. We are all sitting here. Let the criminal come here. There's nothing you can do. It has to be perpetuated in the negative environment. And the crime is an action not mandated by the social norms, and hence action is undertaken by cohorts of antisocial groups. So the antisocial groups exist in another place. So if I am able to confine that space or eliminate that, I am much better. But if I do not do that, then that space infringes into the space where I do the positive things. So how do I confine it? How do I make it difficult for that cohort to exist? How do I do that? And that's where our responsibility comes in, and that's the essence of CPTD. We've seen these ghettos, ghettoizations. This word has been, and that's precisely this. So you create your own space, and if that space engulfs my social activity space, I have a problem. I have a problem. You would have seen Cpted&Ai Marani Bagh campus. Many of you have come from there. Where we are located, it's a multi typology demographies. Different types of people right across the spectrum, and in between you have people who are unfamiliar with dynamics of Delhi, the students. What's going to happen? You are vulnerable. Now it's the vulnerability is defined by the way you exist, and that's what I'm saying is the planning paradigm of crime prevention. You call it CPD or any other way, that's how it works. Does the crime happen in open? Yes and no. No, because just I said, it has to happen in a negative space. But if the negative space starts engulfing the space for positive activity, means the risk levels are much higher. And that's what we start saying. Now the crime is happening in a blatant daylight kind of a situation, because our opportunities for the negative activities are far more than the opportunities to prevent. And there are, just as said, few places you may know, in many places somebody will tell you, these are the places to stay away at certain times. And in fact, the place that I am referring to, my ITO, it is irrespective of the time, because of the configuration alone. So therefore, my understanding is space determines how the societies prosper without fear and vulnerabilities. It's the space determines, and the vulnerabilities and their perceptions is a societal cost. Nobody wants to invest in a place. Nobody wants to undertake a cultural kind of a, development, growth, and participation in a place which is vulnerable? Will you go around comfortably and just hang around in a place like just enjoy, have a Ganesh Chaturthi or any other festival or any of those activities in a place which is full of vulnerability? So is that not the cost? And therefore my understanding is that CPD is whatever crime prevention through environment design is actually an amalgamation of two sciences. One is criminology and the other one is the planning and environmental design. So you have to understand this and you have to understand the other works and relate how the risk dynamics is working. And the risk dynamics is related to the socio-cultural and economic diversity that exists. If there's a diversity, the risks will tend to go up. The risks go up, the complexity for planning to mitigate that becomes more and more difficult. Uh, so let me give you some examples. We have a very limited time. So we talk about these flyovers, and there was a mention, and there's a space below, and we just had you know uh, a discussion. So what is happening in the flyovers? There are hideouts below the flyover, plenty of them. You can see that nothing is transparent, at Madam said. That's under the flyover. But flyovers invariably are in the intersection of at least 4 different spaces. So there's one here, one here, one here, and one here, and there are crisscrossing roads, and you have the flyovers. It's not the activity that happens in the isolated place below, but to jump from one jurisdiction to the other or one space to the other is so convenient. It's so convenient that you will always be lagging in terms of your your anticipating. You just go across, and many times, madam, the police station jurisdictions also change, because on one side it's something else, on the other side something else, and then you don't know which way it's going to go. And the moment you go on the other side, maybe the other guy has more of situation to kind of take care of you and harm you physically. And the other thing that we noticed, and that was a very good enlightenment, and uh, most of the VIP surveillance trailing information comes from the kind of people who are in and around. These are the people who are invariably coming as migrant laborers, who get kind of inducted into some petty crime, become vulnerable, drug peddling, and all kinds of things. Then they become the source of information on the VIP movement or movement of people who they want to know. So at what time, who is going from here to there, and how is it happening? That's the kind of network it works. And it becomes, and what we were told, ma'am, we had this, Dr. Vikram Singh, DGP, a well-respected person, and he was saying that in Delhi, if you think you are safe, a common man is more safe than a VIP, because you don't know how much information has already reached, because you know exactly every place how it is going. So, so while these places are solving many of our problems, they are now also becoming challenge, and drugs and the petty crimes are very, very common in these places. Nobody wants to talk about drugs, but coming from an academic institution, I know what the underbelly there is. Um, as we talk about the crime prevention, please keep it in your mind that the crime of theft, kidnapping or whatever is one part. But in public places, as we involve ourselves in planning or the larger spatial configurations, terrorism is going to become a bigger, bigger, and bigger problem. I come from a state of Punjab, and I know what kind of challenges we have. And we were just looking at one of the situation, and it was very interesting that I can have a large plaza and do whatever. And then finally, we realized that you are in a place where you're so vulnerable to terrorism, and that is a different dynamics altogether. When that takes over, it finds an opportunity. So look at the kind of a dimension where it can go. It's not going to happen in the fields. It doesn't happen in those kind of places. So if you look at the kind of the negative side of it, the responsibilities on planning, architecture, design, the vocabulary of CPTD, people will tell you all that. But I'm trying to just underline that it's very important that we mainstream this thinking of planning paradigm, architecture paradigm for preventing these negative, you know, activities in and around which fundamentally undermine whatever we do. Last thing, my daughter, one day she tells me, he says, what you have your friend Mr. So and so, and and he's a security surveillance expert, works and all that, and we should put some cameras, and they will keep nagging me on. So I told Gary, come here and look at the house and tell them what is required to be done. I said, oh, I get scared and all that. Don't you read all kinds of things? So he says, sir, why are you bothering me? He comes home and tells me, and I said, go and tell her. He said, look, stay the way you are. You put a camera, you are going to become more vulnerable. You're going to become more vulnerable. And the trouble was that the way my staircase and my door was, he said, no matter what you do, no matter what you do, once you are away and the other guy knows that you are away for 30 minutes, this door will not take, no matter what you do, this door will not take more than 10 minutes to break. He's inside. He's inside. Camera will only tell you that he is inside. But by the time you come back and you're becoming more vulnerable, he says, sir, kuch mat karo. Ye aapka design hi kharab hai. I said, how do we make it safe? He said, remove this wall, make it transparent. Just put a simple railing. The parapet by design that you put, which is almost 4.5 feet, this is the hideout. The guy is comfortably sitting here and doing the job on the door. He said, it's 2 minutes job. Remove the parapet, put a simple railing here. Everybody can see here who is this person sitting. It's as simple as that. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to be here.
Thank you, sir. A leader with foresight, guiding transformative programs for a brighter future, our chief guest, Sri Lanka Dinkar, chairman of the 20-point program, a position he assumed on October 19, 2024. He actively promotes the objectives of Vision 2047, aligning 20-point program with national development goals such as Viksit Bharat and Swarn Andhra 2047. In May 2025, he proposed significant reforms to the program, including its renaming to PM Viksit Bharat Sadhana Sutharalu and Swarna Andhra Sadhana Sutharalu. Through his leadership, Sri Dinkar continues to shape policy discourse and drive reform across Andhra Pradesh, With great honor, I now request him to address the gathering.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, Deputy Commissioner of Police Sajida Garu, IPS, Director of School of Planning and Architecture of Vijayawada, Ramesh Garu, Professor Dr. Virendra Kumar Paulji, IBM scientist Sri Ravi Kumar Reddy Garu, TP Srinivas Garu, technological driven security surveillance expert, Sri Uma Maheswara Rao Garu, Registrar School of Planning Architecture Vijayawada, and other esteemed dignitaries and dear friends. Today, I am very much delighted to attend this national conference pertaining to CPT-ED, crime prevention through environmental design and artificial intelligence in urban areas. So far, various speakers expressed the importance of technological systems, tools for prevention of criminal activities by providing security and safety to the general public across the country. We know that such a largest democratic country, 140 crore people of our nation, and if you see in Andhra Pradesh, nearly 6 crore people, we are facing various challenges as far as urban infrastructure is concerned and services which required for day-to-day operations of the general public. One among of which is safety and security. Surveillance is very important and very much required consideration and challenges which need to be mitigated by the government. I feel that any kind of behavior which violates the law, which violates the customary practices of our ancestral days, whatever the customary practices we are violating, it also comes as a crime. Crime cannot be defined in a particular manner because sometimes it is the crime may be happened through habituated habit of the person who is the perpetrator, sometimes out of emotions, and sometimes pre-designed, pre-architected crime. So whatever the thing which is against to the law, which harms the law and order, definitely that will be called as the crime. Today is a technological driven era we are in. Crime also happening technology using as a tool, the perpetrator using technology for his crime. So it is the most challenging circumstances. In this environment, we need to have use proper technological tools, surveillance tools, for which Union government under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji and in our state under the leadership of Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu Garu, they are giving utmost priority for the safety and the security of our citizens. As far as urban areas are concerned, we are very much keen to understand the concept of Viksit Bharat 2047 and Swarnandhra 2047. Most of the people thinks that Vikasit Bharat is for the growth and prosperity of our country as far as economic is concerned, becoming Vishwaguru as per the Sankalpa of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. As far as Swarnandra is concerned, most of the people thinks the $2.4 trillion economy with the 15% growth rate as per the aspiration of Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu Garu. But along with these economic conditions and development of our nation and state, the very important thing is happiness index. It is very much important. Crime prevention and reducing the crime and crime prevention is utmost priority for happy index. By 2047, zero crime should be in our country and most particularly in the state of Andhra Pradesh, as per the aspiration of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji and Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu Garu. Further, I would like to congratulate the team School of Planning and Architecture of Vijayawada for their efforts to enlighten the people and the government to understand the future safety and security of urban areas in our country and most particularly in our state. As far as Andhra Pradesh is concerned, urban statistics are very much required. While we are speaking about urban safety and security surveillance, we need to have the data. The urban area, total urban area in our state, as per the statistics in the year 2016, 30%. It may be around 35% at present. Total urban population, as per the 2011 census, it was 33.35%. At present, it may be around 40%. Total urban local bodies in our state is 126, in which municipal corporations are 17, municipalities are 78, Nagar Panchayatis are 31. Urban infrastructure, including safety and security of the people in these urban local bodies, must be planned in three categories. First, existing people needs need to be examined. Whatever the security tools which are providing for safety and security of the people need to be redrafted. Floating population of the particular urban local body needs to be examined, because let you take Vijayawada as example. Apart from the existing population who are living inside the Vijayawada, huge number of people come and for their lively needs and other obligations they come to Vijayawada for their needs. We need to take into consideration of the floating population. Apart from these, population needs by 2047 for Swarnandhra and Viksit Bharat aspiration needs to be considered. A capacity building is at most priority. Existing technology, existing security and other needs, whatever the infrastructure which is available, whether it is coping with existing requirements or not, we need to be examined. How we should fill the gap need to be examined. We need to forecast for Viksit Bharat by 2047, whatever the technological advancement which are required to enforce is very much needed to be examined. I feel this particular conference definitely give a valuable inputs to the government for consideration. Apart from the existing 17 municipal corporation, we know that Amaravati, world class city, is going to emerge as one of the most livable city in the country. It is a world class city. That particular city needs to be considered as far as prevention through environmental design and artificial intelligence. As far as crime prevention is concerned, we need to give special attention for Amravati too. We need to have the safety and security measures and tools that shall be assessed and implemented as required for the most effective measures to create happiness index in our country and particularly in our state. Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji led Union government had introduced smart cities concept. You know that 100 cities had identified as the smart cities so as to provide effective infrastructure facilities. Infrastructure means you never think alone a general infrastructure which is required for the day-to-day operation of the general public, which includes crime prevention infrastructure, is at most important. And unfortunately, the funding pattern for the crime detection and security surveillance are not on par with the requirement. We know very much we need to accept it. We need to think that more funding is very much required under the categories of smart cities and Amrut scheme also. You know that Amrut 1, in which nearly 75,000 crores worth of funds allocated in our country for providing basic infrastructure. Now Amrut 2, in which 2,99,000 crores are going to be allocated for providing necessary infrastructure. At least we need to give some action plan to the government also, in which in 2,99,000 crores, the share of investment for surveillance and crime detection tools, mechanism systems, for which need to be assisted from our side, need to provide that information to the government also. It is very much required. Just we are giving lectures here is not enough for providing safety and security without providing funds which are required for enforce for the safety and security of the general public. It is well taken in this government under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. Whatever the suggestions we give, definitely they follow. Honorable Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu garu also doing same practice. If it is a positive outcome, whatever the suggestions we give, as mentioned our director Ramesh garu, on February, I wrote a letter to Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji to change the 20 points program as Viksit Bharat implementation program. They had taken serious consideration. The changing process is going on. Day before yesterday also I received a letter from Ministry of Statistics and Planning, as instructed by the Prime Minister office. It should be changed and structure should be changed. As in similar way, Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu garu also accepted to change the name as a Swarnandhra 2047 as far as Andhra Pradesh is concerned. It is such a very welcoming and very good leaders, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu garu are available to take suggestions and to follow for the furtherance and growth and development of our country. I feel that this crime prevention through environmental design, in which police are very important and vital role they play. In general, law and order is a natural thing. It cannot be enforced unless the violation of law and order against to the rules which mentioned in the enactment. As a citizens of our country, we need to be follow the strict rules and regulations with common sense. Most of the things are coming out of common sense, whether to do or not to do particular activity out of common sense itself. It is very clearly we can practice to prevent the crime. Because moral, ethical practices and customary practices are very important for lower crime rate. Emotions, how to control the emotions, are very significant and important curriculum which need to be brought from the student level to make the strong mindset for good and well-beings, apart from the other well-beings, how we need to travel our journey in the society for Viksit Bharat. It should be get trained from the student days. Next 25 years is our country's prosperity. Everybody, every institution, global level, every institution is telling that India is going to reach Vishwaguru. By 2038 itself, we are going to reach second largest economy in the world. It is not telling by our institutions. It is telling by the international institutions, experts. They are telling by 2038 we are reaching second position, means by 2047 it is very easy to become Vishwaguru, in which crime should be zero crime tolerance shall be the mindset we should be adapted by each and every citizen. Crime prevention through environmental design is the very important urban planning and safety. The ecosystem of Cpted The way the spaces are designed, built, and maintained can reduce the crime and improve the safety and security of the public. As experts, many experts in this workshop, they can give in detail how to design the CPTD and convergence, getting better results through convergence of using artificial intelligence as the tool. Do you know that CCTVs, facial recognition, biometric system, there are so many tools are available to use for crime detection and prevention. Most particularly, the people, huge amount of the people gathering in the public meetings and Ganesh Chaturdashi, the upcoming Durga Puja in Vijayawada. These are the places where the huge number of people come around as a crowd, in which how to render the service by the police by effective implementation of preventive measures as the tools by using the modern technology is at most important thing which need to be considered. And I am congratulating the School of Planning and Architecture Director Ramesh Garu and their team for conducting this wonderful conference, national level conference for CPTD and artificial intelligence in urban planning. Once again, I am congratulating and I am expressing my sincere thanks to each and every person who they are participated in this program. Your valuable inputs in this workshop is useful for the government for Viksit Bharat and Swarnandhra by 2047. Jai Hind, Bharat Mata ki. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for being here and spending your valuable time with us. I now request our director, Professor Dr. Ramesh Srikonda, to felicitate our chief guest and the guest of honors for today. Next, I would request sir to felicitate Srimati KGV Sarita Garu. I also request sir to felicitate Professor Dr. Virendra Kumar Paul, Director SPA Delhi. Take it from her. Take it back. That's all. Take them back. Thank you all. May I now invite Dr. Banu Chitra M, Dean Research, School of Planning and Architecture, Vijayawada, to kindly come forward and share us with the details of the technical sessions that will follow.
Thank you, Komal. Yeah. Good morning, respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, respected teachers, fellow students. Followed by this, we have a keynote speech by Sri Ravi Kumar Reddy, Chief Scientist, Life and Crypt, Hyderabad. The technical session commencing at 11:30 shall deliberate on the critical intersection of safety, design, and technology within contemporary urban environment. The proceedings will commence with an exploration of smart surveillance, integrating security systems in built environment, followed by a discourse on implementing Cpted principles through architectural intervention. Subsequent discussions will emphasize on the significance of intelligent systems and communities' engagement in digital communication, culminating it into the examination of Cpted and AI integration in urban planning. Collectively, these sessions are intended to present innovative perspectives that contribute towards the realization of safer, smarter, and more resilient cities. As per the Roman Stoic philosopher Seneca's quote, nothing is more honorable than a grateful heart. So, on this significant occasion, I consider it a great privilege to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our chief guest, Sri Lanka Dinakar sir, chairman of 20 Points program, Vikshit Bharat, and Swarna Andhra 2047 for gracing this conference with his esteemed presence and encouragement. Sir, thank you so very much. And I wish to thank KGV Sarita ma'am, Deputy Commissioner of Police. Thank you, ma'am, for your gracious participation and vision on urban safety. And my deep gratitude to Professor Dr. Virendra Kumar Paul, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Director, School of Planning and Architecture, Delhi, for honoring us with his valuable insights, and to our respected, beloved director, Professor Ramesh Rikonda, sir, for his constant support and guidance from the inception of this conference until today. I also extend my gratitude to Sri DP Srinivas, sir, President. Thank you so much, sir. UPDRF and co-founded Durang Technic Services for his meaningful contributions, and to Sri Ravi Kumar Reddy, sir, Chief Scientist, Life and Crypt Hyderabad, for his inspiring role in advancing innovations. I also wish to thank Sri KV Uma Maheshwar, sir, for participating along with us. And with the support and encouragement of all our dignitaries, this conference has been truly enriched and strengthened in its purpose. Thank you, respected everyone, for this. And followed by this, we have a keynote by Sri Ravi Kumar Reddy, sir. And yeah, thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am, for outlining the sessions ahead and for your warm words of gratitude. I now request all the respected dignitaries to take their seats off the dais as we move on to the keynote for today. Okay. Let's all rise for the national anthem, followed by the keynote afterwards.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Sir is there. Sir is come back for you. That's why. We'll get it here, sir, slowly. Okay. Yeah. He's telling no, all of them have gone out. So tell them that the keynote speaker also did not have tea. It's okay, so we'll continue. It's okay. Ah. So we have a visionary in scientific innovation and a leader whose work continues to inspire progress in applied technology. So we are honored to have you with us, and may I now request you to kindly deliver the keynote.
Good morning to all. I see very less crowd now since the. Can we wait for people to join us? Because I'm going to start with some stories which would interest everybody. Can I start off? Yeah, good morning to all distinguished guests, students. And I'm not new to this institution, and I have taken a lot of juries to students in planning. Mostly architecture students may not recognize me, but planning, I used to take a lot of juries. I had also conducted few workshops on different subjects of space management, etc., and smarter technologies. So when I say smarter technology, now it is called smart. Everything is smart. Everybody is smart. Everything is smart. But it was started by our chairman. And I used to work for a company called IBM. It was a global company and world number one at that time in innovation and software applications and hardware development as well. And we had the first quantum computing system, which was operational since 10 years. And our chairman, called Sam Palvesano, introduced to the world called Smarter Planet. Everything started from Smarter Planet. We used to see all the lobbies in our offices called Smarter Health, Smarter Transportation, Smarter Cities, Smarter everything. Everywhere you go, you see smarter applications. That triggered a lot of interest among people, who were research oriented in the software industry. And IBM enjoyed the top position in patents for almost a decade. Number one position in number of patents applied, number of patents granted for over a decade. For that matter, I had about 16 patents in software engineering and context management of humans, which is the core of the solution for Cpted. And I like to start with stories, and I'm just seeing if somebody joins the top seats, because the stories are interesting and the stories are very native to our problem. I used to work on a project in Delhi for a company called MTNL, which is a government-owned company. It is something like BSNL for rest of the world. Only for Bombay and Delhi, they have created a new company called converting BSNL into an MTNL, Metropolitan Telephone Network company. I happened to work with Delhi police to use CDR data intelligently to analyze for isolating the crime. So I used to interact with the police people, law enforcement people. One SP used to comment to us, "Arey bhai, ye kuch bhi karo, thief or a criminal is a very much above average person. His intelligence is much more than average person who is going on the road. He not only commits crime, but he creates escape routes much before committing the crime. Not only one escape policy, he creates multiple escape policies to see that he is safe in committing that mistake and escape." So that was one point the police were very much interested in looking at while doing the CDR analysis. That was long time back, some 15 years ago. Now I'll also go back to my childhood and tell some story. My grandfather's first cousin, another grandfather of mine, used to live in a Mandava house. How many people are aware of Mandava house? Mandava house is very much popular in coastal districts of Andhra Pradesh. And my grandparents, used to live in Mandu house, and his cousins also have separate Mandu houses in a almost gated community like. So one day they found shoutings above the ceiling of a Mandu house in one of my grandfather's house. So then they started opening the false ceiling. False ceiling is very thick, and it was a timber false ceiling in that Mandu house. So they opened it. There's a small inlet, and there's a ladder kept above that. And when you open, you see the ladder, and ladder is brought down to climb onto that to store some of the essentials in the loft. So they started hearing some loud noises and cries. The other people went up and saw there was one person suffering from pain, and he was a person from the same village, suffering from poverty, not having food for quite a long time. He somehow entered into the house, started living in the loft for 15 days. When nobody was there in the house, he used to come down, eat the food, and then go up again. It was not the crime meant for stealing something. It was a poverty which made him to reach there to have food on daily basis. So how he was detected, how he was crying. It was not humans who got him. He has been staying there for 15 days, and he created enough filth around him that attracted the rats. Rats found him. In fact, they're not humans. And he started crying when the rats were attacking on him, when there was a filth around it. And rest of the people noticed there was somebody staying above them all along that 15 days, sleeping, sitting, spending time in that loft. Okay, that's the story. Well, let me get into something which is necessary for us to learn now onto what is Cpted and evolution of Cpted further. And we are into the digital era. Cpted also should need to move, and we'll discuss all of them. Let me also start with another historical story. How many people recognize this fort? How many people recognize this fort? How many are from Madhya Pradesh? This is Gwalior Fort, which was built on a cliff and plateau, which was designated to be the most invincible fort of India. It is on the cliff. Sikandar Lodi tried his level best to conquer. No, he couldn't. His son Ibrahim Lodi finally managed to conquer this and kill Man Singh Tomar, who was a king ruling that region. He could not manage to get through the front door. What happened? It was by an internal advisor of the king who told this Ibrahim Lodi, took the money from him and said, idiots, you are trying to fight him on the cliff, but there is an entry from the jungle behind to get the essentials. That information was leaked to Ibrahim Lodi, and he entered into the fort from the rear entrance, which was not secured. King thought there was a forest behind it, and it is quite secured, and Ibrahim Lodi cannot reach there. But he reached comfortably, and he entered into the fort and killed Man Singh Tomar. But from the front entrance, his father also could not manage, and he also could not manage for quite a long time. It was information leaked by insiders. That's how the crime happened. I don't call it as crime. It was more of a war games between these two parties. But that's how the fort, which was called invincible, has fallen for opponent. Accepted in the design modernity, we have been dealing with two different kind of environments today. One is new projects which are coming up, which have been getting into the design with well awareness of what needs to be security provided to this built environment. The facility design is taken care by architects and planners to make sure sufficient amount of security privileges have been provided for these facilities. And the systems are getting more intelligent, and they're going beyond surveillance today. Surveillance is one aspect of seeing the crime, but crime analysis is going beyond the bounds. It's a paradigm shift to make sure that each individual who is walking in the space, living in the space, needed to be taken care to cover his security and safety. Third, treat facilities as enablers of human activity. Facilities are static. Facilities are not of great importance. It is the people who are in the facility should be privileged enough to make sure that the facilities are reactive to them. Facilities are reactive, not the humans. Humans should be secured with the facilities who are changing their behavior with reference to supporting the human to make him secured and have a secure life. Second most biggest problem that we are seeing as far as urban planners and architects are concerned, the existing houses and existing neighborhoods. We cannot change them overnight. We need to have some definite plan to make sure that the existing facilities, existing built up, existing road networks, and existing farms, architectural farms, needed to have sufficient security cover with reference to providing surveillance and other activities, other intelligence. That is nothing but retrofitting existing systems into match to a new modernity of digital world, which is a bigger task than creating a new one. Creating a new facility or a new neighborhood is easier because you have all the specification parameters coming to you and you're designing accordingly. But what would you do when you are asked to do a neighborhood which is already built, people are living there, and it is there for over a decade or 2 decades, and now you're trying to design surveillance mechanism to reduce the crime in that area? That is a bigger task for architects. Architect needed to be multifaceted, multidimensional in terms of his approach to see, without disturbing the existing framework of built up. How do you create security? How do you enhance the digital surveillance and all these existing facilities? Because existing facilities cannot be disturbed. You can't destroy the entire building for the sake of security. But taking the existing form of the building or the neighborhood structure in terms of network, you or as an architect, you need to be little more intelligent, little more passive in terms of seeing these problems and solving the problems so that it matches to any other greenfield neighborhood. Is no less. It matches with any other neighborhood because any other greenfield neighborhood, because this old neighborhood is going to co-live with the new neighborhood which is created adjacent to it. The problems becomes common. If you have a greenfield neighborhood next to the old neighborhood, if you don't treat the existing neighborhood with sufficient amount of security, these problems will percolate to the new greenfield as well. We have to treat these two at par in terms of ability to recover from the crime or prevent the crime. Okay, evolution. If you look at the evolution, it started in 1961. Jane Jacobs started criticizing the urban policy of United States. Most of the cities in US, they have become dungeons of crime. Downtowns have become habitual crime spots. And I think US is left behind. They can't handle it anymore. Now people start living outside downtowns. Downtowns have become really are highly crime oriented. Even US law enforcement agencies left it behind. They don't care much of disturbances there because it is downtown, and I can't walk into New York downtown safely. And most of the American cities, they have died. There is nothing like downtown now. Even if we pick up Indian cities today or any city in India, there is nothing like downtown. We talk about CBD principle in urban planning and gridiron patterns in terms of design. All is rubbish today. It is clustered development. Every city has their own cluster with reference to importance of development. So the cluster, what kind of cluster that you are handling, this cluster gives you the feed in terms of what kind of crime prevention possible on this, what kind of crime can happen on this. These are some of the aspects that we architects or urban planners need to get in and study. That unless there is a specification on the space, you can't build a system. And if you're trying to build a system without a specification, you're trying to throw stone into the dark. A spec is important for you to understand how it is happening, which means that the detailed study is needed almost at par with the specifications, and that drives through your requirements. If you do not have a spec of the complete study, a design is not possible. If there is no design, whatever you do in terms of cameras, cables, nothing is going to be a great help. It is a waste of time. So it is a series of activities that one gets involved in terms of starting from requirements gathering or requirements capture, create specifications from that, create design of that, and then move on to execution. And execution itself is not going to be helpful. Execution should be tested with the scenarios of the crime patterns and the crime pattern and isolation of crime pattern, handling of crime, and finally the decision making and process of decision making based on the inputs which are given by the system, which is still working in the background. And second, Ray Jeffrey, he was a person who created a word called Cpted. He coined this in the year 1970. And it is not a new concept, it is very old, as old as 1970. Oscar Newman added, extended in knowledge to that, saying that higher crime rates persist in high-rise housing. That is from the US perspective. I don't know whether in India, anybody has collected information about India of high-rise housing, whether crime exists or not. But US, it was found high-rise means higher crime in housing. So he has also specified the space hierarchy model. When a person moves from one space to other, he goes through enormous amount of changes in terms of his security parameters. He is exposed, unexposed, private space and public space. In public space, what is the kind of vulnerability you would face? Because we are talking about human to be centric of everything. Human to be centric for his security. Human to be centric to his sustenance. And finally, in year 2021, Cpted Group managed to create an ISO standard 22341. This becomes a standard now in ISO process management and ISO integration to rest of the ISO standards. And this is a evolutionary history of Cpted till now. Now we have to step further ahead using all this backbone knowledge to something else. Objective of neighborhood design. We've been talking about neighborhoods to be more safer, neighborhoods to be more structured in terms of resilient to any crime that which may be possible at any point of time, because crime do not happen by chance. Crime happens by a plan. If you know how the crime plan is executed by the miscreants, if you know prior, there is a possibility to prevent that. Next generation facility management that you are doing till today, I would rather call this as obsolete. Facility design today should get into a newer dimension of adding more parameters with reference to surviving humans who are going to use the facilities. Again, I said it should be human centric. Human is the utmost importance to any surrounding facilities. I used to work in Netherlands, and my friend, a Dutchman, we were discussing about what are the life conditions in India and the Netherlands. I said, okay, we have we have a lot of people live there, and he asked one peculiar question: what is the life guarantee in India for the people? So I was zapped for a while and say, why are you asking this question to me? So he said, even if one jumbo jet gets burnt, we don't care. But even if one life survives, that is a great thing for nation. That is how the importance they have given about human life and human life conditions, human security as part of their democratic process. Facilities do not mean anything. It should be the human that should be focused for utmost care with reference to a sustenance and survival for an entire life period. And I propose a domain integrated approach. It is not one domain alone. We are not talking about surveillance. We are talking about various domains come together as a conglomerate to execute this model of digital integration for safety and security for citizens. And it involves a lot of automation. Automation requires huge amount of systems knowledge. Are all architects thinking system or just only facility designers? It is time architects should get into becoming systems thinkers. Everything is a system around you. Everything is a system. Virtually everything is a system. If you develop knowledge more from the point of view of building a system, not a house, not walls and windows and doors. If you feel you are designing a system, your approach changes totally. It is not just building; it is a system that you are delivering to users. Okay, this is how currently there is huge amount of command management that happens in defense. Now today wars are fought on digital backbone. There are no more fighting with the guns. It is a backbone of digital management of everything in terms of command management. It includes air, sea, and artillery, and whole lot of command happens in a central location or multiple locations of maneuvering this command, and everything goes in terms of collecting data, attack or recede in terms of the plan. Earlier command used to be taken care by the lieutenant who is taking the command of the troop, but today that that kind of approach is vanished in command management of army across the world. Everything is digital. All are smart instruments. They know each other. They talk to each other on a protocol, which we don't know which protocol they speak to peers, and they come with a command of a model, and they execute the model and they exit. Same approach we need to go in looking at human or an individual to look at situational awareness. I need to understand the situation in which he is traveling across space, and I have to plan a contingency in case if he is trying to get into a trouble. I have to proactively see he is going to get into trouble. It may be crime, or it may be environmental hazard, or it may be an accident. I need to protect him while taking care of his behavior in the space by involving facilities around. Facilities doesn't mean walls, doors, etc. Facilities is also a car. Facility is also an airplane. Facility is also walking on the street. Surrounding environment is his facilities, because I keep talking about human as the center of every activity. And similar to what we see in defense, it should come down to human application as well. That's been my talk for almost a decade. I keep talking about this subject everywhere, wherever I get chance to say military type command should exist with taking care of citizens as well. That is how you build a better nation. And situation space versus human context. Human context, yeah. The first time we are coming to know what is human context. Everything that I do, everything that I exist on this earth is building a context of myself. I am in this auditorium today. That is my context. I am served with this temperature. I have lights in front of me. I have so many people sitting in front of me. I am talking from the dais. This is my context. When I come out of this, when I complete this discussion, I am going to go and sit along with you. That is my context. There is a change happening into my context, irrespective of facilities, irrespective of what is the surrounding environment. Now let's look at some of the details of built space that is designed, constructed by an architect. That is environment focused, and density. How many people are using that space, and what is the circulation available in that space which is given to me to use, and then what is the layout? Is it safe? If I enter into this building when nobody is around, I may not feel safe. So that kind of psychological construct should go into my context. Yeah, sure. Thank you, Dinkar. Bye. Okay, sir. Okay, thank you. So then appealing, the space is appealing to the individual in terms of psychological upbuild. Then your facilities tend to be static. Of course, now we are getting into an area where facilities are also dynamic. Facilities also change shapes for individual requirements, and they are all intuitive. Once they are intuitive, you made up your mind. Individual has made up his mind in reacting to the surroundings, reacting to the facilities around him. Now he gets into the new loop called intuition has triggered the psyche in a human, because we are a psychological animals. Humans are psychological animals. How many people would agree? Do you all agree we are all psychological? Though we don't show up, we're all psychological. By intuition, we become influenced by our psychology. Psychology is nothing but the past knowledge that I have built up in my frontal cortex. I too have huge amount of information which I built over decades. Your behavior in the space may be entirely different than a small kid who didn't have much of knowledge about the space. That is the difference. That creates a psyche in human being. Then the psyche is dynamic, and your reaction to the space is very dynamic. And all the time, you keep acquiring newer and newer dimensions of facilities, and you become ubiquitous. Ubiquitous means you strengthen your position in using the facility to take care of your well-being. That is ubiquitous. You are hell-bent and say, okay, this is my facility, this is my comfort. I have settled with this facility. When I go out, that is my constraint. I should not touch that. These are the kind of ubiquitous behavior that each individual human being tend to create. It is with everybody. Every individual have their own ubiquitous behavior with the space. And then when it is ubiquitous, you also look for acquiring what is comfort in that. Oh, I am ubiquitous, but I should be more comfortable in using the space and facilities around it. And that becomes your experience. That becomes finally your experience of using the space, whether it is confined space for yourself or private space for yourself or public space. You have experience in assimilating the knowledge about how to use these facilities. You may not have comfort to use the facilities when you go out of your private room. Your private room is your confinement. That's why the space is very, very congenial to you, and you tend to acquire huge amount of experience to say that I'm private here. That is your comfort. But the moment you come out of your room, it keeps decreasing. So you are doing a trade-off in terms of how you want to behave with the space. So this is the Newman's definition of hierarchy of spaces when human uses. Because if you are given a confinement, that is not the end of your life. You're going to go out, you're going to meet your friends, you're going to travel on the common communications or transportation networks, and you're going to meet somebody, or you're going to go to your office, or you're going to go to your school, and you're going to go to your class. So every stage you pass through various stages of hierarchy in space. So psychological state of the spaces is private, family, neighborhood, crowd. Crowd means you're open, you're an open, and in the neighborhood. And then you get into something common. It is always oscillating between private all the time. Private to private, private to open, open to private. Because you are not static. Human is not static in one place. He keeps moving in the space for his purpose of doing his business, for purpose of doing his regular day-to-day works. And lastly, the individual space. Come down to occupancy nature. How do one occupy this space? Private is highly secluded, and family wise, you predict uncertainties well because it is your family. You know your family members well, and you know how they react along with you in the space. Next is neighborhood level. You come down to neighborhood. It is organized social. In your neighborhood, you know many of them, many of your friends, many of your family members live in the same neighborhood. You know the vulnerability when you engage with them. It is a structured vulnerability, not so big of a risk in interacting with them and moving in the space of neighborhood. But when you get into the crowd, open to all, you don't even know many of them. They are strangers. That is unknown social. Then you move on to your workplace. That is common, organized temporarily. You may not know many of them who are working with you. So when you walk into the lobbies, you may not know many of the students who are known to you, except your friends and classmates. Then when you get into work or the classroom, I'll take the example of SPA Vijayawada. You get into the classroom, it is individual space again to the known people around you. So come down to risk vulnerability of all this. One is when you are private, risk is very, very low in terms of your security, unless there is an earthquake affecting the building. Family wise, risk is low. Neighborhood, since you know many of the people who are around you, that is medium. And the crowd and neighborhood, which is away from your regular neighborhood, the risk is very, very high for being secured. You have to be very, very careful. You can't have the relaxed attitude that you had in private to to the place where you come into crowd and neighborhood. Then again, you move on to medium, that which is your known neighborhood, and then move into work isolated. I'm working in a company. I move to my desk. That is quite secured. Even the risk is low. Coming to transition property of the same, private is secured, family is also secured, neighborhood, your neighborhood, known neighborhood, as well as unknown neighborhood on the other side, and crowd and neighborhood, and even common place when you are in the campus, they are all compromised. There is security compromised, your position is compromised, your well-being is compromised. And lastly, the individual, which is highly secured. And this hierarchy was defined by Oscar Newman, who we discussed about a book. But this is improved by me to have a better understanding about not only the space hierarchy model, but what is the occupancy risk and transition properties I have added to this. Oscar Newman doesn't talk about this. He just defines the space of hierarchy. Okay, game of context. Now we're talking about the context a lot. The reason why I'm not even getting into what is Cpted unless we know what is the context definition. Context is the key for anything tomorrow. I had been working on the context almost for 1.5 decades, and I have patents on that. So there is so much to learn on the context, because context is going to drive everybody to live happily and to secure himself and to protect himself and to lead a well-being kind of life. So what you need for, I just take care of two. Yeah, I have more. I require more time, man. Not 2 minutes. Sorry. So unauthorized intrusion. Let's take two cases of unauthorized intrusion. Unauthorized intrusion is anonymity. Somebody encroaches into your space. So data composition, which we have seen, is RFID, video analytics, location analysis, crime type hierarchy. This is intention of trespassing, either intention of the crime, whether it is trespassing into the area which is secluded, or burglary, or even vandalism, property destruction, or even physical harm. These are the types of crimes can happen when intruder comes into the space which is secluded space of yours. And data process is expected to have access analysis, contextual updates of legal inhabitants. So it is not, yeah, here is the catch. I am not going to discuss about intruder alone. I am also going to see who are the inhabitants at that point of time when intrusion happens. Because I have to create and safe and security for inhabitants, which means that I need to collect context of all the individuals and context of intruder at the same time. Because I have to create a combinational model between these two to say achieve my objective of creating security and safe and security for those individuals who are already my context members of security requirement. Decisions are spatial heat maps, and you create spatial heat map on the layouts, identifying, isolating the anonymous activity, and facility-wise proximity analysis. And where is he going to go first? Where is the red flag for me? Mitigation plan for action, crime isolation and isolation of the crime. And how can I see what is he going to do with reference to trespass or burglary? What is the intention? And the second use case is gender differentiation, where ma'am was Sarita ma'am was mentioning in the morning about vulnerable communities like women, children, old people. They are the easy targets for the criminals. So that is another use case where women are pixelated automatically in the cameras, because in Europe having cameras became a bigger pain. Now we are talking about Europe and developed nations are talking to remove cameras from our premises. Then how do you do a surveillance? No, have some other model. I can help somebody who can do a research on that from SPA Vijayawada to say how can cameras be removed, but still higher surveillance is possible. There are ways and means of doing it. So remove cameras. These cameras are becoming a problem because they are high resolution today. Cameras are high resolution today, and they are being seen as obscenity in terms of voyeurism by most of the juvenile in Europe. They capture women walking on the street. They capture children photographs because technology is enabling them to capture as many photographs as possible, which are at the high resolution. This is giving scope to voyeurism and crime against vulnerable sections of people like women, children, and aged people. So that is another use case that we've been talking. Coming to horizon of applications, device is my center of applications because I'm a device. Human to be treated as a device in the whole system, and surrounding devices which are attached to facilities. Facilities are dynamic. When I say facilities are dynamic, I'm not asking you to move the walls. Walls have knowledge. Walls have knowledge in terms of acquired sensing. Walls do have sensing. All the sensing is done through devices. They can help create models for automation. Automation finally helps in providing the required security as per the plan when I move from one space to other. This is a cursory, orientation of how a human should be centric to all the facilities around. It is not facilities. I don't say they're facilities now. I'm moving away from facilities. I'm moving to data which is provided by all these facilities. I don't care whether the facilities exist or doesn't exist. Whether I'm capturing data with reference to safety and security of this individual. Till now, I've been talking about facilities. Now, from here onwards, I evaporated facilities. I started talking more about what is the sensing data that I'm getting through facilities to create a ring around human to take care of him. It is data that comes in. These are the attributes of human-centric approach in dealing with the safety and security. It is not crime alone. These systems should help him save from adversities. Cpted is only crime, but institutional crime also gets involved. When I travel somewhere on the road, I need safety and security. Even accident is also a crime that should be prevented. How does it get prevented? Only when I have the data support across to say what is going to happen on the road in terms of irregularities that happen on the street. That consolidates the whole data and gives system a permission to inform or protect this individual. There are a variety of contexts. I've been doing a lot of research on the context itself. There are a variety of contexts on the human service proliferation, ubiquitous context. Ubiquitous context itself is huge, and context definition is infinite. There is no end for context definition of a human when he is centric to services provided by the facilities around. Data required for analytics, it is all data driven. And we also have social network analysis that which happens in the background to say who is driving what in the social media. Who is leader, who is follower. Follower can be leader for some other purpose. And there are a lot of studies happening in the background beyond architecture. You have to step into next level of being architects. Architecture is seen only as buildings today. Tomorrow I want architects to become more scientists. It's a building science or building engineering. And this is how we manage the context, update context on dynamic basis. There's a big system being built on how the context gets updated in real time or near real time. Hierarchy of assets. How many people do know along with the facilities there are assets involved? There are assets. Facilities are assets when they have sensing with them, they become assets. Each asset has got its own behavior in terms of collecting information, because I have provided that asset for collecting certain level of information for purpose of my model support in the background, and that is circular again. And finally, permissible sensing extension available with the walls, and this data is synchronized in terms of device, and device negotiates with my platform in the background. How many people also don't know the devices that we use today, end devices, that permissible sensible extensions, sensing extensions, do have their own knowledge today, because knowledge has reached the final sensing application like cameras. They can pixelate. If I provide knowledge prior to installation, if I give the knowledge, they can pixelate human faces, or rather women faces, when somebody is trying to capture or screen grab for purpose of malified intention. Use cases again, the same repeated. Urban space is a culpable puzzle. If it is a village and small unit, I can prevent the crime easily, because I know very well to say who is my neighbor, who is my fellow village mate. But when you get into higher density areas like urban, I have to see the person who is walking next to me as a criminal, though he is not a criminal. I have to treat him as a criminal. I can't wait for some criminal activity happen, but I have to by default treat my fellow traveler, or fellow traveler in metro, or fellow traveler in a public transport, a person walking next to me. I have to treat him as a criminal. He is going to attack on me. So it is always a culpable puzzle. Urban is always a culpable puzzle, which requires to know crime pattern as requirements, and counteraction is a demand from law enforcement agencies, And we also have to see how the data should be collected and what is the feasibility of the data. Data doesn't come free. Data is not free. You have to design what data you need and what data can be collected. A feasibility also should be known when we build the models. Models means it is architectural design embedded with the process model of security coverage. And the continuity is the process deployment. Process is important. When you build a system, you have to have the knowledge of process as well. And this is a complete system in terms of the ecosystem. The last one that you see on this side is collection management in terms of sensing, either it is camera or RFID or anything, whatever can sense some kind of data, and then calibrated into some kind of domain where small amount of knowledge is predetermined. If it is beyond, if knowledge is not sufficient to prevent any crime, that goes back to the base platform where critical analysis is done while collaborating with databases or data warehouses or AI agents if there is any pattern that which is pastly seen, and provide that data to this platform to take decisions. And now come to ISO. ISO, how many people are aware of ISO standards and how many people have gone through the certification of ISO? I don't expect much from academic institutions, but corporates do a lot of certification for ISO 9000 and so many. So they do a lot of certifications. Even hospitals do certification for ISO. They claim that they are certified under so and so ISO. Similarly, when it is ISO, it is possible to do certification under this number. And ISO 22341 for Cpted talks about threats of identified criminal offenses and installed assets and resources as easy targets, and easy targets for vulnerability to countermeasures. Countermeasures should be designed, and it defines a process. Any ISO standard talks about the process base and input criteria to that and output criteria. When such system is available in terms of definition of an ISO, it is possible to combine single ISO with multiple ISO standards. ISO 31K is risk management ISO. That is nothing to do with Cpted. But this comes and joins and conjoins with this to make the ISO standard or multiple of ISO standards. Even asset planning and asset management, there are ISO standards. When all of them come together, it becomes a big and complex process mechanism to be certified or to be followed for system design further. So we call that as quagmire, ISO quagmire. It is quite complex. There are hundreds of standards exist, and it is for a best consultant to pick up the right ISO standard, mix them together to create a highly possible process intermix. Second, when we go to digital implementation of that, we have two different sets working there. Total dependence on AI is going to make the system fail because AI is quite erratic. The data is very, 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 very much unstructured. Data talks only about the patterns and it cannot repeat the same pattern in the next instance. AI agent data is not repetitive unless you run a structured project in that. Creating structured project doesn't mean that you create your own LLM. So LLM design has to be done exclusively by you for your own purpose, but it can bring a lot of corpus which it has pre-learned already. So an example I would like to give here: if you give Lord Mountbatten any of the handles, what it would return? Lord Mountbatten, he was Viceroy of India from so and so time. But if you add, there is something called logical operators, and, or, and XOR, and not. These are logical operators to build any query to any of the systems, either to the database or any of the applications that I build or the AI. Everything works on logic and how you build the query, how you build your request. Now I say Lord Mountbatten killed, died. Say you give an extra coin to that, say Lord Mountbatten died. What will you get? You get totally different kind of input because it collection from the corpus is something else. Lord Mountbatten died. One more pipe and Irish rebels. You just give this. You just coin this. You do not know what it is. but it's going to give a different kind of output altogether. Irish rebels killed him by planting a bomb in his boat where he is traveling. See that you have three sets of data which is provided by the so-called corpus on the right side, that which is already accumulated knowledge. So it is for you to say how I want to get the information, how I want the corpus to collect these vectors for my purpose, which is very, very specialized to the people who are going to use the data to. But on the other side, when you come to platform, Cpted do require a data platform, independent data platform, which has databases and operational data schema, procedures built into that to execute the methodologies, and applications surrounded by that, which takes care of various scenario models and integrations. Snowflake schema is more to do with data warehouse and scenario description. I do analytics on that. And this is how we build the system from business to physical. We start with the specifications in business, we build the logical approach, and finally we build physical in terms of applications. That's where the platform comes into picture. And there is a distinct difference between these terminologies you need to worry about. One is situational intelligence and situational awareness. Situational awareness doesn't save you. It provides awareness to the backbone system to create models or create reactions to save you or save from the crime. That is situational intelligence. That is a distinct difference between these two terms. People get usually mistaken by situational awareness and situational intelligence. These two distinct activities altogether, and Cpted should adapt to the next versions onwards to intelligence models of applying security for build spaces. And I just leave it open for reading. We are going to be surrounded by data forever, and next generations are going to be more. They're going to create more and more data around them, and we have to live with the data. And how to use the data is the intelligence of architects who are creating the system of building, not just building. Thank you very much. Any questions? I would invite, I enjoy questions. Please. Of course, it is quite big subject. I agree. In one day, it is not possible. We may need one half an hour is not possible. But probably we may need 1 day or 2 day kind of workshop, interactive workshop for architects, because architects are seen as the most important people in the society today, because they are going to drive lives of hundreds of people for their living. Please understand that you are important, and for the next generations to come, and vulnerabilities are going to be as manifold as possible. It is just not walls, windows, and doors. Our philosophy of built forms and space. Corbusier himself said in one of his books, "Building is a mission." The great architect, who we revere for his excellence, he himself called building is a mission. Why not we change our attitude while looking at creating a building to be more reactive to the purpose of people who are going to use that. Not that I built 4 walls and 1 room, 1 door, 1 window. We are forcing him to live there. And if I live in one place for 10 years, I tend to create adverse psychology against it. And how to stop that adverse psychology to be built up in humans, so that he is safe, sustained in that place, and he is covered with all amounts of possible environmental hazards. Okay, thank you very much. And any questions, sir? No, I enjoy being questioned. No, just let's save 5-10 minutes for questions, and I think it's a fair ask. 5-10 minutes, students can take out, even some of the staff members, esteemed staff members. I know one who had been discussing with me earlier in the past. It's a new science altogether. We are not talking about Cpted alone. We are talking about building a whole academia with a different kind of thought process that covers Cpted by default. Yeah. Can you give the mic to him? Let others also listen. It's an interesting question. Yeah, yeah,
I'll repeat the question.
yeah, sure.
You were referring to the need for retrofitting in existing building stock and existing neighborhoods to upgrade them to be better able to cope up with the demands of crime prevention through environmental design. So, but retrofitting buildings which have been existing for a long time and neighborhoods which are grown up in a settled manner, it's a very difficult task. So, as urban planners, urban designers, and architects, what are some of the broad steps that you would outline, sir? What is approach at least? Obviously, as you were saying, every neighborhood and every building will have its own context, and we have to approach it in that particular way. But still, some broad steps, if you can suggest, sir.
Yeah, very inquisitive question. In fact, when you look at the current neighborhood, you have to start from the point of view of people, not the buildings. That's why my worry is to know what is demography first. Demography, second is density, how it is being used. In a given neighborhood, maybe one of such buildings is highly dense, other buildings are just low density. That categorization is to be done first, and then apply your thought in terms of who are the black spots that you identify. Take care of the black spots and create enough openness to those black spots or surveillance, which is not to that facility alone. Let the entire neighborhood know that there are black spots in the neighborhood. If you treat building as to be treated for Cpted, that is the biggest failure. It is to the neighborhood. The entire neighborhood should be treated as a surveillance environment or a surveillance parcel. If I want to create cameras in my building, that doesn't suffice crime to be stopped. Yeah, some kind of architectural interventions or elevated places in that as new interventions to say that I'm finding some vulnerability with reference to movement, because we are talking about intention analysis in the crime, that which is supported by AI agents on the data warehouse models that I already have built in the Cpted process. They can quickly analyze in terms of the movement, in terms of approach of any individual to the facilities. It can isolate the intention, but at the same time, isolate the intention also has got its bad sides. One is false negative, false positive as well. You understand what is false negative and false positive? AI is only going to give pattern of past knowledge if it has got any, if it is trained. If it is not trained, that is going to be as dumb as possible. But your data warehouses are a trustworthy sources, because I know what is the input, I know what output I have created in terms of the analytic identities that I've done through 3NF. So these are trustworthy. These are trustworthy. But AI generated data need not be trustworthy today, because there is no statistical best fitment possibility done on AI output till today. If it reaches that stage of acceptability to 90 percentile of scenarios that I'm seeing, I can still accept AI. But AI should be used primarily to know the patterns and pattern matching of the intent of crime.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful and thought provoking keynote. I now request our director, Professor Dr. Ramesh Srikonda and Sri DP Srinivas Garu to felicitate our keynote speaker.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. We now begin with our first technical session for the day, the theme of which is smart surveillance, integration, and security systems in built environment. We are honored to have as the session chair Sri D.P. Srinivas, President of the Urban Planning and Design Development Research Foundation and co-founder and CRO of Durantech Services. Sir, we welcome your leadership for this session. Our first presentation is on integration of smart technical surveillance for enhancing safety and security in urban market spaces in India by Ms. Manali Basu and Mr. Moturu Surya Ratna Srinivas.
Good morning. Once again, it was a very insightful presentation, sir. So coming to the subject of smart surveillance and integration of security system in the built environment. See, I wear basically two hats. One is on the security as a security professional for the last 20-25 years. The other one is UDRF, which is a think tank for urban planning and design research. So these two go in hand in hand. The reason being, unless we have a fusion of different faculties of both technology and all these institutional support in terms of academia, to bring these together, we need to have some kind of a nodal agency or a think tank that can bring all government agencies and the public sector and private sector together. I'll just give you a brief perspective of the technology. Sarah spoke about a lot about the different aspects in the AI. AI is all pervasive today. It's not just in the data segment, it is also in the vision technologies. So primarily in the surveillance side of it, for the security purpose, we mostly depend on the computer vision, which is a vision technology in the AI. So what happens in this is you have eyes on the ground, which are your cameras, with no brain in it. Primarily what happens, you have an eye with no brain. So if you see whatever you see, you are not analyzing with your eyes. Those are only capturing devices, what we call. So the capturing devices doesn't have any analysis built into it. So what we do is we create a brain and algorithms on the background, either in the server side or in the near edge side, which is called in the local environment. So whatever the feed that comes from the cameras, we do analysis and we give meaningful situational awareness. And that intelligence is given to the human in the loop. Why we call human in the loop is AI is not the end goal. Whatever the AI is providing is actually has to be decision left to the human to take the next steps. The workflow after what happens in the AI, like the previous speaker has said, we have to give it back to the humans to do the analysis right now, because we are not fully evolved in terms of AI to be at a decision making capacity. Okay, so having said that, we have a lot of security systems that are implemented across the country, be it purposefully done for the security or for occupational safety or for analyzing the situations of any built environments. You have a lot of scenarios across the country, and every individual scenario is different to that of a next one. So what artificial intelligence does is you have a specific area, like say for example you have a school or you have a playground or you have a factory that is in a urban environment. These are very well lit and people move in these areas all day. But what happens in the end of the day, these becomes empty and these becomes breeding ground for the crime. So how do we protect, or how do we make possible these areas, the areas that surrounding these areas which are empty black spots, and that is what we use for the AI analysis in the security. Take that feed, give it to the algorithms. Algorithms are the ones who does the analysis and send it back to the command controls. So that loop, ending with the human in the loop, is what is very important. It's very interesting to give this session. Thank you, Dr. Ramesh, for putting together, wonderful session titles. These build environments are so important today because the fusion of the knowledge between the architects and the security professionals and those building AI systems beyond the security professionals. So, if you see, I'm a security professional, but I have come into the technical side of it. Now technology became part of the security, and now I'm stepping back a little bit and taking the help of architects, taking the help of SBA, just to get back into the system where all three of us create a safe environment. So it's all fragmented. If you take these three parts separated, the purpose is defeated. But if you put all these three together, then we have an achievement that the end purpose is the safety and security of the citizens, safety and security of those people who are living in these built environments. Having said that, it's very interesting to see. I have given 1 hour, but I think I have taken already 15 minutes. So we have four presenters here. The first one is integration of smart technical surveillance for enhancing safety and security in the urban market spaces by Manali Basu and Motur Surya Ratna Srinivas. Oh, they are there behind me. I can see you if you are behind me.
No, they are ready only.
Okay, please.
Okay.
Yes, sir. The instructions are like, since we have four, earlier we thought of 10 minutes, now it's reduced to a little bit of 7 minutes. Please keep it a little brief, but effective. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all the esteemed guests, respected director sir, all the respected faculty members and everyone present here today. I am Manali Basu
I'm Srinivas.
and we are PhD scholars at the School of Planning and Architecture Vijayawada, and we are grateful to SPAV and the Urban Planning and Design Development Research Foundation for giving us the opportunity to present our research paper here today. Our research is on integration of smart technical surveillance for enhancing safety and security in urban market spaces in India. So these are the points that we'll be covering in our presentation today. So coming to the brief about the study, in India, if we see the current scenario, then crimes are of two types that include the traditional as well as the ones which are technologically driven. And although we have seen that there is a decrease in the crime rates over the years, there is an alarming rise in crimes against women especially, which needs proper attention and prompt action. So in that case, integrating smart surveillance and security systems becomes an indispensable part, and especially in the context of India, which is an expanding economy, implementing such interventions is of utmost importance. So the main aim of our study is to integrate the technology security and surveillance systems in the Basin Road market area in Vijayawada, Andhra Pradesh, for tracking the crimes and as well as to reduce the crime rates. So coming to the introduction, the word crime has been derived from the Latin word crimen, and these are the different classifications of crime. The different types of crime that are prevalent in general. So, coming to a literature review, at the international level, several studies have been done by the past researchers where they have pointed out about the criminal activities that have taken place in Great Britain or in France. So, a few other studies have taken place which shows that African and Latin American countries have the highest crime rates, and other studies have been conducted in the US and the European Union. So, coming to the Indian context, so we have the National Crime Records Bureau who provide reports on the crime rates in the urban areas. But till 1953, we did not find any mention of such records in the reports. In 1963, the NCRB introduced a report on the 8 cities, and in 1983, they introduced 4 more cities. And in 1993, for the first time, a chapter on the urban crimes was released by them. So, these are few other statistics given by the NCRB 2023 reports. So, these are the different types of theories that are present for preventing criminal activities. So, coming to the traditional surveillance systems, so they have played a major role in ensuring safety and security over the years. However, they lack in certain features which are present in the smart surveillance systems. And previous researchers have addressed the concept of smart surveillance systems and have found that they efficiently help in mitigating the crimes. So, coming to the need of the study, from the review of literature, we find that although the traditional systems, surveillance systems, have played a major role in ensuring safety and security, still they lack in several features which are present in the smart ones. And especially if we look in the context of India, which is facing rapid urbanization as well as economic growth, there are several challenges which has been introduced related to security. So, there is an increased need for smart surveillance in public areas such as market spaces for ensuring customer safety and efficient store management. So, the objective of our study is to propose smart surveillance systems for ensuring enhanced safety and security in public spaces, in the market areas, especially in an expanding economy like India. So, these are the research questions which we'll try to address in our research. So, coming to the materials and methods.
The study area selected is Besant Road, Vijayawada. In this area, we have marked it, and then we have also identified different safety and security infrastructure close to the area, hospitals and police stations. And these are the different distances at which they are located from the study area. Come to the methods of the study. We had conducted 2 field visits carried out on one on afternoon and other on the evening. Both these field visits consisted of conducting interviews. There were 21 respondents, out of which 15 were shopkeepers, others were shoppers. Interview questions included safety and security of women in the area, nighttime securities, the frequency of visits of shoppers, and also the responsiveness of the law enforcement agencies. Interviews were audio recorded, and then later they were transcribed and analyzed. Coming to the results, basically we found out that even though the road width is 12 meters wide, most of it is encroached by shopkeepers and hawkers, leaving only two narrow lanes of 2.5 meters each. And south of the Besant Road, south of the Gopal Reddy Road is slightly less congested because the center of the road is not occupied, or should I say encroached. It is clearly visible that the shops being crammed creates kind of a linear visual space with multiple layers, creating a confusion for shoppers, and it also creates a difficulty in navigation through the area and also trying to find particular addresses. CCTVs have been observed at different locations. They are only installed at junctions and they do not have any oscillating features, leaving very apparent blind spots. Uh, from the interviews, we also found out that there are minor accidents and quarrels between the shoppers and also between the shopkeepers regarding parking spaces and also awning spaces for display of merchandise. And there is also a issue with pedestrian movement because of cramped spaces on the north of Gopal Reddy Road. We can also find that there is a difficulty of shoppers trying to reach particular locations because auto rickshaws and taxis refuse to drop them or pick them up within the decent road. They have to go to the Elur road or the Bandar road. We have identified few solutions, or should I say proposals, which we are giving. One of them is removal of encroachment and resettling the hawkers, because it creates a swift movement through the area and also improves the movement of police personnel or other emergency services. And it is very difficult to navigate through the area, creating a possibility for scammers and using duplicity of addresses or fake shops. So having geotagging the each building and shop provides a accurate location to all security personnel and also the ambulances to resolve any emergency scenarios. CCTVs need to be increased and they should be updated with night vision and oscillating patrol features so it can be controlled. And CCTV needs to be integrated with facial and number plate recognition systems, movement tracking, and which will help in assisting law enforcement agencies. Now, network of surveillance needs to be provided with multiple redundancies in communication systems and also power backups so that they work in all situations. They need to be integrated with geotagged emergency help buttons so that particular help button which is being used, they can be located and personnel can move there swiftly. Drones shall also be used for area monitoring and management. Now, command center which receives all this data can be it can use AI to process it and analyze it while also being monitored by law enforcement personnel. Command center needs to coordinate all the information movement and everything with the personnel so that they can reach the location. Command center can also use all this data to create a GIS based crime maps which can help in
You have
planning further problems.
another 30 seconds to finish off.
Yeah, so coming to the conclusion, we can say that such kind of criminal activities need to be monitored and abated. And the proposals that we have proposed in our study, those similar interventions can be proposed in the other similar contexts in case of India. And future studies can further focus on the surveillance and security of market spaces from the law enforcement perspective. And they can take into account larger study areas for getting a comprehensive understanding of crime patterns and possible ways of mitigating the same. So some of the difference from our study, and thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. The second in line is mapping urban visibility, a computational approach for eyes on the street through Invest 3D solutions. Charlapudi Dheeraj Venkata, Manikanta, and Chidambaram.
I request the participants to keep it to 7 minutes only. Good morning, everyone. Myself, Srileha, presenting this work, which I co-authored with architect Dheeraj. We are really grateful for the opportunity to share our work with you today. Our paper is titled Mapping Urban Visibility, a computational approach for eyes on the street through ISOVIS 3D simulations. Our crime impacts urban well-being, creating fear and insecurity in the people. But urban design that promotes active frontage, visual connectivity, and community participation enhances safety in the urban environment. One of the CPTD principle, natural surveillance, what Jane Jacob calls as eyes on street, is a major focus of our study. Our aim is to develop integrated computational framework for visibility analysis. This framework quantifies building to street visual connectivity, incorporating both architectural details and human scale perception. Ultimately, we want to provide the experts with a scalable tool that can be used for assessing safer urban environments.
To achieve this aim, the objectives which we followed are synthesizing theories on urban visibility, natural surveillance, and eyes on street, critically evaluating the existing visibility tools and techniques, establishing vision based spatial parameters for visibility modeling, integrating morphological, environmental, and perceptual variables into a hybrid isovis based framework, and finally outlining a method that is adaptable to varied urban morphologies, which includes informal context also. This is we followed a 5-step methodology, starting with reviewing the theories on urban visibility, CPTD, and natural surveillance, then establishing vision based spatial parameters, then developing a morphologically accurate 3D model using SketchUp and Rhino, then running an isovis simulation in Grasshopper using decoding spaces toolbox, and then finally evaluating the strengths and limitations of this tool for CPTD. Moving on to literature, when we talk about urban visibility and vision, vision is one of the primary human sense that shapes perception of safety. And there are two types of vision, monocular and binocular vision. For our study, we considered binocular vision, where the overlay of both the eyes, vision from both the eyes were considered, and parameters like field of view, viewing range, and viewing angles were derived from the literature. And then we discussed more, we studied about how spatial design influences surveillance, and how lack of visibility creates fear in people and creates blind spot, which in fact increases the rate of crime. And also the notion of Jane Jacob concept, which is solely about human based approach for natural surveillance. And then when we talk about historical and contemporary approaches, in the early studies it is found that street design and lighting were the major focus. Later on, CCTV cameras and community based prevention came into picture. Then but current studies focus mainly on it stresses about social presence and also about visibility, even though we have different advanced technologies. These are some of the images from the research paper that used visibility analysis tool. Currently, visibility analysis tool does not adequately integrate fine-grained building elements such as fenestrations, windows, balconies, and boundary elements with human scale vision parameters. Similarly, there were many methods rely on single vantage point or focus only on the two-dimensional aspects, leaving behind the complexity of three-dimensional urban environments. With all these background, we understood existing study only rely on sectional studies or single vantage points, missing the blind spots and finer details. So our rationale for the hybrid computational approach is to use your ergonomics vision parameters and then detailed morphological elements and multiple vantage points. By using all these, this makes the tool adaptable for varied conditions, including informal and mixed use development. With that, I'll hand over it to architect Dheeraj. He will take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So, to fulfill the rationale, we try to follow the human-centric computational analysis, which aligns exactly with the concept of eyes on street. So, our approach combines isovis visibility analysis with a detailed morphological conditions to quantify building to street level connectivity. So, we followed a structured 3 steps: data acquisition modeling, parameterization of vision morphology, and computation analysis. So starting with the data acquisition modeling, to assess the eyes on street, we have two variables, that is the eyes and the street. So starting from the street, we can see in the first image. So it shows, so we try to map spatial and architectural features to create a morphologically accurate 3D model depicting the building heights, facade articulations such as the windows, balconies, and the doors, and same time street level obstructions, which could be the vegetations and signages and etc. And also we consider the edge conditions such as setbacks, frontages, and porticos, and etc. And the second variable, which is the eyes. So since it is very much required to create the natural surveillance, to assess the natural surveillance, we try to find out the parameters related to it. Since it is a 3-dimensional spherical cone, there were several parameters which were considered. Starting from the viewing distance, we can see in the bottom image, we took it from the Jan Gale Cities for People. We refer to the Cities for People Jan Gale, where he conveyed that 50 meters, 35 to 70 meters is a range where we will be able to identify a person, age, gender, and the actions that they are indulging in. At the same time, the other parameter is the viewing angles. We referred the measure of man from the Dreyfus, where he conveyed two types of viewing angles, the horizontal and the vertical, where we considered 135 being the vertical and 120 being the horizontal viewing angles for our computation analysis. We also considered 1.6 meter as a viewing height, which is nothing but an average human eye level. And to integrate all these parameters, we need the tools that support, which we followed the Rhino with a grasshopper along with the decoding spaces toolbox as an extension. So here are the images, some which we try to show how the visibility is done and already being done using the decoding spaces toolbox. And the second second step of our approach is parameterization of vision and morphology. To parameterize the morphology, we integrated the SketchUp model into the Rhino, and we have added to the attribute of decoding spaces toolbox, which acts as the obstacle surfaces to identify the obstacle surfaces. And to parameterize the vision, we first try to place the vantage points, which are nothing but the potential observer locations from where a person can view the street. And next, we try to add all the parameters. 30 seconds. We try to add all the parameters to the toolbox, and post which we have created analysis grid of 2 by 2 meters, which is try to create a very detailed visibility analysis. And the third step, which is the final step of our approach, is the computation and analysis. Here, if we have tried to explain how actually it works, the vantage points is similar to a sun. As object obstruct the rays, a shadow is created. Similarly, we can see in the right image how the rays are being projected from the vantage point, obstructed from a tree canopy, creating a void behind nothing but a void of no visibility zone. And when the rays touch the analysis grid, it creates a gradient map, creating the high to low visibility mapping onto the street. And here is a part of grasshopper script that we have used, the left side being the input parameters all we discussed till now, and the parameter we just is the decoding spaces toolbox in itself, and the output, which is the gradient map and the rays that are being actually generated out as an output. Even though this tool helps us to comprehensively study the visibility, there are few limitations. Starting from, it only considers the immovable aspects, obstacles such as the buildings and walls, doesn't consider the movable elements, which can be the vehicles and etc. At the same time, to understand, to apply to the validity of this model, we need a very detailed 3D model, which itself is a time consuming and demanding process. And the third limitation is exclusion of dynamic urban factors, which in our thing is
Another 30 seconds.
yes, sir. Thank you. So the exclusion of dynamic factors where is nothing but, for example, if you take off seasons, as the season changes, the vegetation changes. At the same time, the vegetation also impacts the visibility. It's one of the which we didn't include, so it needs an extra effort to integrate. And the fourth is a computational demand. As the street stretch increases and the number of vantage points and the precision increases, it demands higher computational power. And as a part of pilot analysis, we choose a 600-meter stretch of ITI road where we have analyzed with a detailed 3D model with a vantage point distributed whole across. And through which this heat map generated is nothing but a holistic understanding of how the visibility is being impacted by the morphological conditions. It shows
we can conclude.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just
So,
for the conclusion.
so this helps us overall. It supports both the empirical and also the practical decision decision making aimed at enhancing public safety and urban resilience through informed design, where the people will have the opportunity to see and be seen. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Then the next presenter is on the subject of the spatial dynamics of proemics and natural surveillance in academic architecture, a computational and observational study at SPA Vijayawada. And it's Rohan Agarwal and Raj Verma.
Yeah, started. Great. So very okay. Okay. Works, right? So a very good afternoon to all. Hi, I'm Rohan Agrawal, and my colleague Raj Varman Arul will be today presenting on the topic of, in this conference of Cpted. Our study presented at Cpted&Ai in urban areas focuses on how proxemics behavior and computational tools are. One second. Yeah. Computational tool can shape safer educational environment with the case study of School of Planning and Architecture, Vijayawada. Over to you, Raj Varman.
So I'll quickly push through the contents of the research we are talking about today. So first we'll be talking on the core research aims and objectives. So we'll be talking on two background concepts of aleatoric milieu and defensive space and proxemics. So then we'll be introducing a site, which is our college itself, and then we'll be driving on to methodology, and later we'll be driving on to quantitative aspects and qualitative aspects, which are survey results and spatial simulations. Then we'll be visualizing proxemics in terms of proximal scale in terms of plans and sections. Then we'll be discussing our findings and discussion, then concluding the contents. So first of all, our research aim is to develop a computational CPTD framework that uses proxemic insights to bolster passive natural surveillance in our academic campus. So, as slightly been stated in significances, one of the first, like what we'll be talking on, integration of proxemics theory in Indian academic context. So, also why this one fits all notion of modern spatial arrangement fails, and creating replicable framework in all Indian and several Indian institutions. So we'll be diving onto the objectives. In objectives, we'll be talking about the relationship between interpersonal distances, cultural norms, and safety among the peers. And we'll also analyze how spatial design influences navigation sequences and through natural surveillance opportunities. And also, we'll be formulate evidence based on design and recommendations that balance comfort with effective natural surveillance. Coming to the research questions, we'll be pursuing how this cultural norms influence interpersonal distances and perceived safety. How does spatial design create navigation patterns that enhance passive surveillance? And what evidence based on recommendation balance comfort with effective peer monitoring? So, aleatoric milieu, it may sound very complicated, but it's a very simple theory if you understand it. It just deals with two aspects, which is proxemics and navigation elements like nodes, transitional space, and paths. So you just categorize any space elements and based on paths, nodes, and transitional spaces. Proxemic scale just basically deals about proxemic interpersonal distances like uh, intimate distance, personal distance, social distance, and public distance. And how aleatoric milieu is corresponding to CPTED. We would like to discuss where you have in terms of you as she Ravikumar Reddy Garu stated that there's a way we can not use cameras which is static. So this is a like approach where it is using controlled randomness. Also, in terms of spatial arrangement, we have more uh, specifics, and in terms of user experience, this approach is mainly based on user experience rather than having someone for surveillance or having cameras around. So how Newman's defensible space is corresponding to proxemics is what I'll be talking about here. And in terms of, you could see defensible space can be characterized in terms of intimate or personal distances. A social boundary can be showing a sense of territoriality, and also in terms of proxemical theory, natural public distance is where the extent you can perceive something or you can communicate. So that would be the extent where you'll be having a natural surveillance. So Newman's four elements like territoriality, natural surveillances, image, and milieu is been corresponded in that way. So
So the study uses three spatial parameters while we are doing the study. One is the territorial markers, one is visual field, and one is the environment image quality. Over in the image, you will be able to see that PNX represents the public spaces, while the social spaces has been represented by SND. And these are then utilized in terms of our methodology, which I'll be discussing next. there are three main things which we have seen into methodology. The first approach is to take survey of various kind of peoples or the students which are present in School of Planning and Architecture, Vijayawada. Then we have done a direct observational study of the sections and the plans which are present of Vijayawada, and we have done a computational analysis in context of war noise. So war noise we have taken as the humans as in so like when we are talking of war noise, these are nothing but the cells which we see even in the plants actually, and those are used as a surveillance. So there are multiple surveillance when people are present nearby. So on those lines we have tried to do our methodology to come to a conclusion. So first was the data collection part, where we have taken it in terms of four characteristics like North Indian regions, the students of North Indian region, South Indian region, East region, and the Western region, and we have compared it to the T Hall principle, which has come up average over here, and we were able to see that Eastern people preferred the smaller distances in terms of the intimate spaces, personal distances, social distances, and the public distances. And for the people from the Central or the North region, it has been little farther. So what we have done, we have taken a mean and we have tried to do a visual proxemics for the same things. Over here at the top image you will be able to see that there is like for the two spaces that we have done it, one is the cafeteria of Bhopal and one is the in the Vijayawada, and one is the exhibition hall in Vijayawada. So in exhibition hall of Vijayawada there was less flexibility which was found out in the research, as well as when we are looking for the cafeteria, it's more flexible given there are less amount of walls and um, like zones of proxemics present over there. So which led us to the spatial simulations or the Voronoi analysis of these two cells.
So in terms of Warner cells, you could see the cells. I have labeled out how we did the computation part. So we gave a boundary of the two spaces, and we did populated cells. So the centers of the cell will have a circle which will be representing social dimension. So intrusion of that will make it in a way that you will be not defend, like you cannot defend yourself in that space. So you could see how the uh, yeah, I could see how we did the iterations and stuff. So we found out that exhibition room can house 18 to 28 people for an comfortable use and without your say like the spaces being invaded. Same goes for cafeteria. It would be 32 to 48 people. So yeah, the approach here we're trying to say is that
Can
how
we go directly to the conclusion analysis?
this is conclusion. So the study, like we want to say this how the study of spatial perception when considered through human-centric occupancy differs from conventional measure of area per person. Additionally, it highlights how such a perception contributes towards natural passive surveillance and the in the framework of Cpted. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. And the last presenter is Teja Munaga, the Smart Surveillance Integration and Security Systems in Built Environments.
Very good afternoon to one and all. I won't be boring you with theory and all. This is more like a generalized concept which we are dealing with. So, myself, Dr. Teja, I'm from Vishnu Institute of Technology, Bhimvaram. Basically, I'm from the background of civil engineering. So, this concept of architecture and Cpted and all AI, this is relatively new to me. But I just, out of my own interest, I have registered for this. And indeed, it was really a great experience for me to hear from experts from this area. So, as a part of my presentation today, I'm going to deal with how to make a campus to be a safe, and how can we integrate RFID and artificial intelligence to make sure that there is safety within the campus. So, these are the contents of my presentation, and as this is the overview. And coming to an educational campus, we need to make sure that since there are a large amount of the students and coming from diverse backgrounds, and there is a age groups which is different, and there are faculty who are working over there, so we need to make sure that there is control over the movement of the students, movement of the vehicles, and there is security that is being assured for the students. So in order to make sure of that, these are the core components which we believe that they are need for a safe campus: RFID based ID cards, AA enabled cameras, traffic regulation and zoned entry points, and for the real time monitoring of students. So these RFID based ID cards, these are used, they can be used for checking in and checking out, or to monitor the attendance and to reduce the delays. And AA enabled cameras will help us to identify if there is any congestion at any particular place, or if there is any quarrels that are being happening, since we are dealing with a large group of the people. So it really helps us to monitor. And coming to the campus mobility management, ours is a residential campus as well as a day scholar campus. Since I have taken our campus as a case study, so I have considered this campus mobility as one of the factor for designing such things. So in order to ensure that there is no congestion of the vehicles and to reduce the amount of collisions of vehicles and the people, so what measures that can be taken in order to ensure that are being discussed, and also zoned entry points. So here we are dealing with multiple categories of people. We have day scholars and we have hostlers and we have people coming from outside. So how can we categorize this? And the role of the security personnel, and coming to the architectural and planning considerations. So I'll move on quickly to the case study. So this is our campus. We call it as the Green Meadows, and this is located in West Godavari district of Bhimavaram. So as you can see, the name itself says it's a lush green campus. We have ample amounts of blue and green spaces within our college. So what makes our campus unique? So we have zoned entry system and exit system for day scholar boys and day scholar girls, and apart from that we have zoned entry for hostler boys and hostel girls, so that the conflict between the students can be reduced quite to a larger extent. And during the peak hours we'll be following the one-way traffic system in order to ensure that there are lesser amount of the collisions and less amount of the traffic problems. And all around the clock we have the central surveillance systems. There are CCTV cameras that are being installed all over the campus, and there is a central surveillance system which will be monitoring the movement of students and also the vehicles. Then we have a smart campus app which the students use in order to ensure their attendance and also to make sure that they mark their presence. And there is a real-time monitoring and alert system for the water supply and other facilities. And there are dedicated pedestrian walkways. So if you can see here, the top entrance is for the main entrance and exit for the girls day scholars, and the one at the bottom which you can see, that is the main entrance for boys day scholars and the hostlers. So the one which is on the other side, we have the hostels for the boys. So we have a system in our college, like few of the boys may feel bad about this, but we have a system in our college. Once the boy exits the college from the other side, he is not allowed to come inside without the permission of HOD. But we have a total 120-acre campus where the girls are safe and free to roam all around the time. Even they have permission till 11 or 12 o'clock in the night. So we have a dedicated girls college within our campus. So in order to ensure the safety of them, so we have made sure that there is an entry and exit system at the main entrance and exit, which I have mentioned at the bottom. So students have to scan their ID card, which will mark their exit from the college. So once they enter into the hostel, so they have nearly 10 acres on the other opposite side, which comprises of indoor sports, and there is a cricket stadium and their hostels, mess and everything on the other side of the college. So once they go to that side, so they have ample amount of space and time to spend over there. So if they want to come to the library, they need to take a special permission. Being a boy, I feel a little jealous because our campus is so beautiful at the night, like girls can get a view of it and boys are deprived from that. But in order to ensure the safety, we need to sacrifice something. And next thing is, Yeah, I'll try to skip this. Yeah, since I have mentioned, these are the one-way system which we follow in our college during the working hours, in the morning time and the during the evening time. That is when the buses will be leaving the campus and buses will be arriving in the campus. We'll be following this, and we have dedicated pedestrian walkways. So this is the app which our students will be following. So there is a dedicated time at around 9:30 in the evening, wherein the student has to register his presence in the hostel by using this app. And this app uses camera which has facial detection, and there is a geofencing which is being installed in that particular app. So for example, if the student belongs to, let us say, some specific hostel, his attendance will be marked only if he stays in that hostel, and he needs to activate. Yes ma'am, I'm done. Yes, I'm done ma'am. So you can see that video playing. So that is one student who is marking her attendance from the hostel. So there is a camera and it has the access to your location, and they can like, if you are, it will ask for a few facial expressions, like you can wink or you can blink something, so that you are not posing in front, like from your phone also you can record this, right? So this is how the safety and security we are ensuring in our campus. uh, yeah, so from this what we can infer is, one way we can see it like we are restricting the students, but in the other way it is for the safety of them. So we are following these things and they are really working out good for us. So integrating this AI with RFID will definitely help us to improve the safety and make our campus a very efficient one. And coming to the current case study which I have presented, the system which we are following in our campus, there is a survey which is being done before adopting one-way traffic and after adopting the one-way traffic. So we have got a relatively positive response even from the parents, even though the path of traveling is increased by half a kilometer, but the parents and the other persons are really satisfied with lesser amount of the congestion by adopting this one-way traffic within the campus. Thank you one and all.
Thank you to all the paper presenters. To provide his reflections and valuable comments on the papers presented, we are privileged to have Dr. Janmajay Gupta, Associate Professor, School of Planning and Architecture, Vijayawada, as the discussant for this session.
Thank you, Komal ma'am. I think it was a very enlightening session. A lot of interesting perspectives, beginning from Ravi Kumar Reddy sir's initial talk on the importance of crime prevention in environmental spaces through environmental design and appropriate urban planning and urban design interventions. In that, he spoke about the evolution of design with respect to modern times, taking traditional examples like Mandava housing and even the Gwalior fort, and how it has evolved through the years. And he talked about the importance of retrofitting of existing neighborhoods and buildings from the point of view of increased response to crime and its prevention. He talked about how Jane Jacobs had talked about the death and life of great American cities, wherein these issues were highlighted long back, actually, maybe 50 years back, 40 years back. And sir also surmised that ISO standards also exist as on date, ISO 22341 2021, to which we can refer, which is itself not very directly related to CPTED, but we can refer. And he finished with stating that the next generation of thinking from urban planners and urban designers in this line will involve in enhanced facility management and proper domain integration, multiple domain integration, and incorporating all those various domains inputs into appropriate neighborhood design. Next, Sri DP Srinivas sir, he talked about basically surveillance, vision technology, eyes on ground, and capturing images. And he also stressed on the fact that AI has something that even Ravi Kumar sir had also said, that AI is just a servant. It's just a tool. So we need to use our human brains and use it properly. For proper black spot identification through proper and the even in the previous talk, Ravi Kumar sir had also said that black spots, it has to be identified following a proper urban planning and urban design methodology, wherein we study the density, the demographics, the distribution of the people, and all those things. So it was very enlightening. Then we had a series of 4 presentations. Which were all very good, beginning from Manali Basu and Mr. Srinivas, integrating surveillance mechanism in Basin Road, case study of Vijayawada area, Basin Road, we all know about it, and where they talked about the traditional versus the smart surveillance systems. The next paper I found especially interesting, a very structured approach, highlighting on urban design and urban planning initiatives by architect Dheeraj and architect Srilaya, both are our colleagues only here at SPA Vijayawada. They assess the computational analysis of eyes on street using service simulation process and with data collection combined with an approach of 3D modeling based on rhinoceros inputs and grasshopper inputs. So it was quite an innovative approach, and they actually presented it very simply. And it can be taken forward as a research also. I was taking by thinking by them. Next, we had another good presentation by architect Rohan, also our colleague, and Raja Varman, our recently passed out student who is now working. They spoke about proxemics and natural surveillance in academic architectural environments. And it was an interesting study as well. They highlighted a number of aspects regarding this CPTED. And finally, we had our colleague from Vishnu University, Vishnu Engineering College, Mr. Teja, who spoke from a civil engineering perspective of the smart surveillance integration for smart campuses based on actual existing smart campus interventions, surveillance interventions in their institute in Bhimavaram, Vishnu Institute of Technology. So we had a multifaceted approach. 4 different speakers spoke on 4 different aspects, and of course, the other 2 keynote speakers also highlighted very, very important aspects. So I think it was a very good, enriching session. And thank you to all the keynote speakers, to all the attendees, and to all the speakers. Thank you.
I request Janmajay sir to stay back. I once again thank you all the presenters for their insightful contributions to our session, and to our session chair for guiding this discussion, and to our discussant for his enriching perspectives. I now request Professor Dr. Anil Kumar CH to felicitate the session chair and the discussant. Parallelly, I would like to call all the presenters for a session photograph. We'll have a photograph. Banu ma'am, press it. Banu ma'am. Projector off చేయండి. Projector off చేయండి. That is on live. Light up. A great round of applause for all the participants and the session chair and the discussion. With this, we conclude the technical session 1 and we have a lunch break for an hour. We will meet back at 2:30 for the upcoming technical sessions. Thank you.
buildings actually form the periphery, and the green spaces become naturally crime prevented. Now, creating engaging public spaces, you create conversations, you create spaces which are engaging for people, so that people stay for more time, they engage with the space and reduce the possibility of crime. Territorial reinforcement, you define ownership of spaces, you own the community, you reduce crime. Use gateways, signages, landscape to define what is private and public. Create clear transitions, create access control. Now this is our old cities. There were clear manageable entry and exit points in the community. Now you can create access control through landscape as well. Are you able to hear? Okay, thank you. Then limit entry points to residential areas. Now all of these concepts many of you know. Maintenance, well kept spaces actually deter vandalism. Now this is Chandni Chowk. Now this is another public space which is very well maintained. So if your public spaces are maintained, it attracts more people and naturally deters crime. And this again, quick repair of vandalism like lighting, infrastructure, neglecting neglected environments foster crime and disorder. Removal of graffiti, unwanted infrastructure from the space also prevents crime. Now, activity support and mixed use. This is one corner shop in Toronto. The community was prone to burglary. So what they decided was to have bars at the corners of the community, so that they could be put to use for a larger extent of time, and thereby thereby making it unattractive to burglars and robbers. Now this is another picture from the street, Melbourne Laneways. Now this is a mix of activities. It's a canvas for artists and craftsmen. Encouraging mixed use developments, making inclusive amenities, creating public events and cultural spaces. Now I would quickly discuss about two case studies here. One is the Times Square pedestrianization. The problems here were there was extremely high incidents of crime, drug trafficking, unsafe reputation of the place. There was poor lighting, neglected buildings. So the intervention was that the entire Times Square was pedestrianized and made 24/7 active. This eventually led to the decrease of levels of crime. Now this is what you see before and after Times Square, Broadway at Times Square, which has inspired people to look differently at how street space can be used. Again, extensive observational analysis was done to design the space. There were time-lapse videos, analysis, activity mapping, and surveys done. And design was created to add to the pedestrian zones and a cohesive surface. Now, this is what was Times Square in 1973, where you can see the roads were crisscrossing, and there were many vehicles on the street, less space for pedestrians, so it naturally attracted more crime. So what you see in gray after 2017 is the pedestrianized area of Times Square. Now here, what is important in public spaces is not about providing everything, but it is also about removing unwanted things. So all the excessive signals, unwanted infrastructure were removed from Times Square, and what was added was a choice to the people. So seating, different kind of seating was designed, which create possibility for people to pause and spend more time in that public space. Now another case was Melbourne Laneways. The problems here were they had dark laneways with crime and neglect. Intervention here was activation with cafes, street art, pedestrian lighting, and events. Now the impact was that the Melbourne downtown area eventually turned into iconic cultural space, reducing crime, and a stronger community use. So this is what was Melbourne laneways in the 19th century. It was all rubbish with more of privately owned space and attracting undesirable and criminal activity, especially in the Romeo Lane and Juliet Terrace. Now, this is one of the articles which explained the extent of crime. So this was a scene, one man stabbing another one. So this was published in the Citizen newspaper in 1877. So this was what Melbourne laneway is known for. Now Jangal was invited. Jangal is a famous urban designer from Denmark. Known for his extensive observational analysis, he was invited in the year 94 to Melbourne, and with his proposal, in 10 years, the Melbourne city centre changed into a active city life. Now this is what it looks like now. Since 94, the weekday pedestrian traffic in the city has increased by 33% during the day and 98% during the evening. So that's the transformation which laneways brought. Now, this is an important statement which I would like to make. Before we talk about AI, we have to first design the experience that creates attention towards the street to allow discovery and exploration, deterring crime. And then, to whatever extent we want, we can add surveillance, cameras, AI into our urban environments. But basically, as architects and designers, we have to design the space first to avoid crime. Now, this is one mixed use lane, and this is another lane in Melbourne, which talks about, which actually promotes street art and public art. And it is actually legally permissible unless or until the owner or the local authority has a problem. There's absolutely no problem to promote art on the walls. This is what it looks like now. And these are the kind of interventions which were done in Melbourne. It had increased the student population. It has improved public life. It has new squares, promenades. It had more places for people to sit and pause. It had better bicycle and pedestrian transport access. And it is also green. And I would like to end the session with a note by John Gale which says, first we shape the cities, then they shape us. Thank you. And thank you for nominating me as a chair of this session. And I would like to quickly tell that in this session, you would see presentations on urban safety assessment, integrated crime prevention, integrated Cpted with night economy, interesting topic, and crime prevention through design interventions. Thank you.
Thank you, Karthik sir. It's a very interesting presentation. Even we
Thank
have
you.
learnt a lot from that. So now the session starts, and the first presenter, can you please come? Yeah, Sajid. And we'll maintain strict timing once the presentation starts. It's 7 minutes per presenter, right?
చేసుకొని మాట్లాడండి ఇక్కడ చూసుకొని చెప్పేసుకున్నాను.
So very warm good afternoon to one and all present here. So myself Sajanas and this is Nikita. So we are final year bachelors of planning students. So as we move to the second session talking about the CPD principles in implementation through architectural designs, we are proud to present our paper titled Urban Safety Assessment through CPD Principles, a GS based study in Yelahanka, Newtown, Bengaluru, authored by myself, Nikita S, and our faculty Ms. Aparna ma'am. So looking at the flow of presentation, we'll be covering mainly 10 points, starting with the introduction, where we'll be talking about the existing urban safety issues in Indian cities and relevance of CPTD. Then coming to literature review, we'll be looking at CPTD principles, evolution and some of the guidelines. Then we'll be looking at international national case studies. Following which, we'll be coming to the introduction to the study area, objectives and methodology of our study, the various analysis we have conducted, and then we'll be summing up our issues, following with the recommendations and conclusion. Now I'll hand over to Nikita for the introduction part.
Now to start off, we'll introduce a topic of urban safety because that is what it is based on. So urban safety today, it is characterized by rapid and often unregulated urbanization in most of the countries, and this is creating high risk of crime, disasters and infrastructure breakdown. I've tried to show the case of Bengaluru here, in which we can see Bengaluru's urban spatial growth over 1990s to 2015. So the orange color is showing the latest 10 years of growth, and we can see that it is going beyond the BBMP boundary. So crime prevention through environmental design is a design based guideline which can address these issues of urban safety. So it is working on the principle that the built environment can influence the behavior, and that these strategic urban design can reduce fear and discourage crime. So in the Indian scenario, we can see that unchecked spatial growth and widening socio-economic disparity is making urban safety an urgent planning concern. Coming to the literature review, first we'll be seeing the evolution of CPTD. So CPTD concept has emerged in the 1970s, and currently the third generation of CPTD is prevalent. So in 1971, C. Ray Jeffrey has introduced CPTD as an interdisciplinary concept which was linking environmental psychology and behavior, and his approach is highly theoretical and it focused mainly on deterring criminal tendencies through environmental stimuli. Building upon this, in 1972, Oscar Newman has introduced his concept of defensible space, in which he has prepared a toolkit for architects and planners. So then there are three generations of CPTD which have formed, and in the first generation, the major idea is to deter crime through physical design and situational prevention. This is they are following a top-down approach in which there is an expert-led design strategy focused on manipulating the built environment. Coming to the second generation idea is to foster safety through community cohesion and social empowerment. There is a bottom-up approach in this, and the participatory strategy, it is recognizing the role of the community in helping CPTD. So the third generation, it is a systems focus, and it is trying to build resilient cities by integrating safety with sustainability and livability. So the third generation is a holistic and integrated strategy which is aligning the safety with global goals like SDGs. Now we'll be looking at three case studies, in which two are global case studies and there is one Indian case study. So in Toronto, there is a safe growth model which is based on the second generation of CPTD, and it is a community-led approach. So here the safety is co-produced with the residents, combining physical improvements like traffic calming with social capacity building such as workshops and training. Then we have the case of Singapore, where Singapore is taking a technology-driven path, and there is a first generation approach in this. So the safety is managed by real-time surveillance systems and predictive software to monitor public spaces. But here the limitation is that there is a high dependency on costly technological infrastructure. So coming to the Indian scenario, in Bhopal, safety is addressed through a hybrid and gender-focused lens. So it is combining infrastructure upgrades like better lighting and CCTV with social programs such as women self-help groups. Also, this has improved safety for women, but the limitation is there is weak institutional coordination, which is hindering the implementation and reduces long-term sustainability. So these are all the literature we have reviewed, and some of the major things are like Jane Jacobs in The Death and Life of Great American Cities have introduced the concept of eyes on the street, which is a foundational safety principle. Then, like I told before, in the evolution, C. Ray Jeffrey has formed CPTD as a criminological framework in 1971, followed by Oscar Newman's defensible space theory in 1972. Later, Clark's situational crime and Kelling and Cole's broken windows linked disorder, crime and urban management, giving CPTD a strong policy relevance. So Cousins and others have reviewed CPTD research globally, while G. Saville and Mehnjak were keen advancing the safe growth model, which I have told that they've used in Toronto. And policy reports from UN Habitat and UN Women have globalized these discussions, focusing on what are the issues related to urban safety, and realize this is women's safety is a major issue. Finally, these case studies are showing that these principles are applied differently based on the highlighted issues in the area, and it leads to community-led and global integrated approaches.
So now we come to the introduction to the study area. So our Elahanka Newtown, which is a study area, as you can see from the key map, it's located in the north part of Bangalore urban region. So if you see on the right side, we have the existing situation mapped. So if you see closely, this data has actually been obtained from SafeValley platform, so which is an actual open citizen participatory mapping platform where the citizens themselves can map if in case they have faced any criminal incidents, they can map it on. So this is based by the citizens. So if you can see, we have mapped the existing type of crime as you can see on the side based on assault, catcalling, various types of crimes along the surrounding land use. Now if you see on the left side, we can see the number of reported crime by locations, frequency of types. So we can see that harassment has occurred at almost 15 locations, followed by catcalling at 11 locations, and the severity of the crime is such that there is even 2 rape cases which has been reported in the area. And if you look at the crime versus time pie chart distribution, we can see that most of the crime has happened from the 6 to 9 p.m. slot, that is evening slot, almost 34.6%, and evening the 3 to 6 p.m. slot. And in terms of crime, as I already mentioned, harassment is one of the most common crime that is being happening.
You have 1 more minute.
Now coming to the objectives of the study, so we have mainly 4 objectives. First is to examine the existing spatial safety conditions. Second is to assess the GIS based methods. Third is to safety, and fourth is to develop a composite index. So looking at the methodology, we did the introduction study, and then we have mainly 5 analysis which we'll be talking now. So the first analysis is the shadow mapping. So if you can see on the figure how the shadow is moving. So if you see, the dotted points are the crime locations, and as we can see that throughout the day, irrespective of whether it's day or night, because of the existing conditions of the vegetation and the building, this critical area remains within shadow throughout the day. So that is one of the point. The second point, if you see, we have crime density and dead end mapping. So crime density based on kernel density, we can see that the red areas are the areas which are highlighted
You
where
have
more
to conclude fast. Your time is over.
more crime has happened. And in terms of dead end mapping, we have like dead ends which will lead to more crimes. And in terms of proximity to safety infrastructure, we have police stations. In terms of walkability and coverage, we have seen that police stations are beyond the 4-kilometer coverage as mentioned by standards, and in terms of walkability also. Now, one of the main analysis that we have here is space index analysis, where we have done 3D simulation of how people would perceive in terms of visibility. So if you can see on the right side, the simulation actually shows that in terms of visibility, how people will walk. So if you see, the blue lines are area where the people are comfortable to walk, and once they reach a point where they feel that they are hindered, they come to a stop. So if you can see the red color at the points where the hindrance happens, and we have represented that on the map with the red color and the orange colors in the map. So once all the analysis are done, we are just combined to try to find a composite crime risk assessment, where we are taking all of the 4 spatial layers, converting them into assigned scores based on their vulnerability. And as you can see,
Can you come down to your conclusions? You're beyond time.
Yes, sir. Connectivity, integration, nodes, and density. And the final map here shows the risk based on red, blue, and green color.
Coming to the results and recommendations, these are like recommendations based on the area. There are spatial, design, and policy related and urban form codes. So the main key takeaways is that like the context is critical, and so like looking at way forward, like what we can do with this forward, we can integrate CPTD into statutory planning and urban statutory policy and urban planning. Then we can build an institutional framework with standardized tools, and this can be launched into a pilot implementation by the government for future scaling.
Thank you. Speakers can introduce themselves and start.
Good afternoon, all of you. This is architect Khushbu Sahu. I'm from MIT University, Chhattisgarh. I'm here standing in front of you to talk about integrating crime prevention through environmental design into Bachelor of Architecture curriculum faculty perspective. As we all know, CPTED is a multidisciplinary approach that uses urban planning as well as architectural design to reduce crime and enhance safety perceptions. Originally, it was developed in 1970s by C. Ray Jeffrey, and it draws upon the environmental and behavioral psychology, focusing on how built environment influence human behavior and opportunity for crime. The evaluation of CPTDs into the three generations. The first generation basically focuses on physical design, such as natural surveillance, territorial reinforcement, access control, and maintenance. The second generation incorporates social dimensions. And the third generation adopts a holistic approach, which is integrating in sustainability, public health, social livability, and human desires and design. The unexplored territory of CPTD in architectural education is, despite of its evolution and proven effectiveness, CPTD's systematic integration within the architectural education and particularly design studio remains largely unexplored, with a limited exposure to CPTD representing a significant gap between the theory and application part. Why CPTD is needed to integrate into the curriculum, because it is a social responsibility as well as there's a need to encourage students to move beyond aesthetics and functionality towards designing safe environment. It will also nurture a crime aware design mindset within between the new budding architects. The basic pedagogical challenges and opportunities. We have actually identified a few opportunities and challenges. For on a positive side, if we say the case study based learning, collaboration, and law enforcement and planners design case studies and guest lectures by the practitioners can be done, whereas the challenges to implement the same is there is a lack of established curriculum, limited faculty expertise, and perceived complexity to the same. Understanding our survey has basically explored the faculty familiarity with the CPTD concept, how they apply these in design processes. The focus was on faculty teaching undergraduate architectural design studios across the diverse institution. The methodology was a mixed approach, both qualitative and quantitative insight. We basically used a mixed approach. The objective based questionnaire was designed and distributed electronically via Google Forms. And while aiming 100 responses, the data collection occurred between August 1st to 13th and yielded at least 51% of response rate. Our foundings can guide curriculum development to embed security consciousness into architectural teaching, as well as many educators reported no formal education and training in CPTD, although some had attended few workshops. These highlights that CPTD remain underexplored in India's architectural education despite of its crucial role in crime prevention and safety. Application in education. While some faculty incorporate CPTD occasionally or sometimes, some may have never applied it in design studios, indicating inconsistent and limited integration. This gap underscores the urgent need for structured approaches that equip students with CPTD tools. Regarding timing, 43% of respondents recommended that introducing CPTD concepts early during second or third year when the students are engaged in housing and residential projects. Other 31% were in the favor of final year introduction advanced application teaching, while only 49% used advanced technologies like ArcGIS or behavioral mapping while designing while sorry only 49% use advanced analytic tools like ArcGIS or behavioral mapping, reflecting a clear need for faculty training to enhance practical CPTD pedagogy. CPTD and gender sensitive design. The survey revealed that growing awareness of gender sensitivity in design, although only 19.6% gave student access to safety codes A strong majority, 92.1%, believe that CPTD will enhance gender equitable designs spaces. Sorry. Challenges and future, that resource limitation was identified by 63.7% of respondents, and curriculum rigidity cited 21.6%. So sorry. The current landscape of awareness and barriers says that a consistent theme is a gap between awareness and effective implementation. The lack of formal training and limited use of analytical tools restrict educators' ability to teach CPTD meaningfully, despite of it being recognized benefits in promoting safer and inclusive environments. The vital need for embedding CPTD in architectural education is not just a theoretical concept, but as a practical imperative for more safer and inclusive built environment. Thank you.
Thank you. You're within time. Can we have the next speaker?
Yeah, this one. Good afternoon, one and all here. So my topic is integrating night economy with crime prevention through environmental design. So let's start from the basics. So what is night economy? So night economy is basically the economic activity which is happening from evening 6 to the next day morning 6. It's majorly of any economic activity. It can be actually the how it evolved. It was evolved through the port and industrial allied services, which basically used to be the logistics and the trade. The night economy happens there. Then for actually one notable example you can see as Madurai, which is in India. That's a sleepless city which is basically for the trade related purposes. And the modern kind of night economy, which is the current kind of economy, is basically to the IT and service sector, how it evolved. It had the night shift jobs and everything. It brings the people out over the night. So this is how the night activities mean more actively happening. So this kind of night activity is having more of a leisure type of activity. For example, New York could be a better example for it, where most of the leisure based activities are happening. So this activity which attracts more of economic benefits, but as this also attracts more of a threat for the public safety. So first case study is that how through the community engagement and the natural surveillance. For example, Indore has a jewelry market in a day. It has a dual purpose. In the night, it acts as a food street. So this is how the place is being active in a two multiple purpose activity, so that the safety is being enhanced there through the natural surveillance. That is the crowd and the people. And further, the next experiment which has been done in the New York City. This is basically denoting the street light. So they have identified 200 locations where they have installed the street light for 2 years. They have tried to understand the crime index, how it has been reduced to 63%. It is how it's plays the major role, the light. The next, the integration of the surveillance, AI based surveillance. So how it's not only just putting a camera, it's trying to assess it, how it is like to detect a crime before, like for example, detect a distress or a happening which is be algorithmically fed in the surveillance. And it's basically the monitoring aspect which happens. So we come to the methodology, how we are trying to assess it. So basically we try to assess through the cluster typology, then the spatial distribution, the linkage, and the level of service what is being provided to the place, and all the social environment and its impacts. So coming to the clusters. So basically Chennai, it has a diverse cluster being a coastal city. It is having the service allied and the logistics, and also it is having the manufacturing hub. So it is also having a service based, which is basically moreover attracts the leisure environment entertainments, and also it is having the transit oriented operations. Major three junctions of rail stations are there, airport is there, and the port is there. And further, we are coming into the spatial distribution. How we see? First we see the node as the focal point. This is the night radiance light of the map of the Chennai city. It shows the decadal change, how from 2013 to 23 it has the more growth in the exterior outside of the Chennai, because the tops you can see the major circles are the truck terminals and the port services area. So beneath you can see it is the service sector and the economic based activity where major IT sectors are being placed. So if you see, this is the current night light. So this infers the core city where the major services are happening, like markets and the commercial streets and the airport and the basic infrastructure which has been existing in the current scenarios. And further we see the districts. This has been done by the OD survey. So how the concentration of people where they attract over the night. So basically this talks about the food streets which are present, food streets and the pubs in the Chennai. So this shows the concentration, though you can see the center top most the more concentration of line. This shows the Anna Nagar and the this is the major place which I am trying to detail out further. And further we have done a activity mapping. So we have identified the places and the nodes, what kind of activity we are happening, we have to assess it. So based on that we can infer most of the informal activities happening over the night. And also interesting fact is that in Chennai the pub are not been active over the night. It has the like after 12 it has been restricted, unlike the other cases. Here in Chennai we have more of a recreation based night activity rather than we have a leisure based night activity. It is a positive attribute to see. And further further we go to the edges. Look how to understand the land use, what kind of land use this we are picking the top 10 night activity zones. Out of that top 3 first is Ananagar. This is having a mixed use kind of land use. Then second is the Gindi, which is having a transit node which connects the airport to the major city and the bus terminals. So here we have more of an industrial kind of land use. And further we see Mount Road. It is near towards the beach stretch, and it is have majorly commercial based land use. Then further we go into the paths. So what? Paths means the street character of the Ananagar, the first land use which I have shown, the mixed use. So here we can see it as a straight stretch which is having 3 metro stations in between, which is in the close proximity, which is making it more easy to commute for the people who are accessing the night activity. You can see the triangles are the night activity zones, and the major road and also the access lane which is connecting it, it's also having a multiple entry, so that it is been easily connected. This access road has multiple police booths and police stations, so that it's make for them to easy to monitor and access in case of any issues.
Yeah, one more minute.
Yeah. So then we comes the level of services. So this shows the presence of healthcare and infrastructure around the night activity. And further, yeah, the social impact, yeah, is the key takeaways. So Ananagar is being a mixed land use, so it has a diverse time frame of activities being happening, so that makes more of a safer city. And also the we can see the by 1 year of inference, like how the night activities has been increased with the crime has been decreased. This is by the law enforcement data, and also showing the Ananagar is having declined over the years with the increase of the night activity. And further through the public participants surveys also, it is being people are encouraging to go to the places where more of a mixed use activities been happening, like land use where less of leisure, more of a recreational night activities been happening. Then further, yeah, coming to the recommendations. So how we can enhance this night activity? We can regulate it by defining the zones. Multiple places are having different type of night activity, so we can alight it. For example, Chennai has a temple based so occasional night activities happens, car festival or something. We can have zone for only for traditional heritage places, and somewhere it is only for leisure based, somewhere it's only for recreation based. We can delineate it and access it accordingly. And the infrastructure accessibility, so how we put the AI into this, like we have to put the AI cams and how to assess the place and monitor in a framework, so that it should have a more of a integrated aspect. And also the governance aspect, like we introduce instead of having informal settlements and sorry informal vendors, we can assign them in the metro zones or the TOD zones. Government can allocate a shop so that it can't be having an informal activity, it can rather be converted as a formal activity. And planning,
Time is over.
last
Please
slide.
conclude.
Okay, the last is that planning approach. This I am just showing where we can zone the places how the night activity can be happening. This is some example how it can happen within the main road and the TOD places near the metro station where the existing infrastructure well defined, and also this shows the before and after scenario how we can try to increase it in a better aspect for the night activities. So with high visibility and low vulnerability and pedestrian friendly, we can have a safer street for the night activity. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Good afternoon to one and all present here. Firstly, I thank all the fellow presenters for your insights on Cpted and respected Karthik ji sir for your insight on core principles of Cpted. Today, we'll be presenting our study on crime prevention through design interventions in urban open spaces, insight from global case studies, authored by Shanmukha Priya Gnanishekaran, Arun Unnikrishnan, and myself, Gauri. So, we all know that urban open spaces are essential spaces for social life, and it can also serve as vulnerable hotspots for crime to happen. Our study examines how design, community action, and management can reduce crime opportunities and transform these places into safe, active public realms. This is done through a various literature review, case study selection, and examination and analysis of case studies, finally arriving at conclusions of how design intervention can promote safer spaces. So looking into three generations of Cpted, we can see that the first generation was mostly a physical design, which was formally on the core principles of natural surveillance, natural access control, territorial reinforcement, and maintenance, which was explained by Karthik ji sir. And in the second generation, in addition to these core principles, an addition of social aspects like social cohesion and connectivity was added on, whereas in the third generations, apart from these core principles, environmental sustainability, smart technologies, and health aspects were also additionally added on as core principles.
So to better understand our study, we took 5 case studies spread throughout the globe. These were selected based on their relevance, geographic diversity, and the scope for analysis of the 3 principles of Cpted. So these are the 5 case studies that we selected. We will go through each one of them. First one is Bryant Park in New York. This park was actually opened in 1847, but throughout these years, it had major issues related to crime. So it underwent a major renovation in 1991. So these are some of the initial pictures of the park. Initially, it had some major issues such as poor visibility because of the overgrown shrubbery and the iron fences that obstructed the views towards the park. This created hiding spots within the park for criminals, which made it uncomfortable for and unsafe for the ordinary citizens. So on the right side, we can see a map of the park where major crime used to happen within the park. This was prior to the renovation. And so the interventions they had in place to counter these actions were that the high hedges and the iron fences were removed, the entrances were widened, and new lights were installed. And these are the current images of the park. Due to all these interventions, the natural surveillance and the natural access control was increased. This resulted in a 92% drop in the crime rate in the park, and also an increase in the number of annual visitors, which also increased in the economic aspect of that park and its surroundings. We could see the park had been utilized in many aspects, such as ice skating rings, and public plaza was enhanced because of the availability of a lot of seating and things like that.
Next, let us look into the case study of Superkillen Park in Copenhagen. It was formerly a neglected rail yard, and the design which we can see is a long stretch is sandwiched by residential area which is inhabited by an ethnically diverse community which has a high social tension and civil unrest. In this area, extreme participation of locals, which is the second generation Cpted, which addresses the social issues, was incorporated. And from over 60 nationals from where these citizens are residents of, 108 cultural objects were gathered and spaces was formulated so that it eliminates visual or physical barriers. It ensures natural surveillance, natural access control, territorial reinforcement, maintenance, social cohesion, and connectivity. As we can see, even the installations, as in the last image, promotes visual continuity. Even the vegetation used here doesn't have foliages in lower heights, which is in human range, so it also allows visual continuity. And through activity engagement, they also enhance natural surveillance through human. So thus the park was converted into a vibrant urban forum. And next, which we can look into the case of a saltway in Seoul. This is a highly densely packed neighborhood streets, which was earlier considered as a dark, unsafe alleys, which promoted crimes, and where women and children were saw this. They felt insecure in such environments. So in these areas, very minor changes was made, such as beautification and addition of physical activities in these streets, so that through activity gathering they can incorporate natural surveillance and natural access control. Also other third generation principles like addition of CCTV and alarming through formulation of safe houses was also made in this case, so that police could be easily alarmed.
You have half a minute more.
The next case study is Benway, Canada. So this was an abandoned space beneath the Gardiner Expressway, which was converted into a public park of 1.75 kilometers long. So they incorporated a lot of multifunctional activity spaces within this pathway. So this space was highly utilized by the neighborhood surrounding this Benway Park. So in essence, this space was active throughout the year, and this became a cultural hub. This made the area much more accessible to the general public and made the area have a lot more safety.
Can you come down to your conclusions? Your time is over.
This project tackled blind spots and antisocial gathering by open sidelining and removing unobstructable elements.
So this is the conclusion that we could arrive at. So these projects, all of them, they applied the different Cpted principles, all according to their local context. So the study demonstrates that when these Cpted principles have the potential to reduce the opportunities for crime, and they are more effective when they are adapted to the local context of the site we took. And also there's a high potential for artificial intelligence, predictive analytics, and smart technologies that can be applied in the major in these scenarios. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, all the speakers. Now I wish to call upon Dr. Amitava Sarkar, Professor, Department of Architecture. Sir is a discussant for the session.
Thank you, Dr. Hello. Thank you, Dr. Manuchitra. Hello. Good afternoon, all. So, we have heard the 4 speakers, and the topics were very interesting. And I'll just summarize because they have covered almost all the aspects. Hello. 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 So, at the beginning, session chair, Dr. G. Karthik has highlighted talked about crime prevention in city through urban design, and he has highlighted the importance of various reasons. One of it is various types of social class which exist in our society, and so to solve that, what we came to know is that the CPTD concept is also there around 1970s. It was developed, and all the speakers consistently, one thing was common in all these lectures, that all of them has highlighted the various its evolution, the 3 generation of concepts what we've heard from them. And Dr. Karthik has highlighted all those various approaches in various in various generations. And at the beginning, what actually made made me curious, or made me more little bit more conscious about this, is that while it was evolved, so they have rightly attached the uh, social cognizance kind of integration of social aspect of it. So in that context, they have mentioned about the importance of natural surveillance, eyes on the street, engaging public space, access control, territorial ownership, maintenance, activity support, and mixed use. Dr. G. Karthik has demonstrated also these aspects through 2 case studies. One was about the pedestrianization of Times Square in New York, and there they have used activity mapping, time lapse video, and one thing which was the pedestrianization, as the name suggests. So pedestrianization is one of the important tool in urban design also, and which has been applied over there. Another case study has mentioned about Melbourne laneways. So there also basic techniques what was approached is the pedestrianization, so places for all. So that is also, and how they have used the public art, graffiti, citywide art projects, and so and so. So that was the that has set tone for the session, and other presenters also has followed the maintained that tempo. The first paper was about urban safety assessment through CPTAD principles, a GIS based study in Yelanka, Newtown, Bengaluru. So very systematically, the authors, they have conducted the presented also and conducted the study. They have also taken They are finding their inferences from 3 case studies based in Toronto, Singapore, Bhopal, and then they have also presented the literature study and all these 3 generations of evolutions of the CPTD principles. And they have used GIS based analysis, shadow analysis, crime mapping, crime density mapping, space syntax. So it was interesting composite crime risk assess, and ultimately in the through the analysis they could develop a composite crime risk assessment. And definitely maybe due to shortage and other whatever the work has been done, and in the conclusion they have mentioned that this can be further extended. They have rightly highlighted that only one particular area was taken, but as also they have highlighted, is a conceptual thing, only part by part only you have to take, district by district, and if it required area by area. So there is no need. What I feel is that what these discussions from the morning it has shown us, that we have to actually go neighborhood by neighborhood, and if required lane by lane. So actually it is not that one size fits all. So that was a good paper they have discussed. Then next paper 2 was that was by Sajan Nikita and Aparna Sai. Second one was on the topic integrating crime prevention through environmental design into the Bachelor of Architecture course curriculum. From the faculty perspective, interesting, presented by Khushbu and Parampreet Kaur. So they have highlighted that about the importance of how the CPTD principle can be integrated into our course curriculum. Very interestingly, although we have various things and we are also under the impression that many of us that yes, we are talking about while discussing in the design studios and planning studios, we are talking about yes, security and other things should be integrated. But in this, whatever the sessions we heard from the morning, we came to know that there are so much angles, so many things associated with it. And also they have also highlighted that technological side, yes, of course we have to, the name itself is use of AI and other various tools, CCTV surveillance and other things are there, but even the technologists also have suggested that from the design side also input should come from the design side as well. And of course technologies are there, technologists are there, engineers are there, so that the proper integration. In the morning we heard one of our experts, they have spoken about that we have to integrate the domains rather than working in fragmentation. I think which is more important that the neighborhood groups and everything. So faculty and the students are one of the, in that course this paper has highlighted the faculty researchers, they have attempted to collect data perspective from various teachers, teaching community, and rightly they have highlighted the results, findings from that. There is a need for behavioral mapping. So more in our course curriculum, consistently, some universities following, some universities not following, some universities 10% following. So idea was that the suggestions came that there is a, so throughout the maybe the nationwide, like we have a earthquake resistant design through lot of interviews. Example I am telling, from the earthquake resistant design, it was also like when I was like 10 years back, it was not as a mandatory subject. Then after this Bhuj, like various this like devastating earthquakes, then we realized yes, again architects and planners, they are important, engineers of course. So engineers were designing it, but they felt that if the so architects and other the mason trainers, so that way even the disaster housing and earthquake resistant design, that has become a mandatory course. Then we have made environmental science as a mandatory course of the architecture course curriculum and the planning course curriculum. Similarly, now from this probably one of the outcome of this today's conference probably will be to incorporate this CPTAD principle in a very regularized way, so that all the students, all the faculties at a particular level, we can integrate them in our course curriculum. So that was very interesting.
Amitav sir, last 1 minute.
For me also time is there? I don't think
You're
so.
just getting late.
Okay. I think they are talking about next another sessions are there. Okay, then I will conclude if that is what they want. So the third paper talked about the integration of CPD in night economy. We have heard that, so I will not elaborate it. Only thing is that they have highlighted that yes, night activity in Chennai context, at least they have found with the increase of night activity, the crime rate has been decreased. And the fourth paper was crime prevention through design intervention in urban open space. Here also the with the authors, with the help of 5 case studies from 5 countries, they have highlighted that how the application of these things, 5 case studies, they have improved the those spaces, and probably in the course of that they might have also reduce the crime. So I congratulate all the presenters, and thank you all, one and all, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Amitava
you.
sir. Please stay on the stage. I request Shri D.P. Srinivas sir to please felicitate Dr. G. Karthik sir. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Amitava, for concluding the session very well, very nicely framed up comments. And I congratulate all the four speakers of the session, or four presenters. I think they were really very different topics in the same session. So that way it contributed to the diversity of the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Karthik sir. And yeah. Yeah. And I request all the presenters for the photograph for session 2. Session 2, all the presenters, please join for photograph on the stage. Presenters, please join with the delegates. Thank you, everyone. With this, we move to the session 3 on intelligent signages and community engagement in digital communication. We have a session keynote speaker as architect Vijesh Kumar, Department of Architecture. And as a discussant, we have Sherif Niza. She is also from Department of Architecture. And these both are very intellectual in the concerned field. Yeah. Sherifu, you can come front.
Sir, okay, you are clear? Yeah. Fine, sir, thank you, I'll do it. No, I just want one pen. Fine. Fine, so pointer is easy. No, that's fine. Okay.
Very good afternoon to all. So we have section 3 on intelligent signage and community engagement in digital communication. I will just, my objective is to orient you towards this particular topic. We have talked about the speakers have talked about the principles of it, and so many other diverse fields they have talked about. One of the aspect we actually coming in will be we have talked about a crime which is happening on one specific area, and then the second generation came where people have talked about is not only that people who is affecting only on that particular space alone. The aspect of it is actually being extended. So one is like you have to look inward, and also you have to look outward to the the other areas which is surrounding our neighborhood itself. Okay, so in this particular context, it is not possible with only relating to our planning principles and this all, it's not possible to do that. Okay, so this is where this smart technology, this intelligent signage system, this all comes into picture. Okay, so just to orient you where actually why these particular CPTD principles are very relevant here. So crime in India, you can observe here, even though the population growth is 3.8 times, you can see the total cognizant crimes has increased 9.67 times. There's an overwhelming increase. And even if you check these urban crimes in India, the crime rate, there is an 83% increase, and the rapid crime growth is also increased to 91% growth you can observe. So this actually we can tell, like, is not even though we are using the CPD principles and these all other aspects, not like only relating to, we cannot rely only on architecture or planners alone, of course. So this is a diverse domain where not only these people work in, we need designers, we need product designers, we need some other technologies who actually facilitate this all aspect. So you can see here, apart from the urban crime, we have so many other crimes also related to these particular scenarios. Okay, in majority of the time when you talk about the urban area, even we do not know who our neighbor is, and we do not know what is happening in our neighborhood, leave alone what is happening outside that particular space. Okay, so this is where we actually need the technology assistance to improve those particular spaces. Okay, so it's not only like a place-based approach, so to improve this particular thing, we also need some of the aspects of technology to bring it in. That's the main argument. So again, to tell you, so there is the first generation, there is 6, and the one is that the geographical juxtaposition. That means the outside of your neighborhood also, is going to affect what is actually the crime, or that environment is also going to affect our neighborhood as well. Okay, so considering this, if we have this the intelligent signages and these all aspects, there will be a facilitator to improve this particular environment, which specifically oriented towards the community engagement and giving necessary information to the public. Okay, so what we should expect when you are having these particular signages, you can say it's a multilingual support, and all the users should be able to access it. And main important thing when these particular signages or these particular things happens is that there is a real time update. So whatever happens in the neighborhood, more or less people are very much aware of what is happening, and people can actually take necessary steps towards it. Okay, even there is a calamity or any other actions happening, we can quickly communicate to the people. That's the advantage of this particular technology. Okay, and this is quite dynamic, and there is a context awareness is exists. And obviously these data will be going to the centralized management, where you analyze the data, and then we can take necessary steps on this. Okay, so then the question will be like, how actually this smart technologies is all aspect, even related to intelligent signages, how it promote this particular the foster this community engagement, or directing in the reduction of crime prevention. Okay, so that is like, we have a stimulus. So the first response will be a cognitive response. So for example, I have quoted something here. So it's like, if there is a stimulus, maybe like the content of the thing will be like, there is a local event is going to happen, or the neighborhood there is an emergency alert, so something is going happening. So the cognitive response towards it will be like, okay, I might attend this, or there is an alert is going on, I must prepare to face those particular thing. Okay, it might be like moving away from it or taking a step of it, and then it leads to an emotional response where if there is a people are more aware of this particular space, people have the belongingness to feeling of belonging to that particular space, or there will be feelings of caution, and there will be a behavioral response that people will be avoiding that particular area and they may move out, or they might attend the event and they will be more engaged to that particular people will know each other, and this engagement will actually reduce the crime. Okay, so one of the main aspect about these particular theory is that the natural surveillance and orient towards the community engagement. Okay, so the effect will be, there will be a strengthened social bonds and increased civic participations, or it may be like increasing the natural surveillance, and in ways it will be improving that particular area in itself. All right. So it's not like this particular technology is not being put fully inside the India. We need these particular technologies. One of the installation what you can see here is the smart poles, we call it, and this been done by this is New Delhi metropolitan area. So there they have installed this smart poles, and these smart poles include this push button for air grievances. So if you have any emergency or any alertness, you come there, you have the switch, you communicate with that, and then it'll be aired directly to the police control, and there is smart camera, rain gauges, Wi-Fi transmitters, and a public address system. So this is one of the aspects. So how this particular thing will be taken by the people? So this is another article which is came in Hindu, which you can say like people were urge authorities to repair and make them available to tourists and visitors. So that means there is a call for this particular people, and people are taking it in version that people are looking for these particular technologies also to assist, and more people might feel safer. Okay. And it's not like this particular technology how it will be improving this particular. Even if you take this 7 principles, these particular technology, intelligence, silence, and community engagement, it has the ability to reform or touch upon these particular principle. If you say surveillance, we have a real time monitoring, and an information is be given totally, since the people know about this particular space, they own that space, and there is an activity support. If there is anything happening, people are aware, and if there is any space which is underused or any other, people are aware and of those particular spaces as well. Okay. And then the maintenance aspects, vandalism or target hardening, or even geographical situation, there is a dynamic warning of nearby risk. So people are more aware of this particular area to ready for for facing this particular risk. Okay. So having said this, so this is what the main aspect about the intelligent signage and things. So now I would like to call upon the we'll start our presentation. I will call upon the next presenters, and thank you for this particular opportunity. I'll call one by one, and we'll stick to the time.
Thank you, Vijay sir. And I wish to call upon all the presenters forward. And please be seated at the forefront. And we will stick to the timing. It's 7 minutes per session, per paper presentation.
Yeah, ma'am, can we?
So,
Shall? Yeah. So, good afternoon. And myself, I'm Samant Kumar. So, today, thank you for this opportunity of CPTD organization committee. So, myself, going to present today this design thinking. So, nowadays, this design thinking word is very buzz everywhere. So, people are talking about this in different regions. So already so many people discussed about the literature. So and there is a demand for the group housing also, the CPTD principles involvement. So lack of this gap identified majorly, the lack of community driven. The community participation is very important in our designs. So for that, developed a framework. That is my main aim to develop a framework for the CPTD. So integrating the design thinking. So the objectives are three major objectives. So the first one is the hotspots, identification of the hotspots, majorly where this crime happens, and the participation of the residents, and developing the framework, including the design thinking. So coming to the methodology, so I have identified the two different group housings from Vijayawada. So one is like a gated community, and the second one is the low cost housing community in Vijayawada. So where and so majorly crime means, so we need to do the on-site surveys, so that will help us to frame our frameworks and designs. So already people discussed about this literature study, first generation and second generation. I'm skipping this part. So when you see the key findings from the study one, if you see the gated community, this plan, so the green part is the entrance gate to the gated community, only one entrance. So where the other color one, the internal part was where people are majorly using. So and that the dashed red line, the people are having little bit doubt in their minds to enter in those areas. So this is where people are feeling little bit uncomfort in those outer peripheral areas of the gated communities. So when I asked the people why you are not guys not going around the, why you are not utilizing the entire space of the our community, then they said somewhat we are feeling we are little bit uncomfort about the edges peripheries of the our areas. So that's why they are using only the central. Yes, it is okay to design the center based designs, but at the same time, if you observe, the outer peripherals of our designs are the hotspots of the crimes. So that what I observed the from this study one. So if you see the study two, so this is a low cost housing community. So here the people said they are very much happy with their site design, so and the block arrangement also, because they don't have the compound wall, so they are bounded with the 12 meters wide road, so they are completely using and enjoying the space. The only area they said the problems are the red dashed lines, that means the total lot areas and service areas, what they are said. So so what we can do, so from the site one we have some benefits, from the site two we have some benefits, at the same time drawbacks. So what are those? So I conduct this ICC interclass correlation comparative test. So where you can see the oranges are from the low cost housing communities, and the blue are from the gated community. So if you see the that comparison, so a low cost group housing has a more advantage their design when compared to the gated community people. So so for that, definitely I developed some framework to improve existing designs and as well as the future designs. These six stages of design thinking framework will start with the first. We need to prepare for the where we are going to conduct the study. So we need to follow some ethics and preparation. It will take a 1 to 2 weeks. I have mentioned the timeline also. And after that we need to do the major part, the empathy. So we need to sit with them, talk with them, and spend time with them. With them means people, the human centric design. So that's why I proposed the almost 3 to 4 weeks time. So in the different time periods, like a morning, evening, night time, midnight, and early mornings. And after that we need to identify, means we need to define the spot areas. So it will take another 2 3 weeks, and after that we need to ideate, means where our designs will tell. So after that designing completion of the third phase, we need to do the prototype means some small uh, uh, prototypes of our designs, implementing a testing at the spaces. So and after the testing with the people, actual people who are going to use it, and we will come to the some decisions, some conclusions from their feedback. So by implementing this framework, I think our designs can be more sustainable than just designing u-centric to a shift from the u-centric to user-centric or human-centric will definitely improve the quality of our designs. So these I already discussed in the previous slides recommendations. So prioritize the natural surveillance, which doesn't require too much cost, and I don't think these AIs and surveillance will work continuously, as said by Reddy sir. So and by maintaining the different protocols also. This is my conclusion. So if you incorporate this design thinking framework with the CPTD, so it will be the best robust way for the pathway for our designs. And this framework definitely ensures, I'm thinking, reliability and inclusivity, transparency, and the ultimate goal of the CPTD is safety. So with this note, so I am concluding. So thank you for all the residents and my PhD supervisor also, Ramesh Konda director. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Saman. Now we call upon the next presenter on the topic crowdsourced safety flagging in transit hubs, a conceptual intervention using digital navigation platforms and CPTD principle by Husna Hafsa.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. My name is Husna Afsar. I am a student of 5th year B Architecture at SPA Vijayawada. Today I will be presenting my research paper titled Crowdsourced Safety Flagging in Transit Hubs, a conceptual intervention that bridges digital navigation platforms and Cpted principles. So coming to the problem statement, which is it has been confirmed by various surveys and studies that women's safety is compromised in public transit environments. This can be observed in bus station, metros, etc. To counter this, there are some existing apps such as Safety Pin and Himmat. So these apps are already present. However, even though they excel at data collection, they fail to garner an institutional response to fix the core issues, which is lack of infrastructure management. So the aim is to create. So the main problem is an accountability disconnect, which is a fundamental feedback action disconnect in urban safety governance. So the question which arises is: can participatory Cpted auditing transform passive data into active urban safety interventions? To study that, I followed the following methodology, which is design science research approach. Here we propose a framework and we see if it works in the real life or not. So the literature study was done, multi-source secondary analysis was done, and then I also studied some NGO surveys, academic studies, and NCRB data. So the identification of the problem was that the existing Cpted-based women safety apps lack accountable response system for the flagged hazards. So what we need is someone to take care of the problems that have been identified by multiple users. So to counter this, we combine Cpted principles with SLA based governance models. So, SLA or service level agreements is a type of contract between the government and the agency which will be allotted to take care of all the problems, and they have to clear the problems within a given timeline. I'll explain this further. So, combining these principles, we came up with a framework design to integrate this framework into existing navigation platforms such as Google Maps, which is used by multiple people. And this was validated using visual Cpted audits using street view imagery from Delhi and Bangalore metro cities. So, for example, you are a user and you identify an unsafe zone at a transit hub. For example, broken light which is compromising the safety. So, you'll open Google Maps and you'll click the report hazard icon. Here, you can upload geotag photos and select the hazard type. So, this flow till now is already done by many safety apps. However, it doesn't go beyond that. So, there is no action taken on the reported hazards. So, what I proposed is these reports which are submitted, they can be assigned an SLA ticket so that these issues should be solved in a given window. For example, the light should be fixed within 24 to 48 hours. This complaint is sent to the urban local body or the transit body which is supposed to solve this issue. And also we can integrate AI engines which will help to prioritize the complaints based on the agency. So urgent complaints which are reported by multiple people will be catered to first. So the field staff is notified, they go and fix the situation, and then the authority uploads a picture that the problem has been resolved. So this workflow which you saw now, this is already being used by the Swachhata app, which is used by the government of India. So they have this SLA based ticketing system. So basically these are suitable to the Indian environment. Once this is done, the user is satisfied, and if the complaint is not resolved properly, they can aim to reopen it. If there's any SLA breach, that is, if the SLA ticket is not resolved within the time, it can be escalated to higher authorities. Coming to the key benefits of this method, first is legal accountability. So now that we have SLA tickets, people are supposed to solve the problem, like the municipal body is supposed to solve the problem within the given time frame. Then seamless integration. So the main problem is the existing safety apps such as Safety Pin and Himmat, they are separate apps. So people don't use them, they have to download and use. Instead, we integrate with an existing platform such as Google Maps or any other provider who agrees to integrate this. And then next is Cpted based prioritization. So since the hazard have been categorized as per the Cpted urgency, these can be allotted accordingly, which is more urgent and which needs to be solved before. And so the user generated Cpted assessment replaces the expensive professional audits while improving infrastructure management using AI assisted classification and municipal integration. So these are some of the selected hazard types. For example, poor lighting, lack of surveillance, isolated areas, and blind spots. So if you observe any of these, the user can report them. Coming to some ground reality street view imagery which was observed in the study, such as Kashmir Gate in Delhi and the Shantinagar bus stop in Bangalore. So in Kashmir Gate, you can see it's an underpass. Lighting things are there, like lighting is there, but it is not functional. So these can be notified and solved within a smaller timeline of 24-48 hours, so that the natural surveillance is not compromised. Coming to the bus stop, here you can see there's no proper signage which indicates the bus timing. This can also be identified, and then this can be sorted on a longer time period, such as 5 to 7 days, because the banner and all will take some time. So coming to the stakeholders who are involved in this system, women commuters are the primary users or the citizens who will flag these problems. Then we have the transit authorities, which will ensure that these things are maintained and implemented. Municipal bodies will monitor the SLA tickets and the engineers. Police and law enforcement can handle the high risk areas where their intervention is needed. App platforms such as Google Maps or any other partner apps can host the interface. NGOs and civic advocates can create awareness and data auditing. Urban planners can use the collected data for their studies and to plan safer cities. And the state government can help in funding and policy support. Also, in municipal corporation, we can give multiple tiers which will be assigned different levels of this workflow. So the vision is to empower the 400 million plus urban women to transform their lived experience into evidence-based environmental change to create safer and more inclusive transit landscapes. Also, the future research directions are pilot implementation, which can be done to study user behavior in metro cities, impact assessment, as in long-term assessment of crime statistics once this has been implemented, and Cpted efficacy can also be studied. So change happens when ordinary people do extraordinary things. When we create systems that respond to people's need, we build the foundation for a more just society. Let's come together and try to improve the existing situation. Thank you one and all. I would like to also extend my sincere thanks to the organizing committee, all the esteemed guests and the audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Usna. Now we call upon the third participant, integrated planning for safer cities towards smart CPTD strategies in Kochi by S. Madhumita and R. Rajiv.
Yes, sir. Madhu. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. Good afternoon to one and all present here. Myself, Madhumita, Master of Planning, Environmental Planning and Management. I have passed out in 2024 from SPI Vijayawada. I personally thank Assistant Professor Rajiv sir for reminding me and giving me this opportunity to present this work.
And here we present the integrated planning for safer cities towards smart CPT strategies in Kochi. So in Kochi, there are various criminology-based crime-related theories. So in Kochi, we primarily focus on studied on broken windows theory and defensible space theory, how it can be implemented as CPTED strategies. So for example, in broken windows theory, what we observed in Kochi is that some inappropriate graffitis. So examples of those inappropriate graffitis and like in the pictures we can analyze like more of construction waste will be dumped. So these spaces created a broken windows theory of insecure environment in the spaces. And defensible space is something how people take ownership of their own spaces. For example, street vendors who sell vegetables and fruits in streets, they act as natural surveillance in that area. So it creates a ownership of those places. So how these helps in the CBT strategies. This is how the work focuses on. The case area is the commercial hub of Kerala, Kochi. So it has 74 wards and it's a densely packed area. So from the LULC, NTBI, and WI, we can understand how the area is highly populated and how it is densely packed. So it's the third highest crime recorded in India. It's not about the region has high number of major crimes. Even the smallest number of petty cases are easily recorded in those in Kochi region. It's because of the Kudumbashri active. People are volunteers are active in those areas, and even the small petty cases, heap teasing, all these cases are recorded and actions are immediately taken. That's one of the main reason why it's recorded as the highest crime rate in the region. So the research methodology, for research methodology, so the basic crime data is taken from NCRB data and the official portal of Kerala Police for Kochi city. So it focuses on main three analysis. The first analysis focuses on the crime intensity, crime occurrence, crime intensity, and the crime patterns. So the crime occurrence analysis is about the spatial autocorrelation analysis. So this analysis used to analyze how the entire region, the crime in entire species is clustered or dispersed. So here from the analysis we can understand that the area has a positive correlation. So this says that the entire region doesn't have an evenly spread crimes areas. It's just some commercial spaces have a focused and hotspots have been analyzed. And next is the crime hotspot analysis. So this focuses on the crime concentration. So here we can analyze the hotspots and cold spots. So the hotspot region are majorly the commercial hubs like the central Kochi region, South Ernakulam, Mattancherry region. So these are also the tourist spots. That's why it's analyzed as the hotspot areas. And cold spots areas are the West Kochi area, naval base region. These spaces are also protected regions. So that's the main reason why it's differentiated as cold spots. And next is about crime density analysis. So this focuses on the urban crime patterns. So how the amount of crimes, the number of crimes varies from one region to other region. So as I already told, the commercial hubs and the transportation nodes focuses more on the hotspot regions, and moderate regions are the transition zones, and the central zone, that is the defense zones. So these are the cold spots region, and it is highly protected regions, and that's the main reason why the level of crimes is low in these regions. So from these analysis, we can understand like how like the various patterns of crimes are occurring in these places, and how to provide a safe urban environment is that providing natural surveillance is one of the main thing, as I told in the start of the session. So it's about how the defensible space, so how people take ownership of the space. So for lighting the bridges, informal vending area, vending, police booths. So these are some of the simple interventions which can be added to provide a proper safer environments. And the second is community engagement. So community engagements involves people to take the ownership of those of their places, and it provides empowerment of those places for the people in that, and of course it creates a natural surveillance of their own places. And next is providing smart interventions to areas. So this is one region called Kallur Stadium. So this has been identified as a drug peddling region from it has been told by the commissioner of Kochi city. So this is an idea of how it can be implemented through various AI enabled digital boards, QR codes. If there's any notable crime scenes which have been identified by common people, it can be easily it easily conveyed to the police, and it can be actions can be taken easily. So these are some ideas. And next is Palari Ottam. It's a residential belt. So if the area is a residential area, and if there is a spot where people cannot easily access, and if it's a remote place, more of crimes are being attracted. So it's this creates a broken windows theory. So if we create a natural green belt in those areas, it provides a sense of ownership to the people can easily access these places, and the and crimes can be prevented from in these places. And the overall summary is that, so it's not just moral policing is important in the current situation, it's also like technological integration is very much important for an integrated planning in the present situation. So intelligent signages and CPTD principles together provides a safer environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Madhumita. Now we have the last presenter, crowd management through wayfinding signage, an approach to safe urban environments, by Fatima Nishana, Dheeraj Reddy, Jatin Kumar, and Karthik Ji.
సీతో ఉంటుంది సిపిటిడి. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dheeraj Kishan, Fatima, Nishana, Jatin Kumar, and special thanks to Dr. G. Karthik sir for this opportunity. Today, we are here to talk about our paper, Crowd Management through Wayfinding Signage, an approach to crime prevention and safe pilgrimage.
Let us start with Tirumala, one of the busiest pilgrimage sites in India. The pilgrimage counts up to 60,000 per day, especially during special occasions like Brahmotsavam. Now imagine being in a crowd, and the confusion of the people leads to panic, accidents, and even petty crimes like theft. Imagine going to a airport and not having signages for check-ins and boardings. People would feel lost, and now multiply that confusion through 1,000. This is the challenge we are dealing with.
We can assimilate the problem into three broad categories. So, first one is existing signages, and in these signages there are three major issues. First one was cluttered and unclear, language overload, and no proper hierarchy. And coming to the second category is wayfinding gaps, where the major concern is while you are on a continuous move until darshan, it is tough to navigate through. So which creates bottlenecks, delays, and stress. And third one is confused people are more vulnerable to thefts, disputes, or even stampedes.
Our aim is simple: to improve safety and the pilgrim experience. To understand and integrate ways we have to first understand the navigation psychology of humans, and then understand the crowd behavior and analyze it. Then we have to integrate design and technology to the solutions, and only then can we enhance the crowd experience.
And for this, we performed field service with pilgrims, stakeholder discussions with temple staff and police, spatial mapping of movement, and case studies from other cities.
So for case studies, we had choose two case studies. One from Nanning, China, where a particular precinct of a neighborhood was selected, and they decided to keep different types of signages across different junctions. It was recorded that intuitive symbols were rather more responsive to the pedestrians than words. Similarly, in a VR eye tracking experiment, it was assimilated that signage boards improved, or such a method can improve the signage board experiences throughout a system. This shows that Tirumala can also use a customized way of analysis on making a proper signage wayfinding method.
It is important to know where the movement happens and how to understand what works and what will not work in Tirumala. 70 to 80% of pilgrims come by buses. Major crowd nodes are CRO office, bus stand, and Madhavidis and queue complexes. These are the critical points where good signages can reduce chaos.
During festivals, during normal days, there are up to 10,000 pilgrimage, and it goes up to a 60,000 during festival seasons. To handle this, we can use predictive methods. For example, if we know from the data that the crowd is going to be double tomorrow, an extra digital signage can be deployed in advance. Crowds doesn't just create physical inconvenience, they affect the minds, and it can be contagious. So pilgrims often feel lost, leading to anxiety. Too much text on boards can cause cognitive overload, and landmarks like the temple towers not always being visible, which increases the disorientation. Imagine going to a railway station and you cannot find the platform number. Even if the train is delayed, you are going to feel panicked. So from the images we can see this was a situation of Tirumala when we were doing our study. The signs were too much of an overload, there was too much crowd, and people were obviously confused by everything. Increase in pilgrimage depended on three causes, and that was saturated popularity of the place, new technologies and improved accessibility, and the overall population growth of the country. Assuming that the popularity of the place and new technology and improved accessibility brings a constant increase in pilgrimage, we can conclude that an overall population growth can be directly proportional to the increased pilgrimage. Thus, we can use population calculation equations like the one given below to assess the population counts, along with calculating daily, monthly and yearly footfall trends, calculating the carrying capacity of the population, and predictions can be made according to this.
And breaking down the wayfinding paths, like the issues in the current system are like there are no hierarchy of information and ambiguous icons and poor map legibility. And coming to the digital signages, the font sizes are small, and there is a rapid scrolling where people are unable to get the right sort of information, and there is a poor distribution of information on the signages. So to solve this, we propose efficient digital signages, which actually provide lifesaver timings, token numbers, and alerts, which can go to the people. So standardized symbols and progressive disclosure and color coded trails. Tactile guidance for visually impaired pilgrims, and guide maps can also be included with QR codes, which can be accessed through mobile, where people can navigate through Tirumala. And the problem in Tirumala is not that they have or they don't have the above, but in inefficient usage of those.
Thus, it is necessary that signages must have a contrast, quick
Your time is
understanding,
up.
hierarchy, proper viewing point and viewing angle, and standardized section. Yes.
Yes.
If implemented, this system will reduce congestion and waiting times, lower anxiety, and making pilgrim feel safe, and prevent crime from by reducing confusion. So to conclude, wayfinding is not just about reaching the destination. It's about ensuring safety and peace throughout the journey. Thank you.
Thank you, presenters. Thank you, Vijay sir. Can I call upon Architect Sharifin sir? She is a discussant for the session.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to be here as a discussant for the session, Intelligent Signage and Community Engagement in Digital Communication. We have already heard a compelling keynote which set the stage by tracing India's urban crime patterns, the evolution of CPTED principles, and the raising role of intelligent signage and AI in shaping safer urban spaces. So, as Vijay sir have highlighted, the crime rates have more than doubled in the last few years in India. So, this underscores the urgency of rethinking how we design for safety. So, CPTED's time-tested principles like surveillance, access control, territoriality, maintenance, activity support, target hardening, and geographical juxtaposition remain very crucial. So, the keynote speaker also highlighted the importance of digital augmentation, intelligent signage, AI-enabled navigation, and also community participations. Later on, the 4 papers we have heard today highlighted how technology, design, and human behavior intersect in shaping safer and inclusive spaces. So the paper 1 presented by Samantha Kumar highlights the role of design thinking as a structured yet flexible methodology to tackle crime prevention in group housing. So by emphasizing community-driven solutions, it reminds us that safety is not only a matter of surveillance or policing, but it is of a social and design responsibility. The paper 2, crowdsourced safety flagging in transit hubs, presented by Husna Afsar, here the focus shifts to digital navigation platforms and crowdsourced reporting. So the transit hubs are often areas of vulnerability, and this conceptual model proposes an intervention where users themselves become co-creators of the safety data. What stands out is the blending of the CPTED principles with participatory technology in this. And the paper 3, Integrated Planning for Safer Cities, Smart CPTED Strategies in Kochi, presented by Madhumita. This contribution situates CPTED within urban scale planning. The case of Kochi demonstrates how smart technologies can support integrated safety strategies. The paper advances the conversation from isolated interventions towards systemic integration, bridging urban governance, technology, and also design for citywide safety. So the paper 4, Crowd Management through Wayfinding Signage, presented by Dheeraj and Fatima. Finally, this paper ties together signage, crowd management, and urban safety. The emphasis on wayfinding highlights how even simple legible communication can play a critical role in guiding behavior and preventing unsafe crowding situations. They have managed to analyze these strategies on real-time case like Tirumala, Tirupati conventions. Looking across these papers, a few threads emerge, like community and participation, digital documentation of CPTED, integration and scalability of these interventions while keeping them context-specific, and human communication. So I would like to end with some closing remarks. Altogether, these papers remind us that safety is both a design problem and also a social contract. CPTED, when layered with AI and digital tools, opens exciting pathways, but also demands careful consideration of ethics, accessibility, and community agency. So I hope these discussions continue to inspire further research in this particular area of research. Thank you everyone for giving me this opportunity. Yeah.
To Architect Sharif and Architect Vijay. Sir, I wish both of you to stay back for the mementos. I call upon Ravi Kumar sir, so please felicitate them with the mementos. Once the felicitation is done, I request all the presenters to please take a group photo session. Can I call upon the presenters? Even guides can join. Everyone. Followed by session 3, we have session 4, Cpted and AI integration in urban planning, in which Dr. Valliyappan, Professor, Department of Planning, will be chairing the session. Along with that, we have discussed Dr. Arpan Pal from Department of Planning.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. Today the session is like on CPTD and AI integration in urban planning, because now AI is becoming important and JS is also becoming important, because nowadays why it is important means because it is like we have to look the city at a larger scale. So for larger scale, we need the intervention of this artificial intelligence, as well as we need this GIS to take some informed decisions. So already the crime data has already been explained, but crime in urban areas is often influenced by poor design, lack of surveillance, and inadequate social infrastructure. Traditional urban planning, what it does is like sometimes overlooks crime prevention as a core objective. Urban planning has recently transformed because of the rapid advancement and integration of artificial intelligence technologies. These innovations allow urban planners to make an informed evidence-based decisions and promote more effective data-driven methods. AI-driven urban planning integrates predictive analytics, surveillance, and data-driven design to proactively reduce crime. If you see, AI in urban planning includes AI enhanced geographic information systems for refining urban development strategies and AI driven tools such as drones to optimize smart city management tasks. These technologies enable precise predictions of urban expansion, environmental impacts, and infrastructure needs, thereby contributing to sustainable and resilient urban systems, because it helps in predictions of urban areas, because the urban sprawl is very much talked about. It helps in that. AI capabilities such as improved predictive analytics and autonomous decision making algorithms often and their use in tools such as digital twins, because nowadays we need a technology in such a way that we need data integration. Data integration means real time data integration and analysis is required to take any decisions, and then urban systems definitely need it. Even the big data analytics also talks about it, like we need data integration, real time data integration and analysis. So AI also helps and GIS also helps in that particular format. So CPDD principles many people have talked about first generation, second generation, and third generation. It talks about natural surveillance, access control, regular maintenance, activity support, and geographical aspects also will be taken into accounts for in crime deterrence as well as quality of life improvements. Numerous cities have employed CPTD principles to improve safety and diminish the crime occurrence. GIS provides evidence-based decisions making by linking spatial data with socioeconomic, demographic, and climate-related information. When we are when we are trying to combine the GIS and CPTD, it will make urban areas more functional and safe. The applications of GIS will support in carrying out analysis like crime mapping. It is possible through GIS. Risk analysis. GIS overlays crime data with land use, lighting, and transport. Predictive policing is also possible through GIS because GIS models predict potential crime-prone areas. Community safety planning, because GIS also support participatory mapping. Residents can mark the unsafe zones. Simulations also helps in GIS, like AI powered simulations test how changes in street layouts, lighting, or building design impact safety. Infrastructure planning, like for example, AI integrates traffic data, pedestrian flow, and crime statistics to optimize placement of transport hubs, parks, and housing. There are a lot of interventions have taken place in Indian context. To start with, Hyderabad has leveraged a wide-ranging CCTV network with over 6 lakh cameras and AI-driven facial recognition systems. It resulted in substantial crime reduction and elevated emergency responses. It is not only CCTV. Now CCTVs are able to detect with the help of facial recognitions, they are able to find out the threats. The Safe City project of Chennai emphasizes redesigned streets with better visibility, CCTV-equipped public transport, and targeted police patrols improved the women's safety in Chennai. Kolkata has also prioritized women's safety through initiatives like pink taxis, CCTV in critical areas, and redesigned public spaces. If you see, if you see about this particular topic, AI, there are a lot of challenges and risk and consideration. When we are developing a model through AI and GIS, we have to take into consideration these aspects. One is like when we are integrating AI with the CPTED, it has some pitfalls, like it has pitfalls we must have aware of. This is not only technical, there are social, ethical, and institutional aspect also. And then there are privacy and surveillance related ethics is also, because they are recording the information. Because if they are recording the information, who controls the data, who is having access to it, risk of misuse is also there in the privacy and surveillance ethics also. And bias in data, sometimes sometimes because of underreporting of crime, that is also that bias in data can take place. Because if you have AI, there is a cost and maintenance associated with it, and then there is a false sense of security associated with it. And then if you want to implement this AI in the real world, you need real regulations, legal accountability. So users of AI need oversight, laws on surveillance, data protection, liability if something goes wrong. So with this orientation, I invite the presenters to come and present their findings. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Jaldi Anita. I'm a researcher and a passionate GIS enthusiast, and also an employee of SPAV. Today, I'm going to present. I thank the organizers of this national conference and also the chair for giving me this opportunity to present on AI integrated GIS applications for CPT based urban safety strategies. Our aim is to explore about integration of AI and GIS in the context of urban planning with integration to CPTD. Our present study involves is divided into literature study, and this based on this literature study, how we can integrate AI and CPTD and GIS for urban planning, and then grouping it into different themes, and also identify the key challenges, and also propose a strategic framework for the integration of these three fields. So, briefly defining, almost all of us have gone through this Cpted definitions and principles and everything. So, crime prevention theory is Cpted is a crime prevention theory which, when tactically designed, it will reduce the crime and also the fear of crime. So, Cpted is a proactive and predictive approach, and it is also multidisciplinary in nature. So these are the principles of Cpted which were already discussed. So now how to consider a crime. So we can see Brattingham describes a crime as 4 dimensions, that is law, offender, target, and a place. So without these 4 dimensions, there is no chance for a crime to occur. And here I am going to enhance more on the 4th dimension, that is space or place. This is where GIS comes into position. Like GIS is a science where it deals with the space or place or location. So one of the important terms in integrating GIS to Cpted is like hotspots. Hotspots are nothing but the places in the urban environment where there is an increased activity of crime. So using GIS, we can actually find out the hotspots where crime is occurring. And also there was a study by Radcliffe that prevention requires proactivity requires predictability, and predictability requires pattern. Because our Cpted is a proactive and predictive preventive approach, this AI aspect comes into place from this theory. So when coming to the dealing with the role of GIS in Cpted, what dimensions we have, like spatial analysis, where we can find out the low lighting areas, visibility, access, viewshed for surveillance, etc. And also we can identify the spatial pattern of crime, layout design, inventory map of land uses for security arrangements, etc. And then AI, coming to the role of AI in Cpted, we can predictive model. You can just generate CCTV analytics for more prediction and detect anomaly in patterns. So based on this literature study, we have grouped our study into 4 thematic areas. Like first, we have spatial crime mapping, which uses GIS and AI-driven surveillance, participatory GIS, and data-informed urban planning, which in detail we'll discuss. So this is about how GIS can be used. This is one of the case study from our literature review, because there's no enough time to present all these things. So this one is the case study from Delhi, where the hotspots were identified. 10 hotspots were identified, and their how the crime is occurring, what type of crime is occurring, using the attribute data and also the land use. We can clearly see in the detailed images what is the reason for the crime to occur. These all things we can identify with GIS. And then now AI driven surveillance. Here we took a case study from Turkey, where machine learned based algorithms were applied. Yes, in this we can find what data is collected in the form of parcels, buildings, roads, and land use type, and the data is pre-processed, and the predictive modeling was done with 2 models, that is random forest regression and support vector regression. Using this, there was identification of hotspots were done in the urban area of Turkey region. So this is one of the example for AI integration in Cpted. And then this participatory GIS, as already discussed by our fellow participants of the previous session, Afsar has already mentioned that community participation or participatory GIS is very important. That service level agreement, what she has mentioned, like what unsafe place or low lit area, what we have find, we can immediately upload it or give it a caution. So this participatory GIS is one important factor which helps to improve the CPTED standards. And then data informed urban planning. This was also mentioned by our ma'am, chief guest DCP ma'am, that we are almost using this data informed urban planning, urban management, like
Anita, 2 minutes more.
yes, traffic management, etc. Like AI driven traffic management we're using, like Astram madam has mentioned in the morning. We are using the CCTV surveillance. We are informing the police over there about traffic management. This can be used, yes, this can be used for surveillance of safety of the citizens in urban areas also. So based on the above studies of four themes what I have mentioned, I have developed a framework for integration of AI, GIS and CPTED. That is data collection, GIS mapping, AI processing and CPTE design like surveillance and access control, and also involving community in the form of participatory GIS and policy alignment like smart cities. I would like to mention because Asram and all such initiatives were as a part of smart city initiatives. 84,000 CC cameras were nearly installed, and there is an integrated command control centers which will deal with real time data analysis. So there are also key challenges what we have to look into, like when using AI in our studies: data privacy concerns, algorithm bias, digital divide, and fragmented institutional coordination. So in summary, I would like to present that AI integrated GIS and CPTED will enhance the urban safety. And this urban safety is not the sole responsibility of the technology. It is also the responsibility of designers, planners, community, and policy makers also. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Now I invite the second speaker. The topic is Beyond Surveillance, the Need for Human-Centered AI and CPTD in Modern Urban Planning. I invite Umesh Santosh and Drishti Agarwal.
दृष्टि
It'll be a PowerPoint of PPT lecture. External PDF.
There is option. Refresh, just refresh. Yeah. Just like this.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. Myself Drishti Agarwal and my colleague Umesh Lad. Our paper Beyond Surveillance, the Need for Human-Centered AI and CPTD in Modern Urban Planning explores how, in today's world where AI is transforming everything, it's really important to keep human values and public safety at the core of urban planning. We emphasize that while AI offers great tools, it shouldn't lead us to overlook basic CPTD principles that ensure public safety and well being in our cities. We'll be discussing two cases that highlight both the positive and negative ways in which AI has been used with the CPTD guidelines.
We are all familiar with the basic CPTD principles, but AI brings in extra benefits and makes things run more smoothly, like advanced analytics and intelligent surveillance, identifying high risk zones and suspicious behavior, enabling real time contextual security responses, promoting greener, more livable spaces. Integration of AI and CPTED also facilitates data analysis, modeling futuristic scenarios, and helping in making informed decisions.
The study looks at how AI can be integrated into CPTD, how much we should rely on it, and the potential risks if we depend on it too much. It also opens up the discussion about the scale at which AI is useful, whether it's for the citywide master planning or just a smaller area of land. For example, tools like EnviMet have limitations when it comes to the size of the area they can simulate and analyze effectively. A few risks identified from our studies were loss of human centered values in planning, privacy issues, environmental effects from extensive AI usage. In the following image, we can see where AI is used in city planning, which also includes artificial surveillance, where it can be integrated with CPTED. Let's look into cases depicting the positive and negative impacts of AI in CPTED.
Firstly, let's discuss the case of Kumbh Mela, which is held as a Kumbh Mela every 3 years, Ardha Kumbh Mela every 6 years, and Mahakumbh, which is held every 12 years. It is the largest religious gathering in the world, spanning 4,000 hectares, which experiences a footfall around 55 crores of pilgrims visiting Prayagraj.
Let's take a look at the arrangements made for the public safety during the Earth Kumbh Mela held in Prayagraj in 2019. They used 1,000 CCTV cameras, disease surveillance systems, organized fire control setups, and even created a huge tent city to make sure the crowd was safe and well taken care of.
If we look at Mahakumbh 2025, it had around 1.5 lakh tents and same number of the toilets, 30 pontoon bridges, and was organized into 25 different functional sectors. To ensure safety, smooth functioning, advanced AI tools were used, like 2,700 AI-enabled CCTV cameras with facial recognition for crowd analysis, aerial and underwater drones for surveillance, a centralized control center for a real-time monitoring and response, and AI-powered chatbots, mobile apps to help with navigation and handling complaints. Throughout all of this, they made sure to stay connected with what was happening on the ground, that is eyes on street, and didn't overlook the culture and local significance of the site. Using AI with CPTD principles like natural surveillance helps to identify the blind spots, keep track of safety of pilgrims, and make overall monitoring much more effective.
Additional parking spaces were set up based on AI's identification of bottlenecks, helping ensure smooth movement and supporting activities in quieter areas. The road network was expanded, railway connections were improved, and larger holding areas were created to control access and prevent stampedes. AI driven CCTV monitoring also helped in preventing and responding to crimes during the event.
Here we have a comparative analysis of both the melas of 2019 and 2025, which talks about how AI integration was done for the crime prevention by various aspects like crowd management, emergency response, infrastructure, health, communication, disaster, and water and sanitation. A good example of integration of AI to predict things, make the space safer, smoother, and lively for the public without harming the contextual and human values.
The next case we are looking at is the planning of Naypyidaw city in Myanmar, which was built as the new capital to replace Yangon city. Here, AI surveillance had to be heavily relied on because the city's planning overlooked CPTED guidelines, human scale design, and important social values.
According to a report by Reena Chandran, The urban design appears to be aimed at deterring protest and large gatherings, not fostering safety or social interaction. AI surveillance function as a control mechanism, not as a community oriented safety tool. There is a lack of public oversight and participation that reinforces authoritarian priorities over citizen well being.
Looking at these satellite images, it's clear that the city's design isn't really human friendly or suited for a vibrant and
Needs 2
enjoyable
minutes more.
lifestyle.
2 minutes.
There's a lack of natural surveillance, proper access control, and basically no eyes on the street, which pushed the government to rely on AI surveillance. But even that didn't work out well because of the issues like data privacy, ethical concerns, not safer streets, no spaces for people to gather, and biases in the training data that actually made inequalities worse. These are the key points that were highlighted by Khayashar Hamidi.
In the end, the city planning ignored the basic CPTED guidelines and relied too much on the AI surveillance. As the result, the public engagement didn't happen, and now this capital city is practically seen as a ghost town.
Here we can look at the comparison between the two cases and see how factors like the size of the area, CPTD guidelines, and other elements make a difference in determining which space feels more lively, safe, and welcoming for the people. On the basis of scale, we notice that Mahakumbh is a high density urban event, and Napido is a capital city, which is supposed to be densely populated, but ironically, it is sparsely populated. We learned that the planning of Mahakumbh 2025 valued public inclusion and the cultural context by integrating effective AI CPTD measures whilst being a temporary event. On the contrary, the study of Napido shows over-engineering, neglecting human needs, and designing according to administrative needs, which led to urban isolation.
Excessive reliance on technology and AI can disconnect planning from human values. AI often prioritizes efficiency and data over empathy, inclusivity, local culture, or the psychological impact of space, as seen in Napido's planning, where CPTD principles were overlooked.
AI also has intrinsic limitations in urban planning. It can inherit social biases, lacks intuition, creativity, and ethical reasoning, and often functions as a black box, raising accountability issues. Its environmental costs like high energy and water use pose sustainability concerns for planners balancing innovation with ecological responsibility.
Uh, the study concludes that AI should augment, not replace, human decision making. CPTD guidelines must remain central to designing safe, human centric public realms. AI based surveillance alone is insufficient. Optimal outcomes emerge when human intuition and judgment are supported by AI strength and gathering in the prediction and analysis. Thank you.
I invite the next presenter, Gokul Kailash, on the topic Reclaiming Urban Residual Spaces through CPTD, a design-based study in Bangalore.
Hello, good evening everyone. I am Gokul Kailash, PhD scholar in SPA Vijayawada, and my guide, the architect Bhanuchitra, I am Dean of Research and in SPA Vijayawada. Today I am sharing a design-based study on reclaiming Bangalore's residual urban space through crime prevention through environmental design like CPTED. Residual spaces like under flyover, voids, highway edges, and metro viaduct buffers weren't planned for active use. They are often dark, cluttered, or unsafe. But rather than waiving them as a problem, we can consider this as a public asset, and we can redesign as a people place. And before dive into the strategy, it's important to understand about what is urban residual space. Before I mentioned that These are the leftover space or in between space in our cities areas. There are planners or architects often overlook, like land under flyovers, on the edges of highways and the railways, and the small green patches in and around the cities. And the steady location is Bangalore. Bangalore is, we all know this, for this rapid urbanization and something poetic, and along with its tech boom. We've seen massive infrastructure expansion like the Outer Ring Road, and there are some number metro phases 1, 2, and the heritage railway corridors. And these are the some flyovers under the space which were located in Bangalore. And the gap which I found based on the existing literature, one thing became clear: most studies on related to urban voids mainly focusing on vacant lands and brownfield. These categories are well explored, but we can see the graph compared to others like under flyover and railway corridors, highway zone, metro Vedic buffers are least explored. And coming to the problem context, in Indian cities are urbanizing at remarkable pace, but this growth often leaves behind forgotten space. First, the neglected urban pockets like the one shown here. It's have the lack of safety measures and surveillance without lighting or visibility or activity. This area became vulnerable to illegal activities and create feelings of insecurity for nearby communities. And these are the framework I followed. First, I identified and classified the residual urban space in Bangalore by using the GIS map and Google Earth Pro and other Google Street View. And I classified based on the literature and other use like under flyovers, highway edges, railway line edges, in between spaces, informal green space, and metro Vedic buffers. And then I evaluated the space based on the safety related by using the visibility, access control, existing activity by using that land use, and by using mostly I used QGIS. Then finally, I applied Cpted principle to develop a site-specific landscape-oriented design strategy using remote assessment method like natural surveillance, access control, territorial reinforcement, and activity support. Developed a design guidelines for all 6 typologies. Used only low-cost landscape-led strategies without major infrastructure. These are the mapping of residual space by using QGIS map. And coming to the crime prevention Cpted strategy, it's a multidisciplinary approach, as we already see a lot of presentation. Like the idea is simple but powerful. By carefully designing the space, we can minimize the opportunity for a criminal behavior. Like for first, the Cpted relies on the natural surveillance, increasing visibility through lighting, open and window placement. The more visible a space is, the less attractive it became for criminal activity. Second, the territorial reinforcement is therefore defining the ownership. Using fences, landscaping and signage, we send a clear message about which areas are private or public, for fostering community responsibility and discourage intrusion. And third, natural access control guides movement, thoughtful pathway and barriers, directing legitimate users and limiting unauthorized access. Finally, maintaining the spaces regularly, keeping them clean and active. Signal stewardship, well-maintained area discourage vandalism and neglect, preventing the cycle of abandonment and decay that can invite crime. Next, this main objective, the 3 objectives considered. First, I already explained that I identified and I classified urban residual space, and I applied Cpted principle, and I evaluated intervention based on the scoring index. Coming back to this are the methodology, and I limited the space to public and government land. Then I relied on remote sensing tools such as Google Earth, GIS and Google Street View to efficiently gather spatial data on residual space. This allowed me the proper fieldwork. And the third, I focused on the data collection for both spatial and safety characteristics. Then these are the typology and description and Cpted challenges and opportunity I came. Like what are the challenges faced by under flyover space and highway edges, railway edges, and in between spaces, informal green space and metro Vedic buffers. And these are the typology and common issue identified in under flyover space: poor lighting and dumping and inactivity. In highway edge spaces, dusty and unwalkable and informal parking. Railway edges, inaccessible, informal use, visibility concern. And in between space, narrow, dark, cluttered. Informal green space, overground, undefined access, low usability. And metro Vedic buffer, visually inactive, disconnected, cluttered. And based on that, I gave some design potential based on the Cpted. Then these are the scoring matrix I considered to evaluate. This table and bar chart shows how each typology performed in terms of visibility, access control and existing activity. Railway line edges scored the lowest at 3, signaling the greatest need for Cpted intervention. Under flyover voids and highway edge spaces
Gokul, 1
significantly.
minute more. 1 minute. 1 minute.
Okay.
And the strategy effectively enhanced security. Second, community use and positive perception increased. Post-project evaluation revealed greater community engagement and favorable attitudes towards area that were previously ignored or avoided. And finally, the enhanced connectivity and usability of neglected space. And this is the reference. And thank you everyone, and thank you ma'am, and thank you sir.
I invite the next presenter, Nara Shravanti. The topic is on study of CPTD, design principles for crime mitigation in Indian context through architectural interventions, a literature review.
Namaskaram everyone. I thank the college and college heads, the presenters and the students present here for being part of this session. This is part of my PhD topic, and hence there's a lot of data that I included, but I tried to be very crisp and quick. And I'll also try to skip a lot of slides because a lot of information has already been repeated by other presenters. Like the definitions, this here I'm trying to talk about the urban design, urban area, and this is the built environment. So coming back to here, I'm trying to say that the crime occurs due to the 3 reasons. That's the target, desire, and opportunity. Opportunity will focus on the flawed designs. Flawed design in sense in inappropriate access, building orientation, window size, compromising landscape elements. Because a design can act as a catalyst in controlling, delaying, and mitigating crime through architectural intervention, and are effective and crucial strategies for architects, urban planners for acting upon the situational crime prevention. So if you look at architectural intervention plus technology, we can delay the situational crime prevention to make the city safer. So the aim is basically to study the Cpted principles, implications, and limitations in Indian cities. Objective is to examine the limitations in implementing and verifying the reduced crime rate post-implementation. Methodology, this is more about literature study published in the last 10 years. And I'm limiting the study to the Indian context by formulating few questions and analyzing relating to the question, I try to look at the 5 Indian metro cities to understand the crime rate change pre and post implementation of CPTED. How appropriate you will go through these questions in the later slides where I'm trying to describe it in detail. These are the evolution of CPTED. Also the phases of Cpted. But here I'm talking about the 3Ds approach of Cpted, which is definition, design, and designation. Definition is about appropriateness of design elements. So this is more related to architects and planners. Design is for the purpose and the user response. Designation, identifying the user and behavior expectations. So when we try to analyze why we are doing each design, like the below questions, how is a space defined? Who owns and uses and manages it? Is there a conflict or confusion between the designated purpose and definition? Are there a social and cultural significance? Are there a boundaries separating the private, semi-private? Are the policies effective? How well the physical design supports? Is the physical design influencing the human behavior? Decoding these will help us do a better design. Is what certain studies indicate us. Now, looking at the introduction of CPTED in India. In 2015, Smart City mission was taken up, but given the extent of the city implementation of the large scale, not it wasn't completed in the expected tenure, and so in 2018 to 21, safe city, a concept was introduced in Delhi, because Delhi by then was is still experiencing a high crime rate. So in the safe city concept, they try to focus on crime against women by developing the infrastructure, technology adoption, and capacity building in the community through awareness program. While everybody knows about the smart city mission, but just as a gist, this talks about the CCTV installation, improved lighting, cleanliness, installing elements to define and redefine territories, and creating access. So all these are actually talking about CPTED, but we are not actually using the term. We have a different terminologies for that. Types of crime in different cities, through one of the law firm research that I could get through. Delhi has a lot of violent crime, while Hyderabad and Bengaluru have cyber crimes, and some chart indicating the crime rates. All these are pre the CPTED implementation. So now the crime rate in 2024, as per the state, some statistics. And here I'm trying to talk about urban zones which turned into crime zones. I'll quickly move and do a pictorial representation here. So here the built environment, I'm talking about the 6 spaces that I think Gokul also tried to present about this. The dead spaces and the fringe zones, which are less active spaces, and then the change in the building or the land use. Unsupervised buildings, like the unused buildings. Monofunctional areas, like the fixed hours or SEZ zones. Enclosed building forms with no visual connection to its surroundings, and public spaces or parks, robbery and thefts. So these are the 6 zones that have to be carefully redefined to control the crime. So I'm trying to look at the 5 cities which were implemented with smart city mission. A city like Agra, Surat, Pune, Coimbatore, and Vadodara, they have witnessed a visible reduction in crime rate. And Nagpur had witnessed 14% decline.
Shravanti, 2 minutes more.
But now we'll try
2
to.
minutes.
Yes, sir. We'll try to answer those questions that I was trying to talk about in those earlier slides. How appropriate are CPTED definitions and concepts to Indian context? Why specifically an Indian context is because our country is more a cultural oriented country, and it's also a very vast landscape. So looking at the social ecology, neighborhood health, collective efficacy, social cohesion, community culture, connectivity, threshold capacity, it is a challenge to implement all these. But when you look at urbanization in India, there is a melting pot of diverse cultures and traditions, changing social cultural aspects, reshaping traditional norms, family structures, and community dynamics. And so CPTED principles may be considered relevant to multicultural, static infrastructure, and monotonous design. What is the change rate in crime post CPTED implementation? There's a drastic reduction. However, if you look at the data collection, the methodology limitations and applications in the data, there could be some variations. What aspects of CPTED is most difficult in Indian context to be implemented is the initial investment, that's the high cost and the maintenance cost involved. It needs a meticulous financial planning. However, and the other possibility or other limitation is the physical constraints around the historical and religious structures and buildings with cultural significance. Given the demographics of land mass, which includes the whole city and the area, if the implementation is not throughout the city, then there is a potential for crime displacement. It is also important that the authorities and residents are involved as stakeholders. These, I would say, are limitations. Does CPTED mitigate, warn, or reduce crime? With improved lighting, signage, CCTV, data management using mapping tools, social media monitoring tools have enhanced the livability, but not mitigating the crime completely. Crime is a complex subject. It's a psychological behavior of a person. Education on relevant laws and regulations, psychological counseling, or behavioral training can help curb the criminal tendencies. Any negative impacts of Cpted? The study has shown that there's a variation in social participation. People have withdrawn, especially the young crowd. Understanding the relationship between Cpted and social crime prevention. Cpted more is a preventive design tool, while social crime prevention is about social inequality and lack of opportunity. So I try to do this very quickly. Social crime prevention focuses on community-based policing, that is neighborhood watch program, police reforms, transparent grievance mechanism, and accessible systems. Social and economic interventions such as social support system, creation of economic opportunities, skill development, and youth engagement. Limitations of this study. It is important to understand that this is a secondary data collected and hence there could be some inconsistency and misclassification, unreported, withdrawn, or influenced, and hence a primary data collection method could be more suitable. And other huge limitation is only emphasizing on urban design planning, urban geography, urban regulation while limiting the study and not by integrating knowledge from several relevant disciplines such as psychology, environment, physiology, criminology, and crime economics. Further, there is limited information available on the location of the crime occurrence within the building or outside to access the required architectural interventions. Conclusion. It's a complex subject. Psychological behavior influenced by poverty, inequality, self-criticism, lack of appreciation and acceptance, insecurity, lack of job opportunities that play a crucial role. Need design principles that can help authorities and designers. The visual connection principles of Cpted through technology helps improve control and monitor along less used spaces around the building, be it old or new, and along the busy roads, making them safer. While implementing technology has shown decreased crime rate, implying decrease in occurrence, the parameter of safety cannot be completely dependent on technology due to its chances of failure, data breach, and technology related crimes. And there is a need to continue studies on architectural intervention that can help designers consciously create spaces with the elements that can mitigate crime, making buildings, environment, street, and urban design a responsible and effective process. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, presenters. So now I wish to call upon Dr. Arpan Paul, Department of Planning. He is a discussant for the session.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. To summarize this session, the session was chaired by Dr. Valedictory, which was focusing on the theme of Cpted and AI integration in urban planning and its growing importance in urban safety and planning. He started up with rightly pointing out that traditional planning overlooks crime prevention as a core objective. Very rightly said. He also emphasized the need for technologies like digital twins, risk analysis, and predictive policing by GIS to be streamlined in the planning process. Also, he has reminded us of successful stories from Hyderabad and Kolkata where Cpted principles have been implemented. He also cautioned us about the ethics and bias while using AI and the data developed through AI. With rapid urbanization and rising concerns around the security, this session brought out together a set of perspectives that combine technology, design, and human-centered approaches. So we had 4 interesting presentations in the last session. The first paper, titled AI Integrated GIS Applications for Cpted-based Urban Safety Strategies, a review paper by Ms. Jaldi Anita, highlighted how the use of AI integrated with GIS can strengthen crime mapping and prediction. The discussion emphasized on 6-step framework to move forwards for proactive and evidence-based urban safety strategies. 2 things that stood out for me from the presentation was very important, that to understand the algorithmic bias, which was also very well emphasized in the morning keynote speech. Also, that saying that the data that we get is not necessarily the right one because it depends upon the history or historical data that we have. And the second important thing which the presentation has brought out was the digital divide. We are talking about AI and urban planning and possibly the Cpted in urban areas, but what about the crimes in the rural areas, the digital divide that we have in Indian settlements? The second presentation was Beyond Surveillance, the Need for Human-Centered AI and CPTED in Modern Urban Planning, which was presented by our own students, Umesh Lad and Distri Agarwal. They have raised a very critical point that safety should not be equated with surveillance alone. Using the case of Kumbh Mela, the authors brought out the success of crowd management through AI integration with CPTED. They have also argued through an example of the capital city of Myanmar that while technology is important and over reliance on the surveillance systems can create issues of privacy and exclusion. They made the case for more human-centered approach where AI and CPTED together can address both safety and inclusivity. The third paper was Reclaiming Urban Residual Spaces Through CPTED, a design-based study in Bangalore by Gokul Kailash brought an very applied perspective. The study looked at neglected and residual spaces within the cities like vacant plots, underutilized corners, the underspaces of flyovers, and showed how CPTED principles can help convert these unsafe pockets into vibrant and secure community spaces. He emphasized on a very interesting point that he has put out was territorial reinforcement for ownership, which is an interesting idea. But having said that, it is really challenging because when we call the public spaces, specifically in the context of public spaces, they are public goods. How do we define the ownership? The next one, the final presentation in this session was the study of CPTED design principles for crime mitigation in Indian context through architectural interventions. A literature review by Nara Shravanti. She has systematically reviewed architectural interventions or maybe the CPTED interventions that has been brought out to crime prevention in India. The paper took the learnings from 5 metro cities and has proposed a 3D approach in CPTED. She emphasized that design principles need to be adapted to the local contexts, recognizing cultural patterns, spatial densities, and everyday practices in Indian cities. Together, these 4 papers reflected the multidimensional nature of the CPTED. Overall, the session and the presentations have made strong statements, and to summarize them from my side, first, crime prevention is just not the absence of crime, but the presence of community trust and the confidence in urban spaces. If people do not feel safe, then our planning has failed regardless of how many cameras, sensors, or walls we try to put up. Second, design is not neutral. The way we shape our streets, our parks, and our public spaces sends out very clear message that either we have brought out the inclusion and safety into it or possibly the exclusion and fear. The last one, that is in Indian context, we cannot simply import global frameworks. CPTED will only succeed if it is context sensitive, attuned to our urban densities, our own informal settlements, our cultural patterns, and our community dynamics. So it has been a wonderful session. I thank the organizers and the institute to summarize this particular session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arpanpal. I like you to stay back on the stage for the momento. Can I invite Dr. Lily Rose, Dean Academics, to felicitate the session 4 keynote speaker and the discussant? I also request the presenters to be ready for the photograph session, group photo session. Then you can come closer to the stage. Can I call upon all the speakers for a group photo session with the dignitary? Yeah. Thank you, everyone. With this, the 4 sessions have come concluded, and now we have a valedictory session hosted by Komal.
Good evening, everyone. Today has been a remarkable journey, a day filled with layered insights and knowledge and dynamic exchanges. From the morning sessions to the evening's panels, we've explored the intersections of crime prevention through environmental design and artificial intelligence in shaping safer, smarter urban futures. May I now request the following esteemed guests to kindly come forward and take their seats on the stage. First of all, I would like to call upon our director, Professor Dr. Ramesh Srikonda. Next, I would like to call upon Sri D.P. Srinivas, President, Urban Planning Design Development Research Foundation. It's my privilege to invite Sri Ravi Kumar Reddy Garu, Chief Scientist, Life Encrypt, Hyderabad. It's my privilege to invite Sri K.V. Uma Maheshwar Rao Garu, Registrar, School of Planning and Architecture. And now I would like to call upon our chief guest, Professor Dr. Virendra Kumar Paul, Director, SPA, Delhi. We are honored by your presence and grateful for the wisdom you bring to this moment. Now, to mark the formal close of this conference, I invite our director, Professor Ramesh Srikonda, to deliver the valedictory address.
Good evening to one and all. Valedictory, generally we look at it, it is a closure, but actually it is not a closing ceremony what we celebrate. It is the stepping stone to ignite our design thinking towards the program what has been titled Cpted&Ai, Artificial Intelligence. How these artificial intelligence can be used in especially crime prevention through environmental design. The design has a different dimension. One, generally what we thought was earlier, design is meant for the comfort conditions. But other than comfort conditions, safety and security, these two important aspects, how it has to be integrated in a design, the physical design and digital approach. Digital. This is a kind of a term coined earlier by SPA Delhi when they have given the award, Physical Award, for the persons who ever brought a kind of a solutions to the Cpted and artificial intelligence. So here it's my privilege to convey my heartful greetings to our chief guest, Professor Dr. Virendra Palji, Director, School of Planning and Architecture, Delhi, and DP Srinivasji is the chairperson for the Urban Foundation. And also here we have Ravi Kumar Reddy, who is the scientist and IBM scientist, where he has done a lot of work in this particular field. The keynote speaker, the one what we have seen and heard in the morning, it is always what we think is good beginning is half done. But rest of the things have fulfilled the entire requirement what we expected by 4 distinctly different sessions what we have got, addressing different areas, starting and talking about the digital systems, how our artificial intelligence can be integrated in the first session. Thereafter, in what extent CPTED can be utilized or integrated in urban planning and also in the architecture. And finally, the signages and other areas where we can see such kind of an areas, normally some persons may call dark spots, gray areas, whatever it is, those are the spaces which really gives us to have a fear of a crime. How do we really avoid fear of a crime? By physical development and physical designing. That is nothing but architecture and planning. These two things we have to get it integrated. Then only we'll be in a position to reduce and totally avoid the fear of crime. Crime may be in different dimensions. what type of a crime it is. Even sometimes we can even see the gun culture, and somewhere we can even see the kind of a narcotics distribution, and there are eve teasing, chain snatching, whatnot. There are so many things what we can able to say. Such spaces, what are all those such spaces? How such spaces can be addressed, and what extent we can able to have the surveillance and controlling the things with the digital twins and integration of the technology, and also how we can able to bring a solutions with the machine learning and IoT. All items we can able to integrate it. As an architect or a planner or a policy maker or any bureaucrat, or everyone really wanted to live happily, the happiness index generally makes all such items get it integrated. When you create such a kind of an environment, then only that particular space what we design, it is going to give the result or the yield to us whatever we expected. This particular program, it is not a closure, it is only a starting to think about it, what are all our innovative way we can able to address this crime prevention through our environmental design and planning through artificial intelligence. With this brief note, in this valedictory, there are several sessions with so much of patience and so many experts and so much of presentations what we have seen. There are a good number of papers we have received. It has given a big challenge to us what paper to be selected for all different sessions what we wanted to have it today. The time is very short, and also we have gone through each and every paper. Every paper has got its own value addition to the items what they have addressed in that. But the given time was very less, like 7 to 10 minutes. Sometimes we may not be in a position to understand everything except the conclusions and certain ideology whatever they have brought it. In spite of all these things, whatever we have seen in all these 4 sessions, it has given an immense knowledge. Our knowledge levels have improved, and I wish you all the best. This particular program, really, we will take it further and we'll work further in different directions. Whatever the presenters have given a kind of a wisdom or vision towards the direction of the crime prevention through environmental planning and using the artificial intelligence. With this small brief, I know this is a very long session, and integrating and keeping all some almost like 12 papers and 4 keynote speakers and a keynote speaker in the starting, and also the inaugural address, whatever it is, you people have heard and seen how important it is to get it integrated in the profession of architecture and planning with the lenses what we see these 2 things through the artificial intelligence. Thank you very much. With this, we can proceed to the next activity.
Thank you very much, sir, for always being the guiding force and support behind all the successful events what we are doing at SPAV. I now request our chief guest, Professor Dr. Virendra Kumar Paul, to address the gathering.
गुड मॉर्निंग। सो रहे हो जाग रहे हो हैं? अरे इतने तो स्पीकर हैं जितने पार्टिसिपेंट नहीं है हैं? चलो सो thank you very much for bearing me once again. So you've heard quite a bit of crime prevention and all that stuff. It's a good idea to actually get to know this subject, as I was telling in the morning, that even after such a long time, we are still lagging on the way we look at built environment and how we kind of ensure the safety, security, well-being, confidence, and working in the environment without any apprehensions. Um, uh, Do you think having boundary walls makes a difference? Yes or no? Now that I'm asking you, obviously there's some issue. Now there is, when you look at crime from the point of view of planning, uh, we are still fixed in some notion of security. It doesn't work like that. These are very vulnerable places, and in fact, the guy may be sitting there the whole day, and 10-15 feet of boundary wall is not a big job. You put all those concertina wires on top and whatever. Uh, there are many ways by which, even without a wall, perimeter security, etc., you can manage, and that's how it happens. That's how it happens. There's a lot of technology, and uh, along with the technology, it gives you a lot of analytics about what is the nature of you know situation. Um, so we were doing an audit for a very large facility of it's an it's a oil rigs facility, and it runs into and miles and miles and miles. So we wanted to look at the security apparatus, and if you touch a fence somewhere and try to kind of shake it, and we called back, and we just wanted to know whether it's working. We were doing actually an audit, and the person in the control room said precisely where we were, and it's just a transparent fence. The reason I'm telling you is that there is these options that make things better, and we need to have this kind of an understanding. I don't travel much abroad. Nobody invites me abroad. So a long time back, I used to. Sometime I went there. A lot of people would have gone. In US and all, have you seen big boundary walls around their houses and places? Have you seen any big boundary walls? Somebody can just walk in. They don't even put glazings. So once we were looking at doing, uh, advising something on somebody, and it's a very kind of a security sensitive place, and the question came in that should we have a grill, and uh, the answer was it's better not to have a grill and let somebody come in, because putting a grill actually will make running away very difficult, because this itself will become a risk. And believe me, uh, it is unstated fact that for fire safety, invariably you jump or escape through the windows. So if you have obstructions there, you are creating more problems. And many times we have seen it's the the grill which becomes, especially in low-rise buildings. So you have to actually start looking at it from variety of perspectives, whether the notion of security that we normally have or the safety we have is actually meaningful. Uh, I'm sure you would have all last row में तीसरे वाले second row pinkish kind of a shirt. Hi, how are you? Last but one row. How are you? They're the one you're looking at. Come on, I don't want to embarrass you. I want to talk to you. Okay? अभी आपस में बात मत करो. मेरे को सुनो. So the whole day we've had this, talk about crime prevention through design. Will you do an audit of your own building and tell me what do you feel about it? Hey, you'll do that? Raise your hand. Raise your hand. Yeah, you. Why looking left? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Arey Baba. I think I'll have to go. Okay, I want to catch their attention actually. So do a study of your own space and see where the problems can happen. If I were to run this place in Delhi, tell me which space I will not let the students go. One place. I'll shut down the next day. The basement. The basement in educational institutions can be very tricky because it is unattended place, and it will give an opportunity for things that may be difficult to handle, because it's everywhere. I mean, how you just go around and see how many cameras would actually work. You can't have camera chasing you everywhere. So uh, when we look at now, this is not a problem for another type of an institution, but this will be a cause of a big concern for the type of institution that you and I are. In another institution, it may be a different thing. You cannot generalize. So you have to see the context. The context of Vijayawada and context of Delhi and context of another place will be very different. So this solution will not work in another place. You cannot generalize. And if I have to do this in another place, somebody will ask me questions. And that's why in many places, if you go to Delhi, we have the basement of parking and we don't use it. For the simple reason that it creates more confusion. In terrorism infested areas, vulnerable border areas, where these are the opportunities, and how much can I actually do the surveillance? You just go around, and that's the best way for learning. That's the best way. How many of you have traveled to Delhi? So many. How many you have gone into used metro? Lots of them. अभी पापा ने गाड़ी लेके नहीं दिया ना, ठीक है ना? Where do you find dustbins in metro station? Where do you find dustbins in metro station? कहाँ देखा है क्या? वो भी यही है जो आप सुबह से सुन रहे हो ना. हिंदी थोड़ा बहुत समझ आता ना. Whatever you are discussing since morning, it was a very considered call not to have the dustbins inside the stations. Then there was a hue and cry, and then some strategic location was given for the dustbins, because that's a potential risk. It's a very big risk it can be. And so there is another paradigm of security, and this was one of the reasons that if you go inside the metro station, don't even, you can just walk it. You just walk it. Have you noticed? You just walk in. Where is the boundary wall? Nothing. But the security apparatus is such, not the the boundary wall, this, that, and the other, that you are identified, because such a large number of people you can't handle otherwise. So you are identified much before, by the time you reach and by the time it happens. So use other technologies which ensures that no untoward incident can happen. So otherwise it appears you can just walk in and just go straight. It doesn't happen like that. So there is a completely different way of looking at the security, and that's how it works. Because dustbin, yes, anybody can misuse it, and nobody will know, because somebody will go unsanitized into that spaces. So please look at these aspects of how environment can create issues about the safety security. As I said, it affects the productivity of the place. It affects the confidence of people to be in that, and more the diversity. All our urban areas are increasingly getting into diverse societies, diverse populations. So what does the diverse populations do? Different norms, different societal norms. So what's good for you is not really good for me. Somebody is very conservative, I'm not a conservative. So when the two societies, kind of come together, then there are different perceptions. What's good for you, I don't accept it. कोई बोले वो देखो कैसा कपड़ा पहना है, कोई बोले ये ऐसा करेगा. So there'll be frictions. There'll be a kind of different norms that will happen, and in that place there is a more possibility that this friction can lead to some kind of a unrest or clustering of various communities, and some flash, and you can get into problem. Now all that actually will get into risk analysis. So CPD, what strategy you take is based on the risk analysis. Risk analysis is first begins with qualitative assessment, and then goes into quantitative assessment, and that actually keeps on evaluating. You look at the people around, you look at people at a larger area. So at the back of it is actually the mathematics of risk analysis. So all big events that we look at, be that Commonwealth Games or any event, just try to look around how the security in the urban areas work. When was the last Olympic held? कहाँ हुआ था? कहाँ हुआ था Olympic? उससे पहले कहीं हुआ होगा. So these are the large events that take place. Try to do some literature study or a survey how risk was identified, noted, and planned. I'm not giving an example by name, but in a particular situation, within next 4 or 5 minutes, you just enter the city, and if your profile does not match with a person who is in an acceptable category, within 5-7 minutes you are known where you are, and you will be isolated. That's the level of technology, and you just drive in, and in 5 to 7 minutes you are known that this is where you are not the kind of a person who should be here, and somebody is going to stop you. So that's the kind of a technology we have, and that's the kind of a AI. Just try to find out which are the countries which are most surveillance covered, and the kind of the prosperous societies they are. How they move around, in the society, go different places. So my argument is that our modern cities, 2047, Viksit Bharat, and the new, not the Gen Z, but new generation will actually, look at the whole, urbanization in a very different way. And maybe 2047 is what? We would have actually passed out, and you will be standing here, and you will be actually, being, you will be the architects of 2047, and talking to the people who will carry that Viksit Bharat forward. So you will create, we can only kindle that this is what we should do, and then they will actually carry out carry that that the dream forward. So your this cobweb, looking at things wider understanding is very, very important. So what we have understood, you have to build in a very big way. That responsibility is very big for you, and architecture is going to take a very strong position, because if you don't do, somebody else will do. Somebody else with equal competence will do. Today's architecture is not just a mumbo jumbo of subjectivity. It's accountable. So your planning, your designs will be to accountable to the outcomes, and safety security will be fundamental premise. Safety security will be fundamental premise. अभी क्या है ना, वो थीसिस में बात होता है तो फैकल्टी पूछता नहीं है सेफ्टी सिक्योरिटी सुंदर लग रहा है, बहुत सुंदर लग रहा है, मजा नहीं आया, और बढ़िया करो, अच्छे से कर, यार अभी थोड़ा मेहनत करो ना. But in reality, the first premise, am I safe? Will it work for me, for my safety? And what are we going to do? Somebody mentioned here, in the existing cities, the problem of unused the buildings, assets, they are the the opportunities, and also the waste that we generate in the cities. So please look at this in a more and more responsible way, because your architecture career will be very different from ours. We probably didn't have that kind of an accountability in substantive terms. Your accountability will be in very substantive terms. I hope you will aspire for that kind of a contribution. That kind of a contribution where you carry that forward. करोगे कि नहीं करोगे? जो नहीं करेगा वो हाथ खड़ा करे. बेटा 20 साल के बाद पूछ भी लूंगा मैं. 20 साल तो कहीं नहीं जाता मैं. 47 तक तो मेरा पता नहीं. ठीक है? Carry it forward. It's very important. And this is I'm very happy that SP Vijayawada has taken this resolve to do this work in this area. But then it will be part of urban design, landscape, planning, architecture design, women related issues in interior design. क्या वो issue नहीं होगा? शहर के बाहर ही होगा. Workplace harassment. Workplace harassment, you can simply stop by creating designs which are transparent and no corners, whatever. If you come to Delhi, my office in the earlier department, you say, for last 20 years, I've never had a curtain. There's no curtain. All doors are open. You can stand outside and hear what we are discussing. So, but the moment I do that, try to put curtains, the design configuration is such that it's a very shady place otherwise. So that's how you actually sensitize yourself, and gives a confidence of transparency. In fact, transparency is the fundamental premise of accountability. If your premises is transparent, it is accountable to the safety and security. ज़्यादा तो नहीं बोला मैंने? ज़्यादा तो नहीं बोला? नहीं बोला ना? थोड़ा और बोलूं? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And finally, a moment of celebration for all. Now we move on to the certificate distribution for all participants and contributors and the Best Paper Award. So we had 4 sessions. Each session we had selected one best paper. For session 1, the Best Paper Award goes to Dheeraj and Shrileha. I request Professor Dr. Virendra Kumar Paul to give a I also request all the dignitaries to join to give the best paper award. I also request Fayaz sir and Banuchitra ma'am to join. For session 2, it is Sajan S, Nikita and Aparna Sai. Session 3, it is S Madhumita and R Rajiv. And for session 4, it is Umesh Santosh Lad and Rishti Agarwal. After the best paper awards, we will be giving certificates to the paper presenters. I request all of them to be ready from session 1 till session 4. In line, I'll be calling everyone. Paper 1, Manali Basu and Surya Ratna Srinivas. Everyone? I request everyone to stand in line as I'll be announcing their names parallelly. Manali Basu and M. Surya Ratna Srinivas. Dheeraj and Shrileha. Rohan Agarwal and Rajavarman A. Teja Munuga for session 1. Parallelly, session 2, Sajan S, Nikita S, and Aparna Sai. Khushbu Sahu and Parampreet Kaur for paper 2. S.A. Jagadishan and Variyappan AL for paper 3. Shanmugapriya G, Arun Unnikrishnan and Gauri P for paper 4, session 2. Next for session 3, paper 1, T. Samant Kumar. Paper 2, Husna Afsar. Paper 3, S. Madhumita. Sorry, this is the sign. And paper 4, Fatima Nishana, Dheeraj Reddy, Jatin Kumar and Karthik G. వస్తున్నా. No, huh. No, next we have session 4. Jaldi Anita and M. Suman Samuel. Second is Umesh Santosh Lad and Drishti Agarwal. Second paper. Paper 3, Gokul Kailash and Bhanuchitra M. Paper 4, Nara Shravanti and Dr. Nagaraju Kaza. Next, I request whole of the organizing committee of CPTET to be ready on this stage, please. Organizing committee of CPTET. Lakshmi Narayana Garu, Naveen V, Monica Dayal, M. Kesava Lakshmi, and P. Sudhir Kumar. This is the organizing committee for the CPTET conference. Lakshmi Narayana. You can go now. Naveen Vasanavi, Monica Dayal, M. Kesava Lakshmi, and P. Sudhir Kumar. Can go. Give one more. Lakshmi. Stay. I would request the organizing committee to stay back, and now we would like to give mementos to the coordinators, Dr. Fayaz Ahmed, Dr. Banu Chitra, and Komal Gilda.
One group photo, yeah.
I would just request all the dignitaries to stay back. We have the closing remarks. After that, we will close the valedictory session. I would now like to invite Dr. Fayaz Ahmed to give the closing remarks and vote of thanks for the valedictory session.
First of all, thank you all for joining. We started this idea of making this conference in June. While we were in Delhi for admission, suddenly Ramesh sir called and said, "Come back. We have some work to do." And this is the output in 2 months' time. And we conceptualize, and we are very thankful to the authors. Initially, we thought that are there any presenters for this specific topic? There's a very, very specific topic, and for our surprise, there are a lot of people who are interested to do this, some work on these lines. So on those lines, this is very it was a learning experience for us as well. First of all, I would like to thank the partnering organization, Urban Planning and Design Development Research Foundation, sir, for your collaboration, and also chief guest. It was very insightful presentation, sir, as always, on your the keynote that you delivered, and also all other dignitaries that that has taken time to come, especially Paul sir from Delhi. And I would also like to thank all the organizing committee and who has been working tirelessly to make this happen, and also Ramesh sir for all the support, and Registrar sir for all the administrative support and other stuff. And with that, we conclude. Without the support of volunteers, we would have not done this. And if you have come in the late 7 or 8 p.m. in the night, we were not ready. The venue was not ready. It was not ready. Okay. The arrangement was done after 8. Okay, so which means a lot of work has gone in, a lot of work and effort has been put up by the volunteers, the students here, and also the master students sitting over there. Thank you so much, and also thanks to all the authors who came here. Especially, I think we have presenter coming from all the way from Chhattisgarh. And also from Hyderabad and other places as well, to make this happen. One commitment probably we have made in the in the advertisement as well. We will try to publish this as a book. We have already made a communication to the publishers, and it will take due course of time, maybe another 3 months to 6 months time, but we will try to push this and come out with some good publication in near future. Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, with that we conclude. We all can we all raise up for national anthem?
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय जय हे